Quality is never an accident. It is always the result of intelligent effort. With this quote, I take this opportunity to welcome you all on this digital platform. Chief guest of today's inaugural session, Dr. Christian Kant, Principal Agarwal College, Ballabgarh, esteemed Head of Sanatan Dharm College, Dr. Rajinder Singh, worthy convener of Internal Quality Assurance Cell, Dr. Sushil Kumar, members of teaching fraternity from all over India, research scholars, and our gems, our precious students. A very good morning to one and all. On behalf of Sanatan Dharm College, Ambala, Kent, my pleasure to extend a cheerful and hearty welcome to this beautiful morning of one-day webinar, Quality Initiatives in Higher Education. You all joined from far places shows how important the theme of today's webinar is. Your presence makes us very happy. Ladies and gentlemen, light is a symbol of brightness and prosperity as sunlight expels the darkness of night. Similarly, blessing brings in our life prosperity and happiness. To make this morning a blessed one, invoke Goddess Saraswati by kindling the lamp of knowledge and wisdom. For seeking the choicest blessings for the same, I invite our admirable Principal Dr. Rajinder Singh, our highly regarded Chief Guest Dr. Christian Kant sir, and all the and delegates present here to virtually kindle the lamp. And let's pray to Goddess of Knowledge, Ma Saraswati, bless us all wisdom and vision to support and train the youth with education to fulfill their potential and build a nation at par with global standards, peaceful and pure. Madam Aarti, please kindle the lamp.
Ya kundendu tusharharadhavalla Ya shubhravasravruta Ya Vijavaradindavanditagara Ya Shvetapadmasana Ya Brahmachyutashankara Prabhuti Devai sada vandita Sa ma patu Saraswati Bhagavati Nishchityaadyapaha Shuklam Brahma Vichara Parama Adyam Jagat Vyapinim Veena Pustakadharinim Jadyandhakarapaha Sphatika Padmasane Samsthitam Vande Tam Parameshwarim Bhagavatim Buddhi Pradam Sharada
Thank you, ma'am. I feel proud to be a part of such an elite institution where we are headed by a dynamic leader who always strives to unlock people's potential to become better. May I request leader of our institution, Dr. Rajinder Singh, to give red carpet welcome to the chief guest, Dr. Christian Kant, and all dignitaries present online on this platform. Over to you, sir.
Everyone?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Amdi. Distinguished Chief Guest, Dr. Christian Kant, Principal, PG College, Ballabgarh, and our most valued participants who have joined us from all over India. I, on my behalf and on behalf of Sanatan Dharm College in Ambala, Kent, welcome you all on this one-day webinar on the engrossing and challenging topic, Quality Initiatives in Higher Education, organized by the Internal Quality Assurance Cell of Sanatan Dharm College, Ambala, Kent, in collaboration with the Director of Higher Education, Haryana. My heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Christian Kant for accepting the invitation to be part of this webinar as the chief guest and keynote speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, we all know that the quality education is the foundation for the development and the progress of any country. But very few of us understand what quality education is and how quality of education be enhanced and then to be sustained. Quality is not how many students we have graduated from the higher education institution. The quality is how many skilled manpower is produced by higher education institution, those who are industry worthy. According to the India Skill Report 2022, yet not even the half of the total students are employable, despite having degrees. Further, the quality is not how many teachers are recruited by the institution. Quality is how many skilled, experienced, and professional teachers are training the students. Quality is not how many teachers are participating in seminar conferences. Quality is the result of how many research studies done by the teacher of the institution are converted into a marketable and consumable product. How much effect or the change is experienced by the society from their research. Quality is not how many extension and outreach activities are performed by the institution, but the quality is how many people from the underprivileged section of the societies are uplifted by the outreach activity of the institution. Quality is not how many collaboration institutions have achieved, but quality is how many students are trained by the collaborators. How many students are placed due to the collaborations? How many students have started their startups? Quality is not how much infrastructure institution have. Quality means how much infrastructure is used by the students and the teachers for the learning and teaching process, for the research and for the society, etc. Quality education is thus one that trains the students with the skill they require to become economically productive, develop sustainable livelihood, contribute to peaceful and democratic societies free of poverty, corruption, unemployment, and social evils, and enhance the individual well-being. Ladies and gentlemen, we all can be citizens of a very powerful nation if our youth is empowered with quality education. Today, we all are gathered here to have deliberation on what initiative can be initiated by the higher education institution to evaluate the quality. It is not the responsibility of only teachers or the administrators. It is the duty of all the stakeholders of the higher education institution, whether they are students, teachers, non-teaching staff, management, alumni, parents, employer, industries, etc., etc., to bring higher education institutions and the university at par with the world-class institutions and university. Quality is a continuous process and must be achieved gradually. My friend, we have to institutionalize the quality. That is the buzzword. Until and unless every institution go for quality, we cannot achieve it. With these words, I welcome you all once again to this webinar, and especially to my friend, Dr. Christian Kant, who agrees to be the chief guest of the welcome. And hope all of you will have a great time ahead. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat. Over to you, Amandeep.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for making us understand what is the quality. We'll definitely work to enhance the quality of our higher education institutions. So as we are gathered today here to have deliberations on quality initiatives in higher education, now I invite convener of IQAC, Dr. Sushil Kumar, to throw some light on the theme of the seminar. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Madam. Honorable Chief Guest Dr. Christian Kant, Principal Agarwal PG College, Ballabgarh, our worthy Principal Dr. Rajendra Singh, members of Organizing Committee of Webinar, and esteemed participants from various institutes. A very good morning to one and all. On the behalf of IQAC team of Sanatana Dharma College, I welcome you all in today's webinar on quality initiatives in higher education. Higher education system in India is the third largest in the world. During the last few years, Universities have increased manifold and colleges have mushroomed all over country to impart higher education. As per MHRD report 2020, India has over 1,000 universities with a breakup of 54 central universities, 416 state universities, 125 deemed universities, 361 private universities, and 159 institutes of national importance, which include All India Institutes of Medical Sciences, Indian Institute of Management, Indian Institutes of Information Technology, Indian Institutes of Science Education and Research, IITs, and NITs, among others. Other institutions include 52,627 colleges as government degree colleges, private colleges, standalone institutes, and postgraduate research institutions functioning under these universities. Quantum of higher education institution in India is significantly improving, but quality of higher education has always been questioned. Higher education system of any country is directly attributed to the growth of the country and has become an influential factor in promoting economic growth, personal income, and social development. So in order to grow, we must transform our higher education institutes to world-class institutes. Government of India is taking many quality initiatives to improve the quality of higher education system, like the pedagogical change in teaching learning approach from teacher-centric to student-centric. UGC schemes like basic science research, college with the potential for excellence, choice-based credit system, special assistance program, major research projects, community colleges, Deen Dayal Upadhyay Kaushal Kendra, Ishan Uday Scholarship Scheme, central government initiatives like National Institutional Ranking Framework (NIRF), impacting research, innovation, and technology, imprint, Ustar Aviskar Yojana, and global initiative of academic networks. Digital initiatives like Swam Prabha, National Academic Depository, National Digital Library of India, eSodh Sindhu, virtual labs, e-Yantar, Talk to a Teacher program, e-Acharya, e-Kalp. There are few of quality initiatives to enhance the competency level of student and to produce the skilled and ready manpower to meet the evolving requirements of industry. The main objective of holding this seminar is to bring academicians, administrators, and professionals from industry under one roof to discuss existing initiatives and suggest new initiatives to produce world-class professionals and entrepreneurs. This national webinar, in collaboration with Directorate of Higher Education Haryana, is a small attempt to understand, analyze, and sensitize about the quality concern of higher education in India, and to suggest measures for the improvement of quality in general, with focus on teaching learning process, research, curriculum, student support system, use of technology, and evaluation of learners. I hope this webinar would be really beneficial to understand the quality concern of higher education. I once again welcome our chief guest, Dr. Christian Kant, and all the participants from various institutes. Thank you. Thank you so much. Over to you, madam.
Thank you, sir, for so elaboratively introducing us to the theme of today's seminar. You're right, sir. It's not the quantum that matters. It is the quality of education accessible to all, irrespective of which section of society they belong, can bring our nation at par with the global standards. Thanks a lot, sir. Proceeding further, it is a great honor for me to introduce our illustrious and eminent chief guest of this startlingly beautiful morning, Dr. Christian Kant. Sir merely requires any introduction, though. He is well known for his work in the field of education. Dr. Christian Kant is an academician par excellence and visionary leader in the education arena. He is having teaching and administrative experience of more than 32 years. With doctorate degree in physics, he has more than 322 research publications in international and national journals and conferences to his credit. He has been to USA, Japan, Spain, Taiwan, Iran, Mexico, and Austria for academic and research pursuits. He has completed 5 research projects and 4 research scholars have completed their PhD under his guidance. Dr. Kant has co-authored and edited 11 books, 5 conference proceedings, and 2 design registrations under intellectual property rights, 1 registered and another filed, and 1 patent published. True to his spirit, Dr. Kant has organized more than 75 national as well as international seminars, conferences, FDPs, and workshops. He has participated and contributed as speaker in 93 national international seminars or webinars on higher education, assessment and accreditation, internal quality assurance system, quality in teaching education, best practices, NEP 2020, and so on. He has also chaired more than 35 technical sessions in national and international conferences. Dr. Kant is endowed with a vision to make quality and excellence the motto of higher educational institution in India, as he has ensured 360-degree holistic development of the institution, be it in teaching, research, or sports. It is such a privilege to have him on the stage as a chief guest. We are very grateful to Dr. Christian Kant for accepting our invitation and marking his presence here. I now invite him to enlighten the audience with his presentation on the topic quality assurance and control system in HEI's pathways for making a difference. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, madam. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Very clearly.
Thank you for such nice words. At the outset, I thank my friend, my senior, my boss, Dr. Rajendra Singh, principal of SD College, Ambala, Kent, for providing me this opportunity to be there with you and share my views on quality in higher education. I also thank the convener IQAC, Dr. Sushil Kumarji, and co-convener IQAC, Ms. Amandeep Kaur. I think you must have decided to invite me and you must have taken the permission of your worthy principal. I thank you all. I also thank the management of the college. The topic of the seminar, quality initiatives in higher education. Very well thought, very relevant. It was relevant, it is relevant, and it will remain relevant. People have been talking about quality, quality, quality. Dr. Rajendra Singh has already talked about, and he has thrown many questions to the academic leaders. He has raised questions. He has expressed his expectations also from the teachers. And simultaneously, when your IQAC coordinator, Dr. Sushil Kumar, was introducing the concept of the webinar or seminar, he also said so many things. Plenty of sources and resources are available. Either they are government sponsored or they are available in various institutions on their own level. But the point is that what is the use of those sources and resources? Are we really making use of those sources and resources and passing the benefit to our students? This is a $100 question which everybody needs to think and ponder over. The title was Quality Initiatives in Higher Education. But मैंने जब डॉक्टर राजेंद्र सिंह जी से बात हुई कि भी टॉपिक क्या रखना है, मैंने हल्का सा उसको मॉडिफाई किया अपने पर्पस से और मैं उसको शेयर करना चाहता हूं आपसे. Is it visible, madam?
Yes,
Hello?
sir. It is visible. Yes, sir. Visible.
Yeah. So the title of my talk is Quality Assurance and Control Systems in Higher Educational Institutions, Pathways for Making a Difference. Everybody talks about the assurance, but why the assurances fail? Because there are no control systems in the institutions. There are no impact analysis mechanism in the educational systems. Everybody will come and talk about the quality assurances, but unless the control systems are there, the outcomes, there is a big question. You please see this picture. Mindset is what separates the best from the rest. Don't be victim of Down syndrome. Don't say that because Dr. Rajendra Singh was telling that we have participants pan India. So we must be having participants from variety of institutions. Some may be very good in terms of sources, resources, finances, infrastructure, and all other things. Some may be from the interior places of the country because it is a country with diversities, complexities, and so is our higher education institutions. But don't be victim of downstream. This is very important. Mindset is what separates the best from the rest. You have to find your strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and challenges. And then you have to make your own throne. See this laborer boy. He has just collected two big pieces of bricks. And at the back are the other bricks. And he has made throne for himself, sitting on that and enjoying his status. So this should be the mindset of every higher education institution. This is my affiliation. I'm Principal Agrawal College, Ballabgarh, as it has been told. Our college is NAC accredited A++ with CGPA 3.57 and other status like CPE, mentor institution, and other audits and certifications we do have. And this is our golden jubilee year also. The college was established in 1971. Why do we organize such seminars or webinars? What is the need of these webinars and seminars? It reminds me of the Bhagavad Gita chapter 2, verse 47. कर्मण्येवाधिकारस्ते मा फलेषु कदाचन मा कर्म फल हेतुर्भु माते संगोत्स कर्मणि. ये श्लोक तो हमने पढ़ लिया, लेकिन मुझे लगता है कि हम टीचर्स ने, एकेडमिक लीडर्स ने इसको थोड़ा गलत समझ लिया. क्योंकि कृष्ण भगवान ने जब ये बात की होगी तो उसमें कर्ता और भोक्ता एक ही व्यक्ति था, एक ही एंटिटी थी. बट व्हेन इट कम्स टू हायर एजुकेशन इंस्टीट्यूशंस, कर्ता टीचर है और भोक्ता स्टूडेंट है. तो देयर आर टू आइडेंटिटीज. और हमने इसको अक्षर से अडॉप्ट कर लिया कि हमें कर्म करना है, फल की चिंता नहीं करनी. और ओवर द इयर्स, मे बी 50 years और 100 years और 200 years, हम कर्म करते चले गए. एकेडमिक लीडर्स और टीचर्स बच्चों को पढ़ाते चले गए. वो पढ़ रहे थे, सीख रहे थे, नहीं सीख रहे थे, उनमें स्किल डेवलप हो रहा था कि नहीं हो रहा था, इंस्टीट्यूशंस की हैंड होल्डिंग हो रही थी कि नहीं हो रही थी, बच्चों में स्किल आ रही थी कि नहीं, एम्प्लॉयबल थे कि नहीं. एंड नंबर ऑफ क्वेश्चंस जो डॉक्टर राजेंद्र सिंह बात कर रहे थे, उसकी हमने परवाह नहीं की, क्योंकि इस श्लोक को हमने अपना लिया कि कर्म करते जाओ और फल की चिंता मत करो. फल का मतलब, आज यदि आप नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी की बात करते हैं, उसमें जो आउटकम वर्ड आता है, आउटकम वो फल है. और उसकी हमने चिंता नहीं की. चिंता नहीं की तो क्या हुआ? वी फोकस्ड ऑन रोट लर्निंग, मार्क सेंट्रिक एंड पैकेज सेंट्रिक अप्रोच. कि बच्चों को नंबर चाहिए, मिनिमम 90% से ऊपर तो चाहिए ही चाहिए, चाहे कुछ भी हो जाए. मोर फोकस ऑन डोमेन नॉलेज, विषय के ज्ञान पर हमने ज्यादा जोर लगा दिया. एंड उसमें जो 21st सेंचुरी की या 20th सेंचुरी की स्किल्स थी और वैल्यूज थी और एक दृढ़ इच्छा शक्ति थी, वो कहीं पीछे रह गई. वी फोकस्ड मोर ऑन इंटेलिजेंट कोशेंट, आईक्यू. हर टीचर बात करता है आईक्यू की, बट डू वी एवर टॉक अबाउट द इग्नोरेंस कोशेंट आईक्यू, which is what you know and what you don't know. यदि आप IQ ignorance quotient की बात करते रहें, what you know divided by what you don't know, तो आपकी जो inquisitiveness है, आपकी जो desire है to learn more, ये दिल मांगे more जो हम बात करते हैं, वो कभी खत्म नहीं होगी. और खत्म नहीं होगी तो टीचर will always be a student. जो बात कर रहे थे प्रिंसिपल साहब भी आपके, ट्रेनिंग ऑफ टीचर्स, डू वी हैव स्किल्ड टीचर्स, डू वी हैव ट्रेन्ड टीचर्स टू टीच द स्टूडेंट्स. So IQ is very important. Then physical quotient, spiritual quotient, moral quotient, emotional quotient. और उसके बाद मैंने देखा आजकल जो चल रहा है नया, उसमें 2 EQ और जोड़ने का प्रयास किया है. एक है environment quotient. They should be well aware of the environment. क्योंकि environment, चाहे आप नेचुरल एनवायरमेंट की बात करें और चाहे आपके चारों तरफ का जो सोशल फैब्रिक है, जो आपका और तरह के एनवायरमेंट है, उनकी बात करें. और एक है एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप क्वोशेंट. तो इस तरह के क्वोशेंट्स कहीं पिछड़ गए और वी ओनली फोकस्ड ऑन इंटेलिजेंट क्वोशेंट. क्योंकि हमने तो कह दिया ना, हमें कर्म करना है, हमारा काम पढ़ाना है, सिलेबस को पूरा कराना है, तो वी ओनली फोकस्ड ऑन दैट, एंड इन द light of that the skill component or the quality component or the value component वो कहीं लैग कर गया, lack of social awareness and all that. Absolute focus on degrees, UG and PG, no jobs, rather the majority of degree holders are unemployable due to lack of skill. तो ये ऐसे प्रश्न हैं, और यू कैन से दिस इज द आउटकम ऑफ ये जो मैंने श्लोक की बात की, तो ये इस पर हमें थोड़ा सा सोचना पड़ेगा, और सोचा, और क्योंकि लोगों ने इस पे सोचा, तो उससे पहले क्या हुआ, रोट लर्निंग में आप देखते हैं यही होता है कि बच्चों को हम पढ़ाते हैं और ये हमारी क्या चीज को टेस्ट करता है, इट टेस्ट आवर मेमोरी, इट टेस्ट आवर मेमोरी, इट इज एब्सोल्युटली मार्क्स फोकस्ड, it doesn't test our intelligence, it doesn't identify the talent and has no scope for critical thinking, awareness, understanding or analytical skills. Simply the student comes to our class, we just teach him, he learns, memorize it, throw it in the exam to get maximum marks. और जब सेकेंड सेमेस्टर में आता है तो उसको वो भूलना पड़ता है, उसकी मजबूरी है। क्यों भूलना पड़ता है? क्योंकि मैं इसके बारे में भी आपसे एक स्लाइड में डिस्कस करूंगा कि हम उसको सिखाते नहीं हैं, हम उसको पढ़ाते हैं। जब विद्यार्थी या व्यक्ति जीवन में सीखता है तो सारी उम्र वो उसको भूलता नहीं है। एक छोटा सा उदाहरण हम लें, यदि आप कार ड्राइविंग किसी से सीखते हो तो आप जब जाते हो एक्सपर्ट के पास तो आप ये नहीं कहते मुझे कार ड्राइविंग पढ़ा दो, आप उसको कहते हैं कि मुझे कार ड्राइविंग सिखा दो। तो जब पढ़ाने से सिखाने पे ट्रांजिशन हो जाता है तो वो जो आपको सिखा रहा है वो आपका टीचर ना होने की बजाय वो आपका गुरु बन जाता है। एंड व्हेन ही बिकम्स ए गुरु, जो हम गुरुकुल की बात करते हैं, गुरु शिष्य परंपरा की बात करते हैं, तो फिर विद्यार्थी भूलता नहीं है। और जब विद्यार्थी सीखता है तो उस समय उसकी क्रिटिकल थिंकिंग डेवलप होती है, उसका टैलेंट डेवलप होता है, ना कि उसकी मेमोरी का डेवलपमेंट होता है कि रटो भूलो रटो भूलो। तो जो रोट लर्निंग का जो लूप है, इससे हमें वी हैव टू डू अवे। और ये जो मेमोरी है, जो रटंत विद्या जिसको हम कहते हैं, तो ये आप एक देखिए, इससे आपको अच्छा लगेगा, थोड़ा लाइट मूड भी हो जाएगा। किसी वो कह रहा है कि यू कैन नॉट ज्वाइन द आर्मी, यू आर ओनली एन इन्फेंट। तो विद्यार्थियों की रटने की पराकाष्ठा देखिए, वो कहता है ओके इफ आई एम एन इन्फेंट आई विल ज्वाइन द इन्फेंट्री। हाइट ऑफ लिटरेसी इन केरला, पुलिस वाला पूछ रहा है व्हाट इज द मैटर, तो जवाब दे रहे हैं कि मैटर इज एनीथिंग दैट ऑक्युपाइज स्पेस एंड हैज मास। बिकॉज आई एम ए स्टूडेंट ऑफ फिजिक्स, तो मैंने कहा चलो मैटर की बात तो डिस्कस यहाँ पे कहीं करनी चाहिए। तो दिस इज द स्टेटस ऑफ एजुकेशन इन आवर कंट्री। आई विल टीच यू कंसेप्ट ऑफ फिजिक्स, कोई विद्यार्थी जाना ही नहीं चाहता है उसके पास। आई विल टीच यू हाउ टू गेट 90% इन फिजिक्स। देखिए कितनी बड़ी क्राउड है उसके सामने। दिस इज टूडेज एजुकेशन इन वन पिक्चर। बट मैं एपीजे कलाम मुझे याद आते हैं और मैं उनकी कोटेशन स्टेटमेंट जरूर आपसे शेयर करना चाहूंगा। देखिए कितने बड़े व्यक्ति थे, कहते थे समटाइम्स इट्स बेटर टू बंक ए क्लास एंड एंजॉय विद फ्रेंड्स बिकॉज टुडे व्हेन आई लुक बैक मार्क्स नेवर मेक मी लाफ बट मेमोरीज डू। चलिए, लेकिन ये जो मार्क्स ये बहुत अच्छा है, अभी लेटेस्ट ये डिक्लेयर हुआ है, तो मैंने चाहा मैं आपसे शेयर करूं इसको। अब +2 में बच्चों को, particularly those students who want to seek admission in central universities and their affiliated colleges, there is no need to focus on marks. They should focus, our institutions should focus on holistic development of the students, not only on the domain knowledge. The Central University Common Entrance Test, QCET, or the Common University Test in all the 45 central universities, the admission will be made on the basis of a common entrance test that will be conducted by National Testing Agency. So my dear friends, आपने देखा होगा कि 90% नंबर आए, बच्चा फांसी के फंदे पर झूल जाता है, क्योंकि पेरेंट्स उसको शाबाशी देने की बजाय कहते हैं कि 90% ही क्यों रह गए, उससे ज्यादा क्यों नहीं आए। तो जो स्ट्रेस है बच्चों के दिमाग पर, जो टेंशन है नंबरों की, मुझे लगता है कहीं ना कहीं it is going to play a very active and vital role, and the students will come forward with their critical skills, analytical skills, and their holistic development, and they will get admissions to good universities, not on the basis of marks. Teacher, who is a teacher? Because all the academic leaders and teachers are on board in this webinar. Teacher is transition from knowledge hub to facilitator. one who develops an ecosystem and inspires to learn. क्वालिटी 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 की बात करते हैं हम, तो व्हाट इज क्वालिटी? यदि क्वालिटी को डिफाइन करना पड़े तो हाउ विल यू डिफाइन द क्वालिटी? ये क्वालिटी वर्ड हायर एजुकेशन इंस्टीट्यूशंस में शुरू से नहीं आया, ये पहले इंडस्ट्री में आया था ये वर्ड। और इंडस्ट्री में व्हाट इज द अल्टीमेट इज द प्रोडक्ट व्हिच गोज टू द कंज्यूमर, और इफ इट satisfies the needs of the consumer says that the product is of good quality. The quality is meeting and even exceeding the expectations of the consumers. If we compare it with our higher education institutions, then friends, who is the product? Product is our student. And who is the consumer? Consumer is the society. Consumer is the industry. So do we really providing them the right kind of skills, right kind of quotients, so that they are acceptable in the society, they are acceptable in the industry, and industry is satisfied? If at all they are satisfied, we can say that our students are having those qualities. Our institution is a quality institution. If not, then we have to really think about it. So what are the qualities and values expected? I have listed some of them. And what are the skills expected? So skills में भी हम बात करें तो there are two types of skills. One is the conventional skills. इलेक्ट्रीशियन की बात हम करते हैं, प्लम्बिंग की बात करते हैं, मोबाइल रिपेयरिंग की बात करते हैं. And friends, there are emerging skills also. Everybody is talking about artificial intelligence, machine language, IoT, image processing, and what not. So we as academic leaders and we as higher educational institutions, instead of having mushroom growths, as somebody was talking about, of universities and colleges, it is very important to consolidate the institutions and develop the right kind of infrastructure and skilled manpower so that these skills can be developed among the students. In knowledge-driven economy, where skill is a currency, what are the skills we want our students to acquire? These are some of the skills. And what are the qualities we want our students to imbibe? These are some of the qualities which our students should imbibe. So there is a difference. We have to be very, very careful. Forget about the earlier times. See, teaching is a passion, not a profession. And once you take it as a passion, you should have faith, values, concern, emotion, respect towards the students, and definitely then they will respect you. But when we say that it is purely a profession, then all becomes materialistic. 1969, if the student is not performing and getting less marks, the parents, the principal, they are asking the student, explain these bad grades. But friends, now the time has changed. See, today, the student as well as the parents, they are asking the teacher or the principal, you explain these bad grades. When our student has taken admission in your institution and you claim that our institution is a quality institution, then it is our prime responsibility that the student has to develop in all domains. अब ये चलने वाला नहीं है. I taught Stripe how to whistle. बीच वाला जो उसका मालिक है वो कह रहा है I don't hear him whistling. वो जवाब टीचर अपना पीछा छुड़ा रहा है कह करके I said I taught him, I did not say he learned it. अब ये चलने वाला नहीं है. अब आप फुल्ली रिस्पॉन्सिबल हैं, अकाउंटेबल हैं, और नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी में अकाउंटेबिलिटी is a must. Accountability of the teachers, accountability of the administrators, accountability of the students. तो आप ये कह करके पीछा नहीं छुड़ा सकते. Now, we have to think as a teacher. Are we thinking of a learner who asks, if I cannot learn the way you teach me, can you teach me the way I can learn? हमें पढ़ाना नहीं है, हमें बच्चों को सिखाना है. और बच्चों को सिखाने के लिए एज ए टीचर हमें बच्चे का लर्निंग लेवल आइडेंटिफाई करना पड़ेगा, और उस लर्निंग लेवल को आइडेंटिफाई करके उस लेवल पे जाकर ही हमें बच्चे को पढ़ाना पड़ेगा, तभी बच्चा सीख सकता है. और उसके साथ साथ Benjamin Franklin said, tell me and I forget, teach me and I may remember, involve me and I learn. So we have to involve our students. Learning by doing. Model आपको focus करना पड़ेगा. There has to be a transition. This is a very important slide. Perception to concept. Perception and conception. Perception is trying to understand or becoming aware of something through the senses, experiences or expectations. जो आप अपने मन में एक विचार बनाते हो किसी चीज को लेकर, चाहे आपकी वो कर्म इंद्रियां उसमें काम करें, चाहे ज्ञान इंद्रियां काम करें, उससे जो आप डेवलप करते हो, दैट इज कॉल्ड परसेप्शन. While conception means an image or an idea or notion formed in the mind, which is also called as concept, or the ability to form something in the mind and to develop an understanding. But they go side by side. Perception without concept is blind and conception without perception is empty. मैंने कुछ हिंदी में लिखने की कोशिश की है. ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, हम सबको समझने की भी चीज है. पढ़ाना नहीं सिखाना है. जैसा मैं शुरू में बात कर रहा था, we as teachers have to think कि हमारा काम पढ़ाना नहीं है, हमारा काम सिखाना है. और यदि हमने बच्चे को एक बार सिखा दिया तो पूरा जीवन उसको भूलेगा नहीं और पूरा जीवन आपका रिस्पेक्ट भी करेगा. मुझे याद है आज भी जब आप अपनी ड्राइविंग सीट्स पे बैठते होंगे और चाबी से गाड़ी को ऑन करते हैं तो आपके दिमाग में आपके उस गुरु का ख्याल आता है, आपका विचार आता है कि उसने मुझे गाड़ी चलानी सिखाई थी. तो यदि आप सिखाते हैं तो जीवन भर आप विद्यार्थी के मन में रहते हैं. देखना नहीं पढ़ना है. हम करते क्या है, देखते हैं पढ़ते नहीं है, सुनते हैं समझते नहीं है. समझ भी जाते हैं तो वो बात हमारे हृदय में, हमारे मन में, हमारे मस्तिष्क में, हमारी बुद्धि में, हमारी सोच में समाती नहीं है. तो हमें एक सिस्टम डेवलप करना पड़ेगा जिसको आप क्वालिटी सिस्टम कह सकते हैं, कंट्रोल सिस्टम कह सकते हैं, जिसमें ये सारी बातें आए कि विद्यार्थी को सिखाया जाए, विद्यार्थी पढ़े, समझे और जो वो समझ रहा है वो बात विद्यार्थी के मन में समाए. क्वालिटी की बात आप करते हैं, कोई ना कोई दिक्कत तो थी. दिक्कत थी तभी नेक की स्थापना हुई. 1986 में आपकी नेशनल पॉलिसी ऑन एजुकेशन आई और फिर प्लान ऑफ एक्शन आया 1992 में. और उन्होंने ये देखा कि देयर आर सर्टेन बोटलनेक्स इन द सिस्टम. देयर वाज मशरूम ग्रोथ ऑफ हायर एजुकेशन इंस्टीट्यूशंस बट they were not delivering the desired. So then NEC came into vogue on 16 September 1994 by the initiative of UGC और उसका मैंडेट था क्वालिटी एश्योरेंस इन हायर एजुकेशन इंस्टीट्यूशन. और देखिए उसने जो उसकी पूरी फिलॉसफी थी, क्वालिटी में 7 अल्फाबेट्स हैं और हर अल्फाबेट को उन्होंने एक फ्रेज दिया, क्वेस्ट फॉर एक्सीलेंस, अंडरस्टैंडिंग द कॉन्सेप्ट, एक्शन ओरिएंटेड, ये सब बना दिया. जैसे जो हमारी नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी है उसने भी कुछ आपको टारगेट्स और गोल्स दिए हैं और डेस्टिनेशन डिफाइन किया है. तो दिस वाज इंडिकेटिव. पॉलिसीज आर ऑलवेज इंडिकेटिव. क्वालिटी की बात हुई पर क्या डेफिनेटली हम उस क्वालिटी को दे पाए? इसमें असेसमेंट के लिए आना था. क्या देश के सारे इंस्टीट्यूशंस असेसमेंट और एक्रेडिटेशन के लिए आगे आ पाए? नहीं. क्यों नहीं आ पाए? क्योंकि क्वालिटी की वजह है हमारा माइंड क्या सोचने लगा, हमारा माइंड डिजिट्स के चक्कर में और वो जो ग्रेड्स थे उनके चक्कर में उलझ करके रह गया. ए आना चाहिए, बी आना चाहिए, सी आना चाहिए, 3 आना चाहिए, 2.5 आना चाहिए, 2 आना चाहिए, बजाय इसके कि हम अपने सिस्टम को इंप्रूव करने में क्वालिटी एश्योरेंस, क्वालिटी कंट्रोल, इम्पैक्ट एनालिसिस के ऊपर हम ध्यान देते, डिपेंडिंग अपॉन आवर सोर्सेज एंड रिसोर्सेज, विदाउट बिकमिंग विक्टिम ऑफ द डाउन सिंड्रोम एंड विक्टिम ऑफ दीज 3, 2, 1 और ABC. तो उसके चक्कर में क्या हुआ कि we did not come forward for assessment and accreditation, and the percentage of institutions, whether they are the universities or colleges, is very very less. लेकिन फिर क्या हुआ? फिर पॉलिसी मेकर्स ने और सबने सोचा कि the institutions are not coming forward for the assessment and accreditation. So friends, I want to share with you that another accreditation process has come into picture and it has been notified by NEC. Luckily, I was member of that national committee who drafted this recommendation for binary accreditation. And this binary accreditation is a mandatory accreditation in the country now. Any institution who wants to have a license to operate in higher education, they have to go for binary accreditation. And this binary accreditation is different from the graded accreditation, which is presently prevalent as is being done by NEC. In binary accreditation, there will be certain number of questions not very bulky questions, or you say that matrix and all that, वो नहीं होंगे, कुछ basic questions होंगे, and there will be minimum passing score, and on the basis of that your institution will be accredited. And again, if you go one step further, which is not mandatory, the graded accreditation, which will be done by NAC and other parallel agencies may come in future. So then you can go for graded accreditation, जिसमें आप वो number games और alphabets के चक्कर में रहते हैं. But graded accredited institutions only will get the grants and other things. Mind it, binary accreditation is a must, and graded accreditation will be it will not be compulsory. The institutions who want to come forward, who want to excel, want to get grants, they have to go for graded accreditation. And maybe the plan was, the recommendation was in NEP, and the plan of the NEC was just to bring out the institutions to come forward for accreditation. So keeping in view the scenario in the country, there is a wake-up call for regulatory bodies, policymakers, domain experts, multilateral agencies, opinion makers, industry experts, academic leaders, and teachers. And from this wake-up call, nowadays आप देखेंगे तो कुछ words हैं जो आपको सब जगह सुनने को और देखने को मिलेंगे. क्वालिटी, स्किल, वैल्यूज, हर आदमी बात कर रहा है. और बात एक और भी आ गई है कि भारत आत्मनिर्भर होना चाहिए. तो ये कोई नई बात नहीं है. स्वामी विवेकानंद जी भी यही कहते थे कि एजुकेशन वो है जिससे करेक्टर फॉर्म होता है, स्ट्रेंथ ऑफ माइंड इंक्रीज होती है, इंटेलेक्ट एक्सपेंड होता है, और जो किसी को अपने पैरों पर खड़ा करता है. और यही बात एनईपी में भी हो रही है, और यही बात हम सब लोग भी इन सेमिनार वेबिनार्स के माध्यम से करते हैं. तो एनईपी प्रिपेयर हो चुकी है, डिक्लेयर हो चुकी है, उसका पदार्पण हो चुका है, और उसके इम्प्लीमेंटेशन भी कई स्टेट्स में पार्शियली हो चुके हैं, कमेटीज बन चुकी हैं, and the roadmap is there, destination is there, journey we have to define, and this journey may vary from institution to institution. As I was saying, that policies are always indicative, the destination is clear, journey आपने सुंदर बनानी है, आपने decide करनी है, so that you can do. And please don't say that we are a rurally based institution, or we have digital divide, we have this and that. Stop thinking of limitations and start thinking of possibilities. This is very important. So national education में पॉलिसी में एक्सेस है, अफोर्डेबिलिटी है, इक्विटी है, क्वालिटी, अकाउंटेबिलिटी है. ये मैंने एक फिगर डाली है जानबूझ के. पीपल इंटरचेंजेबली विदाउट केयरिंग फॉर द मीनिंग use the word equality and equity. Equity is different from equality. Equity is providing facility as per the need, and equality is providing same facility irrespective of the need. Equity is more important, and education policy आपसे कहती है कि आउटपुट पर नहीं, आउटकम पे फोकस करो, क्वांटिटी पे नहीं, क्वालिटी पे फोकस करो, and instead of academic development have holistic development and knowledge, skill, capacity and competence among the students. NEP आई चुकी है, and the changes are taking place in various institutions. No one can remain untouched, but the choice is yours, because someone has rightly said, when the winds of change blow, some find shelters and some make windmills. Choice is yours, what you want to do. And for get the success, 3P's policy, it is already there. Process, you have to develop in your institution, and procedure also you have to develop in your institution, and this is the growth path to success. These are 4 pillars for implementation: stakeholders, the schools, the institutions, students, and the staff. And for that, there has to be a change, radical change in the education and the curriculum and the contents, which should be locally need-based, socially relevant, nationally important, and globally significant. Education is all inclusive, सबको पढ़ना चाहिए, right to education है, but when you talk of excellence, this is always exclusive. We should not forget it. And all these requirements put is tremendous pressure on our institutions, and if we do not make pace with these requirements, then there are 3 possibilities: evolution, definitely revolution, or extinction. Again, the choice is of HEIs, and we have to think about it. We have to be relevant, and we have to impart value-based education, employment, gender equity, human values, environment, inclusiveness. Excellence किस institution में होती है? We have to be a learning institution, not a teaching institution, thinking institution, responding institution, people-friendly institution, participating institution, having inclusive policy, protecting institution, and technology saving institution. This we have to think as academic leaders. Quality and best practices lead to institutional excellence. एजुकेशन फॉर ऑल से हमें ट्रांजिशन करना पड़ेगा क्वालिटी एजुकेशन फॉर ऑल, एंड फॉर क्वालिटी एश्योरेंस, सस्टेनेंस एंड एनहांसमेंट ए गुड मिक्स ऑफ पॉलिसी, स्ट्रेटजी, रोड मैप एंड रिसोर्सेज इज रिक्वायर्ड. Efficiency, effectiveness, and enrichment. 3E approach. We all are senior teachers. Senior teachers have to use their experience in the experiment to meet out the expectations of the stakeholders. Quality is a system improvement. It is not an act, it is a habit. And it is very dynamic. It is a matter of choice, matter of conviction. Quality is a certitude. And in the context and perspective of quality, its meaning, dimensions, perspective, plan, implementing, change with the scenario. Quality assurance, if we have to assure quality in higher educational institution, this is 9 M factors जो आपको ध्यान रखने चाहिए, और नहीं है तो प्रोड्यूस करने चाहिए, क्रिएट करने चाहिए, मैनेज करने चाहिए. मैन, मटेरियल, मशीन, मैनेजमेंट, मेथड्स, मेजरमेंट, मोटिवेशन, मनी एंड मार्केट. And 8 R factors: right qualification framework, right infrastructure, right faculty, learning resource, delivery mechanism. और सबसे बड़ी चीज जो डॉक्टर राजेंद्र कह रहे थे कि ये सब तो हैं तो इनका यूज हो रहा है कि नहीं हो रहा. प्रॉपर एंड ऑप्टिमम यूटिलाइजेशन ऑफ ऑल काइंड ऑफ रिसोर्सेज इज बीइंग डन और नॉट इन द इंस्टीट्यूशन. वी हैव टू थिंक. क्वालिटी एश्योरेंस एंड क्वालिटी कंट्रोल. एश्योरेंस है, कंट्रोल नहीं है तो भी काम चलने वाला नहीं है. Because quality control focuses on the graduate attributes that are needed in each and every student. And quality assurance is proactive, while quality control is reactive, identifying the bottlenecks, errors, and pointing out how to best remedy them before the student. तो यदि आपका control mechanism institution में है, ये reactive होगा, because it will identify the bottlenecks and on, and there will be reaction also, because inertia. It is an inherent property of every person, and when you want a change, there is a resistance. So, but we have to overcome it. Institution क्या कर सकती है, ये मैंने कुछ लिखा है. These type of mechanisms can be there in the institution, and we have to make a complete match between Industry 4.0 to Education 4.0. As the industry develops, the education also develops. So, Education 4.0 is the era of this innovation and invention, virtual classrooms. And technology is the blended learning, more and more internet and technology driven. This is very important. You just see, it is again a mindset. आपको अच्छा लग रहा होगा इस फिगर को देख के. इंटरनल क्वालिटी एश्योरेंस सिस्टम इस तरह का ही होना चाहिए. What matters most is how you see yourself, irrespective of what sources do you have, what kind of staff do you have, what kind of students do you have. You have to see how do you see yourself. That decides your quality. And if you have to ensure quality in your institution, then you have to make a change. Change is always for a better, I personally believe. And once you overcome the challenge which is posed due to the change, then it becomes an opportunity. And for that, you have to build an attitude. You have to think out of the box, and you have to develop an ecosystem. And based on the McKinsey 7S मॉडल, जिसमें आपका स्ट्रक्चर, सिस्टम, स्टाइल, स्टाफ, स्किल्स एंड स्ट्रेटजी आती हैं, शेयर्ड वैल्यूज आती हैं, इसके बेस पे यू कैन एंश्योर क्वालिटी. एंड व्हाट IQACs आर? इंस्टीट्यूशन, कम्युनिटी, स्टेक होल्डर. तीनों चीजें हैं इसमें. पार्टनर, दे आर पार्टनर टू दिस डिसीजन मेकिंग बॉडी, मैनेज ऑन द प्रिंसिपल ऑफ पार्टिसिपेटरी. And for that, you have to identify the best practices, implement the best practices, institutionalize the best practices, internalize the best practices, and dissemination. जैसा मैं कह रहा था, इंस्टीट्यूशन को इन प्रश्नों का उत्तर अपने दिमाग में रखना चाहिए. What, why, when, whom, where, and how. इन प्रश्नों के उत्तर आप डिसाइड करें. उसके बाद आप बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस अपने इंस्टीट्यूशन के लिए आइडेंटिफाई करें. होता क्या है कि हम क्वालिटी एश्योरेंस, हमने कहा कि चलिए हमने क्वालिटी एश्योरेंस कर दिया, हमने एक इवेंट करा दी, और उसके बाद हम भूल जाते हैं. इवेंट कैन नेवर बी ए प्रैक्टिस. When the event is repeatedly and periodically organized in your institution, it is automatically internalized and institutionalized, and it reflects in the working of the institution, and that becomes the best practice. So first, it is an event. If it is continuously being organized, it becomes a practice, and one day it becomes the best practice. And for that, you have to take the collective and collegial decisions. There has to be a sense of togetherness, belongingness, continuous, consistent, and persistent efforts, and that ultimately leads to development and excellence. लोग सोचते कहाँ से शुरू करें? So great things are done by a series of small things brought together. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with आप शुरू तो कीजिए at least one reform a year. It progress can be slow and gradual, but continuous putting effort with patience and enthusiasm, and ultimately you can ensure quality in your institution. And for that, you have to recognize the possibilities and potential in your students. You have to define the charter of graduate attributes, and ये display भी होना चाहिए आपके institution में, और इसके लिए ही हमें काम करना है. Personal attributes, intellectual attributes, professional attributes and social cultural attributes. और ये एक एक attribute जो है ये एक एक quality system से develop होगा बच्चों में, which the institutions can easily do. And अब हम क्या बात करें? बच्चों को पढ़ाना है. आउटकम बेस्ड करिकुलम डिलीवरी इफेक्टिव होनी चाहिए. उसके लिए राइट काइंड ऑफ कंटेंट आइडेंटिफिकेशन, इट्स क्यूरेशन एंड कस्टमाइजेशन एज पर द नीड्स, एंड इंटीग्रेशन विद द कन्वेंशनल मोड, आईसीटी ब्लेंडेड विद आईसीटी. एंड यू हैव टू डिफाइन द पीईओज, पीएसओज, पीओज एंड सीओज. मैंने देखा है इंस्टीट्यूशंस में यही डिसाइड नहीं हो पाता कि भी इसको डिफाइन कौन करेगा. तो आई पर्सनली बिलीव दैट कोर्स आउटकम टीचर ने पढ़ाना है तो इट हैज टू बी डिसाइडेड एट द फैकल्टी लेवल. PSO has to be defined at the department level, and PO and PEO and vision and mission, they are to be defined at the institution level. लेकिन मैं ये जो भी प्रिंसिपल साथी इसमें जुड़े हुए हैं उनसे जरूर कहना चाहूंगा कि विजन एंड मिशन आप अपने ऑफिस में बैठ करके डिफाइन ना करें. Take in confidence your teachers, your students, your non-teaching employees, your alumni and the society, because ultimately आपने जो लिख दिया उसको आपने उनके थ्रू implement and realize करना है. So they should be party to it. Like in NEP, we always say that it's a consultative policy. Everybody was consulted, their feedbacks were invited, they were incorporated, and finally the document came out. So for vision and mission, we have to be very careful. And instead of stereotype teaching, studying content, we should have very interesting contents like simulations, animations, question answer assignments, PPTs and all that. And now there is a transition. You have to make a transition from pedagogy to andragogy, where it is learner centric. हमें बच्चे को वो पढ़ाना है जो वो चाहता है, वो नहीं पढ़ाना जो हम चाहते हैं. और pedagogy में हम watch, think, collaborate, do and explore, इस पर हमें फोकस करना चाहिए. और this is the time scale on which the student has to be assessed and evaluated. This is very important. We have to make a skill gap challenge, because at present we have mismatch with the industry. Shorter self life courses हम चलाते हैं, dated pedagogy, and one size does not fit all. तभी हम कहते हैं कि slow learners, advanced learners की बात करो और उनकी जो requirements हैं उसके हिसाब से हमें विद्यार्थियों को पढ़ाना चाहिए. Teacher learning evaluation में हम क्या कर सकते हैं? Teaching, learning and evaluation, the vital and crucial academic activity of any educational institution, require meticulous planning and responsible execution, chiefly through teamwork. मैंने एक फिगर इसमें इसलिए डाली है कि the strength of the chain is the strength of its weakest link. तो आपका जो टोटल टीम वर्क है उसमें हर आपका जो उसमें भागीदार है, उसमें जो आपके जो लोग हैं वो बराबर से स्ट्रांग होने चाहिए, बराबर से उनको ध्यान देना चाहिए. There should be continuous internal evaluation system and reforms in the institution, and we should focus on 21st century learning skills among the students. और जब स्टूडेंट आपके कॉलेज में आते हैं तो ये 5T मॉडल जो है, टेस्ट द टैलेंट, टीच देम विद ह्यूमन टच, टाइम मैनेजमेंट, टीम वर्क एंड ट्रैक देयर परफॉर्मेंस. जब हम नेक में जाते हैं और वहां पर जब हमें प्रोग्रेशन और उसकी बात करते हैं तो भागते फिरते हैं एक कोने से दूसरे कोने पे कि डेटा लाओ, डेटा लाओ. बट इफ इन द इंस्टीट्यूशन देयर इज ए प्रॉपर ट्रैक मैकेनिज्म ऑफ द स्टूडेंट्स, देन दिस वर्क बिकम्स वेरी सिंपल. आई बिलीव टीचिंग जो है दैट कैन बी डिवाइडेड इनटू 4 क्वाड्रेंट्स, 4 पिलर्स ऑफ एजुकेशन. पेरेंट्स हैं, स्टूडेंट्स हैं, टीचर्स हैं, गवर्नमेंट है, जिसमें 4 टाइप्स ऑफ एजुकेशन है, फिजिकल, मेंटल, इंटेलेक्चुअल एंड स्पिरिचुअल. और 4 तरह से बच्चा सीखता है. टीचर से 25, अपनी विजडम से 25, अपने साथियों से 25% और एक्सपीरियंशियल से 25%. तो ये हमें अच्छे से अपने बच्चों को इंस्टीट्यूशन में ये बात बतानी चाहिए. टीचर को रीड भी करना है, राइट भी करना है, रिफ्लेक्ट भी करना है, कंडक्ट में भी उसको उतारना है और उसको प्रोपेगेट भी करना है. दीज आर द ड्यूटीज ऑफ द टीचर्स. बहुत कम लोग समझते हैं कि असेसमेंट और इवैल्यूएशन में फर्क क्या है। नेक असेसमेंट की बात करती है, इवैल्यूएशन की बात नहीं करती। आप ये फिगर देखिए, एक पौधा है सामने और जो असेसर है, असेसमेंट इज टू इंक्रीज द क्वालिटी, उसको पानी दे रहा है, और जो इवेल्युएटर होता है वो हमेशा उसमें डिफेक्ट फाइंड करता है, इज टू जज द क्वालिटी। वो कह रहा है इतना छोटा है कि इसमें कुछ हो नहीं सकता, बट वी हैव टू बी ऑलवेज पॉजिटिव। इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर लर्निंग रिसोर्स की बात करें तो इसमें भी वी शुड हैव द राइट काइंड ऑफ इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर। द इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर one thinks of is not just space and premises, although they are indispensable. It is the sum total of the utility of space, structure, equipment, learning resources, infrastructure aids, information stock and knowledge sharing devices. स्टूडेंट सपोर्ट के लिए ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट स्लाइड है, ये हम सबको देखनी चाहिए। डू वी हैव द ग्रो मॉडल इन आवर ओन इंस्टीट्यूशन? ग्रो इज ए सिंपल बट इफेक्टिव फ्रेमवर्क दैट हेल्प्स योर mentees understand their challenges properly and identify what their next action should be. G stands for goal, विद्यार्थियों के क्या गोल होने चाहिए। R stands for reality, कि they should be realistic. O stands for options and W stands for will or way forward. So in a higher education institution, if this facility exists, then the students can definitely identify and decide their goals. गवर्नेंस, लीडरशिप और मैनेजमेंट में भी आपके बहुत अच्छे क्वालिटी एश्योरेंसेस हो सकते हैं। लोग आते हैं जाते हैं लेकिन इंस्टीट्यूशंस रहती हैं। कमिटेड एंड विजनरी लीडर्स क्रिएट एंड डेवलप इंस्टीट्यूशंस ऑफ एक्सीलेंस। क्रेडिबिलिटी इज सर्टिफाइड बाय स्टूडेंट्स। हम क्या हैं, हमारे कहने से काम नहीं चलता, हमारे विद्यार्थी हमारे बारे में क्या कहते हैं, दैट इज मोर इम्पोर्टेंट। The organization should promote an environment which can facilitate effective, efficient, and result-oriented academic and administrative functions. विजन बहुत क्लियर होना चाहिए और उसकी हमें तैयारी करनी चाहिए so that we can achieve it. Vision is a futuristic statement and mission is the statements that are essentially the means to achieve the vision. We have to be very clear. और जो प्रिंसिपल या जो एकेडमिक लीडर होते हैं, he has to be in different forms. He has to be a leader sometimes, he has to be manager sometimes, and sometimes he has to be governor to govern, having governance characteristics, multiple characteristics. And the principal should have perseverance, resilience, innovative, navigate, compassionate, inclusive, predictive, adaptive, and liberal. And he has to make a balance in life. जैसे लाइफ में बैलेंस बनाते हैं ना, दिमाग और दिल से डिसीजन लेने पड़ते हैं, ऐसे ही जो लीडर ऑफ द इंस्टीट्यूशन है उसको भी इसमें एक बैलेंस बना करके चलना पड़ता है, क्योंकि उसकी एक तरफ सोसाइटी होती है, एक तरफ गवर्नमेंट होती है, एक तरफ स्टाफ होता है, क्वालिटी भी चाहिए, क्वांटिटी भी चाहिए। तो ही हैव टू मेक ए balance, and this can be done through a meticulous planning, quality assurance and control systems in the institution. And I personally believe that ऊपर से instructions follow नहीं होनी चाहिए. I believe in the bottom up approach. Stockholders and employees inputs लो, collective and collegial decisions हो, outcome होगा, impact analysis होगा, implementation होगा. तो this approach, bottom up approach, is more effective and result oriented. The students can contribute, the administrators can contribute, the teachers can contribute, and they have their own roles in the growth of the institution. Hence, our ultimate purpose is raising the bar for institutions lacking in quality. It is the need of the hour. कितनी अच्छी बात है कि कोई भी आदमी इंतजार नहीं करना चाहता इससे पहले कि संसार इंप्रूव करे, लेकिन गांधी जी ने ठीक कहा था, बी द चेंज व्हाट यू वांट टू सी इन द वर्ल्ड। आपको जो चेंज बाहर चाहिए पहले आप अपने में लाइए, only then you can change the world. It is more important to move in the right direction at the right time rather than just at the right speed. This is very important. So think, develop, adopt and sustain the best practices and quality assurances and control systems and methods silently. शोर मचाने की जरूरत नहीं है, so that the success and outcomes speak and roar very loudly. This is my philosophy. And never stop. Don't be sink in the pool of complacency. You have to move on. चरैवेति परिश्रमेण सिद्ध्यन्ति कार्याणि न मनोरथै नहि सुप्तस्य सिंहस्य मुखे प्रविशन्ति मृगा। आपको प्रयास करना पड़ेगा, आपको मेहनत करनी पड़ेगी, और मेहनत इतनी कीजिए कि जो आपके स्टेप्स हैं वो फुटप्रिंट्स बन जाएं, और इंस्टीट्यूशंस में हमेशा के लिए जो भी आप काम करते हैं एज ए लीडर, एज ए टीचर, दे शुड बी रिमेंबर्ड। आई बिलीव जरूर आपके मन में कुछ बातें होंगी तो वो आप पूछ भी सकते हैं। थैंक यू वेरी मच फॉर पेशेंट हियरिंग, एंड थैंक यू डॉक्टर राजेंद्र सिंह एंड कोऑर्डिनेटर IQAC, Deputy Coordinator IQAC, for providing me this opportunity to share my views with you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you,
Thanks
sir.
a
Thank
lot.
you so much.
So on behalf of Sanatana Dharma College, I propose a really heartfelt vote of thanks to our chief guest, Dr. Christian Kant, who spent his busiest time gracing the occasion. Today, we had the opportunity to hear them, and this is definitely encouraging us in our future events. Your thoughts have enlightened our minds and shown us a new path. You rightly said, mindset is what separates the best from rest. We need to do SWOT analysis. Karam karo, phal ki chinta mat karo should be our motto. We need to move from mark-centric and packet-centric approach. Focus on IQ, left the social quotient and entrepreneurship quotient, creative skills, critical skills, analytical skills ignored. But we need to move from rote learning to holistic development of the student. In today's digital era, teachers should transform from knowledge hub to facilitator, one who develops an ecosystem and inspire to learn. You are right, sir, in saying teaching is a passion, not a profession. It was indeed a stimulating experience. We have made a note of your saying, stop thinking about limitations, think about solutions, and will definitely follow this in true spirit, sir. We would definitely contribute our level best to build a nation which provide quality education for all. From the depth of our hearts, we thank you, sir, for all words of wisdom that radiated a source of energy within us. Thanks a lot, sir.
Thank you.
With this, the inaugural session comes to an end and we declare it closed. Now we are proceeding to technical session 1, which will be taken up by the Madam Pavleen Bharij.
Thank you, ma'am. Welcome to all the delegates and participants to the first technical session of one-day national webinar on quality initiatives in higher education in collaboration with DHE, Haryana. The quality initiative is intended to allow institutions to take risks, aim high, and learn from not only partial success, but even failure. On this thought, I would like to invite Dr. H. Akhtar Banu, Assistant Professor of English from Silver Jubilee Government College, Kurnool, who will present a paper on the topic, Undergraduate Research Curriculum Framework, How Will It Help in Higher Education?
Thank you very much, ma'am. Am I audible? Hello?
Ma'am, please unmute. You're not audible.
Ma'am, I have unmuted. Hello?
उन्हें अनम्यूट कर दीजिए और उन्हें शेयरिंग के राइट्स दे दीजिए.
Am I audible, ma'am? Hello?
You have to increase your volume. आपको थोड़ा volume बढ़ाना पड़ेगा.
Okay. Is it okay now? Is it okay, ma'am? I have increased it. Is it okay, ma'am? Hello?
Ma'am, आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही. You're not audible. Can you please remove your headphones?
Should I remove? Yes.
Remove it from the system and then
Okay.
say once.
Is it okay now? Hello, ma'am. Is it okay
Ma'am,
now?
it is
Ma'am,
okay.
it's not audible.
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Okay. Shall I start then?
Ma'am, please check your system once. I'll call up the next participant till then.
It's okay, ma'am. It's okay.
Next, I would like to invite Dr. Jimmy Sharma, Assistant Professor English, IIHS KUK, who will present his paper on digital media, relevance in English classroom. Dr. Sharma?
I am here. But before that, I think ma'am Banu was audible. She's waiting. She's still
I'm
waiting.
okay,
Actually,
ma'am.
Okay. I'll continue then. Take it. I want to share the screen. Am I audible to all of you?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay, okay, fine, fine. Just let me just share the file once. So, good morning, everyone. The topic for my presentation today is Digital Media, Relevance in English Classroom. I am Jimmy Sharma. I've been teaching English Literature and Communicative English at IAHS KUK, Kurukshetra University, since 2008. Now I feel so inspired after having listened to Christian Kant ji, because he has talked so much valuable insights that all of us need to think over. Is this screen sharing visible to all of you?
Yes, ma'am, it is clearly visible.
Okay, ma'am. I have not shared screen on WebEx, so I don't know how to move the next slide. Is this visible?
Please press arrow down. It will change to the next slide. It is visible. The downward arrow.
Okay. But it is, I'm unable to do this. I don't know how to. Okay, can the college on their part, because they have the this PPT with them, and I can just continue talking about
Just
what I'm
wait
going
for
to
a
share
moment,
them.
ma'am. Just wait for a moment.
Okay, till then I'll be talking to all these team guests here, what I'm going to talk here. The topic all of you have seen, digital media, the relevance of digital media in English classroom. Now, when I have talked about my teaching experience, it is because I see that a language class is benefited with this blended mode. People have been talking about online education, pandemic, and students' growth, students' interest. All this have been mixed with apathy. I have the contrary view. I believe that there are certain challenges. Those were accepted by people who are teachers, who are welcomed by strong forces of society, whom I call students. With the advent of this CBCS system, choice-based system, I observed that there was this sudden growth of this syllabus curriculum as far as English honors syllabus is concerned. Earlier students were made to learn only 3 text. English honors के syllabus की ही बात कर रही हूँ मैं. They were supposed to learn 3 texts, and out of that, 2 texts were always chosen, selected by students along with other activities. Now, what happened with this CBCS system? Students are given 4 units in each paper. 4 units means 4 different texts, 4 different authors. So the syllabus was increased. इस pressure को deal करने के लिए, I thought digital media came to our wonderful recourse. What I did as a teacher, I had been recording my lectures, whatever I was teaching, whether it is related to literature syllabus or it is related to some certain like communication skills. I have been recording this. So what my students gave as their feedback is the response to the blogs that I have been writing for them, the blog post. I want you to shift to second, this one, this particular. These are the basic resources that I want to share with all of you. First thing was that I mentioned the online lecture recordings, because online lecture recordings, as I said, the syllabus was very comprehensive. It was very lengthy. So when a teacher explains the concept during the class, and then afterwards students need to assemble and make sense of all the important concepts, the dates, the things. They can rewind, look at that particular part of the lecture. Second important thing, first was the YouTube channel that I began. I have been maintaining for the last 1 year, and I have been uploading all the lectures that I have been, daily lectures, I have been uploading it. So I have always got that positive response कि मैम हमें जो कुछ topic बहुत मुश्किल लगते थे, हम उसको बाद में उसको सुनते हैं, और we can listen to them whenever we have that free time. I know all of us have explored this. Second important thing that is very important was this blogging. I have been maintaining blog for communication skills, for certain concepts related to psychological, certain quotients that are important in inculcating the quality of students. So this blog that I have been maintaining echoes within 82.blogsupport.com. I have been doing this classroom activities with them. ये मैंने इसलिए यहाँ चेकआउट किया because this I believe as an achievement when I see myself as a teacher. I have been giving classroom activities to my students, और ये virtual और blended mode में भी किया है. I used to share certain pictures with them, and I have made them caption those pictures. ये लिटरेरी क्लब के अंडर भी करते हैं हम, नॉर्मल इंग्लिश क्लासरूम में भी करते हैं. Now that we have so much of syllabus and all, I do this virtually. ये बहुत आसान लगता है. We have this website answergarden.com. इस answergarden.ch में हम students को एक concept भी जो है वो virtually इकट्ठे करके we can make them practice this. So I was talking about this classroom activity, otherwise students are hesitant. I made my students, abhi Christian Kant ji ne baat ki that one policy maker, one teacher should make this difference between fast learner and slow learners. So what I do for my fast learners, I give them project work, I give them research topics to work on. This blogspot that I have been working on, it has detailed discussion by detailed analysis reports by my students, by myself as a teacher. So we have a complete record of what we have been doing, and all my future students, all my present students, they can refer to those particular blog posts. So this is a very positive experience, a positive feedback that I believe I should talk my fellow worthy colleagues here, sharing my experience with you. Then coming to this website, this particular aspects of websites, the point that I was just mentioning a few minutes ago, answergarden.ch. Any teacher from any subject can use this. I wish I could have made you see this. How does it work? If you open answergarden.ch, there is this on the screen, you get this this option, create an answer garden. So this one that was created, second जो line में लिखा हुआ है, इससे क्या होता है that when you share this particular link with your students, they can open it. Like if you have certain topic to discuss after the class, prior to the class, and you want your students to give feedback on certain topic, you want to see whether your students have basic knowledge about that subject, you can use this Answer Garden CH website. It is wonderful. They can type their answers. It is visible to you. You can share with as many participants you want to share it with. Any number of students you can share it with. Then we have Mentimeter, we have Telegraph Online. ये वो websites हैं, those who help this development of language skills among your students. The wonderful aspect that I believe is sometimes we have very busy routine and we cannot type detailed thing for our students. So what we can do, we have this extension facilities in Google Chrome. So there is wonderful facility, extension facility, Talk and Write, that is available on Google Chrome. So what you do, you talk, You press the speaker, you talk, and everything is written. Whatever you are speaking, either in the class or you are just trying to recite it out, it will record it. So coming to the next slide, that is on this particular very important website, evernote.com. It is a wonderful website for language teachers, especially because it helps you create templates. You can write a detailed research essay for your students. Template is already there. You can write your research papers. Template is already there. You have to just select whether you are going to write an essay, you are going to write certain another theoretical aspect for your students. So evernote.com is definitely a wonderful resource for this is the next slide is just to show you that how you can use it. You have the title what you want to make, like we make a blog post. You can have evernote.com can be a helping tool for a teacher, can be a helping tool for a student. You can do to-do list what are the assignments that you are going to do. You can write an essay, you can make your lecture notes. All these are recorded here. Wonderful thing when we are talking about the interface between digital media and language teaching, I believe is the audiobook, is the podcast. And all of you know podcast is about basic word kahan se shuru hua tha. Anything that is available on radio and it can be downloaded, it is available on internet, can be downloaded. And now podcast and audiobooks are very, very favorite thing, one of the favorite things among students. So we have many podcasts on English language, literature. There are certain podcasts who podcast focusing on the detailed work of some great writers like Shakespeare. There is Emily Dickinson's works, and you can make your students listen to those lectures. You have free classic audiobooks, classicpoetryaloud.com. So these certain websites, these podcasts provide a material that you ask your students to read. They can also listen to that particular material. Then another point that I want to mention to all of you is digo.com. It is one website that is helpful to everyone, whether you belong to language or not. Digo.com helps you make bookmarks. It helps you annotate important website that you are visiting. और जब भी आप किसी website को visit करते हैं, if you don't save it, you can keep it. It's something that is social bookmarking tool. You know, it's very helpful for everyone. जैसे हमारे घर में bookshelf होती है, your favorite books are there. Every book has some highlighted section. The part same can be done through digo.com. I think someone's audio is on. Important thing that I believe as an English teacher is how do I help my students in enriching their vocabulary. I have been using, whenever I teach, I make use of certain online resources जिसमें कि मैं बच्चों को I always tell my students to be an explorer. Words are the basic basic foundation of the vocabulary enrichment. How do you do that? सबसे important है thesaurus. हम सबको पता है dictionary. All of us know dictionary is that reference tool that has synonyms, that has word meanings, origin of words. But thesaurus बहुत important है. Thesaurus होता है वो dictionary जहाँ पे synonyms and antonyms होते हैं. So this is very important for a student, क्योंकि हम जब कहीं research लिखते हैं, हम कहीं कोई paper लिखते हैं, बहुत सारी repetition से बचने के लिए हमारे पास vocabulary, enriched vocabulary होनी चाहिए. So these are certain very important websites. We have freedictionary.com, we have reference.com. Visual thesaurus एक तरीके से चार्ट बनाता है उस word का. Suppose आप लिखते हैं glittery, so it tells you glittery के synonyms. It also tells you how, from where does this word come from. It will talk about the origin word glitter. So it is very, very helpful. Aajkal it is very in this trend that we have Wordle. word games that is in the trend. We have been doing this for the last 1 decade. Wordles is certain game that helps you think. और जितना आप explore करते हैं, your mind faculty is ignited, it is stimulated. So this is one very important exercise for vocabulary enrichment. So I have mentioned these websites that I always use when I ask my students to work on their words, because this is one basic query. Ma'am, hamare words kaise hum enrich kare? This is one query that I get when I begin certain classes, and students show their concern. Aisa nahi hai ki unke andar apathy hai, they want to learn. So this visual thesaurus also come to their course. Thesaurus.com, I said it's very beneficial. And the channel that I was talking about in the beginning of my presentation, it is by my name, Dr. Jimmy Sharma. And this YouTube channel, I never circulated. Believe me, I never circulated except my class, whatever class I'm teaching, whatever lecture I am uploading. I uploaded a lecture on a very famous writer, Rohinton Mistry. His story was swimming lessons. That swimming lessons I had BA English Honors first sem CCS में एक semester में वो story है. So I shared it, I think, a few months ago, and I was so surprised to see that it got more than 2,000 or 2,000 something views. So that means students do search. Students all over the country do search certain topics on YouTube. YouTube is something very because they are more prone to listening certain content. Before I conclude my point, I want to say one thing. Let digital media be a bridge connecting teaching with learning. This is something very important. I personally believe that teaching cannot be imposed. It cannot be forced. It is a passion. It cannot be considered like something where we go into this give and take. Thank you so much to all of you for such patient listening. I just shared what my experience of teaching English honors students.
Thank you, Dr. Sharma, for sharing with us your experience of online lectures, the tools used, and the student-centric methodology, which can be used for literature students. Thank you so much. It's a request to please keep the presentation short, looking at the time frame we have. Now, I would like to invite Dr. H. Akhtar Banu, Assistant Professor of English from Silver Jubilee Government College, Kurnool, who will present a paper on the topic, Undergraduate Research Curriculum Framework. How will it help in higher education?
Thank you very much, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. One second, ma'am. Is my screen visible, ma'am? Hello?
Not yet, ma'am. Yeah, it is not.
A very good morning to all the elite here. Indeed, I feel honored to share my views on undergraduate research curriculum framework, how it will help in higher education. And to begin with, my quote about Mahatma Gandhi. All good ideas and measures are nothing without implementation. I feel that this quote is in tune with the presentation of Dr. Krishna Kant sir, who was talking all about practices, implementation, not just paperwork. Everything should be implemented, and that should become a continuous practice, is what I feel when I just listened to the presentation of Dr. Krishna Kant, which was very inspiring and very, very useful. And to quote Gunnar Myrdal, and Swedish economist, education has an independent as well as instrumental value. That is, the purpose of education must be to rationalize attitudes as well as to impart knowledge and skills. Education for national development should aim at training the young generation in the life skills, self-reliance, personality development, community service, social integration, and political understanding. Yes, to elaborate my point further, my paper on undergraduate research curriculum framework is all about student centricity. Till now, as even Krishna Kant sir was also telling, quality has become now very popular in higher education. Earlier, it was not there. Exactly, sir. Even most of us agree with your point, because till now in higher education framework, while structuring the curriculum framework, much attention was not given to the special situations or needs of the student. And national educational policy will lead some significant changes in the educational sector. Some of the changes will unanimously be accepted, and while some may have problems being implemented because of the cultural issues, cultural attachments that we have. And it would not be wrong to say that positives supersede its negatives. And so we may look forward to the future with the hope of better education in the years to come. And in the one of the most exciting aspects for students is that NEP will provide students with greater freedom in choosing their subjects. The rigid boundaries between arts and science, curricular and extracurricular subjects or occasional and academic streams have been removed. And let me talk about why is undergraduate research. Undergraduate research is a learning activity that enriches a student's undergraduate experience. Students report that participation in research, scholarships, or creative activity broadens and deepens their classroom learning and supports the development of a range of skills. Undergraduate research is the exploration of a specific topic within a field by an undergraduate student that makes an original contribution in the discipline. And it also helps in incorporating a research component along with the sound academic foundation, which enables students to develop independent critical thinking skills along with oral and written communication skills. Let us look at the ratio of researchers per million population in select countries. As per 2015 statistics of India's 1.3 billion population, there were only 216 research per million, whereas in France and USA have some 4,300 researchers per million population. When we look at the situation of China, China has 1,200 researchers per million population. You know, this constitutes the enrollment in universities, colleges, and all. Now, let us look at the investment on research in select countries. As far as this percentage of GDP of India, it was 0.62%, and in France, it was 2.25% of GDP, and in USA spends 2.74% of GDP on research, and China spends more than 2.11% of GDP on research. And then my next discussion is why integrate undergraduate research. Undergraduate research should be integrated with the curriculum. The existing curriculum does not do so much to pique students' curiosity. There is need to integrate undergraduate research into the learning process. In most existing undergraduate curricula in India, education is synonymous with learning. The test of the success of the student is how he consumes the knowledge. The exam is where they prove how well they did. If we look at the Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, an undergraduate program in science for students after class 12 was conceived during the centenary celebrations of IIS Bangalore in 2009. The first batch of students were admitted in 2011. You know, the program offered 4-year Bachelor of Science and a 5-year integrated Master of Science course in 6 disciplines. like biology, chemistry, environmental science, material science, mathematics, and physics. The course aims at exposing the students to interdisciplinary nature in which scientific research is done in many upcoming fields. The Indian Institute of Science collaborated with various government organizations like Indian Ordnance Factories, the ISRO Bharat Electronics Limited, Aeronautical Development Agency, National Aerospace Laboratory, CSIR, Department of IT, and so on and so forth. This is all to integrate research. And then if we look at Hindu College, New Delhi, the Hindu College has taken an innovative measure long overdue in the landscape of Indian higher education. An interdisciplinary center for undergraduate research is coming up with its premises where research is the natural and applied sciences with physics, chemistry, botany, zoology, computer science, math, statistics will be carried on along with language and media studies labs, which will also work closely with the social sciences. In the knowledge era, a system of education where research becomes integral to undergraduate education. We have to accept the need for undergraduate research to increase student curiosity and questioning capacities not addressed by the existing curriculum. But the consumption of knowledge is only a part of the story of education. The other part is the production of knowledge. The large trajectory of higher education in any subject is essentially about the gradual shift from the mode of consumption to the mode of production, as Kant sir was also talking, from being a consumer of knowledge, a student, to being a producer of new knowledge through original research. This is what the view of Hindu College when it took up research very seriously. And let me talk about Shivanadar University, Chennai, where undergraduate major in history at Shivanadar University, Chennai provides students with a basic grounding in history, archaeology, with the development of skills in research, analysis, quantitative reasoning that are essential to the thorough grounding in the liberal arts. BA research degree program is fully integrated into the culture of research and training at Shivanadar University. Students at the university benefit from a choice-based credit system. Students enrolled for a BA research degree in history benefit from the extracurricular provisions of research and training available to all students at the university. You know, these are all the quality initiatives of some universities that are working very seriously on research. Let me talk about top research opportunities for students in India. We have DAAD-wise internship, and then we have Vienna Biocenter Summer School Internship, MITAX Global Link Research Internship, SN Bose Scholarship, Corona Scholars Program, Charpak Lab Scholarship, Students Undergraduate Research Graduate Excellence Program, which is very popular as SURGE, IUSSTF Viterbi Program. Apart from this, there are many other as well. Role of National Research Foundation. A new National Research Foundation will be set up through an act of parliament from a parliament as an autonomous body of the government of India to fund, mentor, incentivize, and build capacity for quality research across the country in all disciplines, primarily at universities and colleges, both public and private. The NRF, the National Research Foundation, will competitively fund research in all disciplines across the academic landscapes, from subjects such as medicine, physics, agriculture, artificial intelligence, nanoscience, to education, sociology, archaeology, history, and literature. Let me talk about the scenario in my home state, Andhra Pradesh, where we have 22 state universities and 3 central universities and 20 central autonomous institutions, 4 deemed to be universities and 5 private universities. Out of the 104 autonomous degree colleges in the state, there are 16 autonomous degree colleges and 25 aided degree colleges, and the remaining are engineering stream and are performing very well under autonomy. Autonomous colleges have more academic and operative freedom than non-autonomous colleges. They have the freedom to frame their curriculum, devise methods of evaluation, start their own add-on courses, value addition courses, skill enhancement courses, so that they can meet with the industry academy requirement. And they can have MOUs with the industries as well as institutions of high repute. Even the college where I am working, we have a MOU with Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham, where our students are working on virtual practicals through the labs of Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham. At present, there are about 1,000 private unaided colleges, and Andhra Pradesh state is in the front line for innovation in higher education. And to sum up, I would like to say that the Indian education system must explore ways by which it can upgrade its current textbook heavy learning system. Introducing UG research in institutes will not only enhance the quality of students and faculty in the system, but also help India generate relevant scholarly research that will contribute to the country and beyond. In higher education, past efforts have been modest and fragmented and have failed to impact the education system in any significant way. The state of research in particular has not only failed to improve, but has suffered tremendously. And the blame can be placed on both the government as well as on the educators themselves. Owing to the segregation of teaching and research in the country, entire generations of students have graduated from the university system without producing quality original research. Many of these graduates lack the skills required to be employable as well as knowledge of the industry they were to look. And in this backdrop, the National Education Policy 2020 is aimed at transforming India's education system into a modern, progressive, and equitable one. NEP 2020 focuses on reducing the curriculum content to make space for critical thinking and in turn develop individuals with 21st century skills instilled in them. And hence all aspects of curriculum and pedagogy need to be restructured to attain these goals. The challenges in successfully implementing these changes include modifying the curriculum following the National Curriculum Framework, and also educators need to rethink the learning content rubric and modify the textbooks accordingly. The NEP focuses on formative assessment for learning rather than summative assessment. The primary purpose of changing the assessment system is to promote continuous tracking of learning outcomes. Further, the focus from teacher-centered learning to student-centered learning to foster collaborative skills, critical thinking skills, problem-solving skills, and decision-making abilities in the youth. Continuous assessment requires faculty to use innovative evaluation approaches and assignment. To deliver the curriculum effectively, colleges and concerned authorities need to train teachers and understand the pedagogical needs to make a smooth transition to the new education system. Of India's 1.3 billion population, there were only 216 researchers per million, and India's investment is also very meager. These numbers are well below the global best practice. And I would like to conclude that NEP 2020 emphasizes making the education system holistic, flexible, and allied to the needs of 21st century education. However, to accomplish all these goals, we must overcome all the execution challenges in a sustained manner for the years to come. National Education Policy 2020 envisions an India-centric education system that contributes directly to transforming our nation sustainably into an equitable and vibrant knowledge society by providing high-quality education to all. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Banu, on sharing the undergraduate research curriculum framework, which is needed due to lack of research in their curriculum.
Exactly.
Now I would like to invite Mr. Sriraj G. Parsekar, Research Fellow, Chief Minister Fellowship Program, Goa, to present his work on cluster schools for NSQF sector courses, a skill initiative.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes. So myself, Sriraj Parsekar, Is my presentation visible, madam? Hello.
Not yet, sir. Not yet.
Now, madam, is it visible?
Yes, sir. It is now.
Okay. I'm in a low network connectivity. That's why I have not switched on my video mode. Please allow me.
That's fine, sir.
Yeah.
You can start.
Yeah. So myself, Sriraj Gurudas Parsekar. I'm a fellow under Chief Minister Fellowship Program Goa in the area of education. I'm presenting this paper with my co-author, Sunny Pandre, Assistant Professor in Commerce at Vidya Prabodhini College, Parvarim, Goa. This paper is part of my fellowship program and it is based on NSQ, that is National Skill Qualification Framework. Now, this National Skill Qualification Framework is a competency-based framework to promote vocational education uniformly in the country. It was introduced by central government in the year 2013, and it was implemented in our state, that is in Goa, in the year 2014. I feel NSQF is a strong attempt. NSQF is a strong attempt to promote vocationalization of school education in Hello. Am I audible, ma'am? Hello.
Sir,
So
yes,
you're
sir,
audible.
you're audible.
Yeah.
You're audible.
Okay.
You can
Okay.
continue.
NSQ is a strong attempt of vocationalization of education in schools. This vocationalization of education was first proposed by Kothari Commission in the year 1966. Then, but due to strong resistance from general education side, vocationalization of education could not sustain. The main objective of this NSQ program is to promote vocational education at school level and to generate interest about skill education in students. NSQF plays a very key role in achieving, NSQF will play a very key role in achieving the target of 50% exposure to vocational education under new education policy. So that is one of the target under new education policy 2020. Promotion of vocational education will help us to solve problem of unskilled labor and will help in making our economy self-reliant. One of the shortfall which I feel of this NSQ program is that currently maximum 2 subjects are provided in uh, in a particular school. Therefore, a student have to choose one of them as a NSQF subject or as a vocational subject for them. So, and it is also observed that very few students gets an opportunity to select subjects of their choice, and majority of the students opt for this particular course or this particular program only because they get academic benefit out of it. So this is one of the drawback which I feel, and because of this, in the state of Goa, we could not find the quality outcome or quality output of this particular program for which it was initiated in the state. If we really want a quality outcome from this program, we will have to provide maximum choices to students to choose vocational subjects of their choice. And the solution for this is cluster school. Now, what is this cluster school? Cluster school is one of the recommendation in new education policy 2020. In the nutshell, cluster school is sharing of your resources and infrastructure with other school in the same locality. Now, providing infrastructure facility and resources to promote vocational education to every school may not be economically viable. Therefore, setting up a dedicated institution and providing them required infrastructure will be economically more viable. Now, model of cluster school is in the following manner. Cluster school will act as a central school for vocational education courses in the particular locality wherein students from 8-kilometer radius can enroll themselves for vocational studies. Cluster school will have 6 feeder schools. One day, one school will visit that particular cluster school and do the teaching learning process. Cluster school courses under this cluster school will be based on the socio-economic factor in that particular area. and minimum 6 courses should be provided for in the particular cluster school. Now, moving towards next slide, that is on infrastructure. In the state of Goa, there are many public sector infrastructure which are being underutilized or unutilized, which can be developed as a cluster school and can be used optimally. Then there are some schools which are having very low enrollment that can be also converted into cluster school for promotion of vocational education courses. I have done a small SWOT analysis on this cluster school in the state of Goa. So first part is strength. Cluster school will help to strengthen the foundation of vocational education in Goa, since there will be a dedicated institution for vocational education. Then cluster school will act as a link between schemes like Atmanirbhar Bharat, Make in India, then Prime Minister Kaushalya Vikas Yojana, etc. Because all these schemes are basically related to skill development. Then cluster school will provide comprehensive and holistic approach to vocational education. It will also help to reduce infrastructure costs required to implement vocational education in schools. It will create positive and suitable environment for promoting vocational education. Next are the weaknesses. Lack of willpower and support from administration to promote vocational education can be a weakness for this particular cluster school, because till today we are not accepting vocational education as a mainstream education. Then neglect from stakeholders like parents, educationists, and students. Changes in administration with regards to vocational education are required. Currently, vocational education is a part of general education, so is a little bit sidelined, I will say, by the general education stream. So there can be a need of separate directorate or separate department for vocational education and skill education. Then partial approach and mindset of stakeholders may act as a hurdle for cluster school. Next is the opportunity. Cluster school will help in enhancing the employment opportunity. Then cluster school will act as a centralized body to promote vocational education. Cluster school will provide a wide range of subjects to students, so a student can have options to choose subject of their choices, and not these subjects will not be forcefully given to them. Then what are the challenges? Getting approval for cluster school can be a challenge, because we in the state of Goa we have sizable number of schools who are promoting this general education. So getting approval for this cluster school can be one of the challenge for vocational education. Then constituting board of studies for vocational education can be a challenge, because syllabus curriculum needs to be framed first, then it should be modified according to the socio-economic factor and the economy of the state. Then taking industry into confidence for industry academia linkage can be a challenge, because this industry academia linkage is very much important when it comes to vocational education or skill-based education. Developing positive perception for vocational education in the society. Over the years, we have been by virtue we have been neglecting this vocational education, but if we want our economy to be self-reliant, then we have to promote this vocational education. Then implementing recommendations given under new education policy can be a challenge. Moving towards the concluding part of the presentation, SWOT analysis showcases the pros and cons of this pros and cons about the implementation of cluster school for vocational education in the state of Goa. I feel if cluster school becomes reality, it will be very beneficial for our society, and it will help in making our economy self-reliant. The state of Goa is an ideal state to implement the cluster school concept, since we have a sizable number of schools and infrastructure available in the state. Thank you everyone for giving me an opportunity to present this study topic. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Parsekar, for highlighting the vocationalization of education along with general education. The shortfall in NSQF program and the solution to be the cluster school concept. Next in line, we have Ms. Geeta Manohar Bhatia, student MCOM, SST College of Arts and Commerce, who will present on the topic Student Study on Mobile Payment with reference to Mumbai City. Ma'am, it's a request to please sum up in 5 minutes as our resource person is waiting.
Okay. Okay, ma'am. Am I able to share? Is my PPT visible, ma'am?
Not yet, ma'am.
Okay. Let's see what is the problem. Ma'am, I'm not able to share from mobile. Can college do that? Because I have just mailed you the PPT.
Okay, ma'am. Just wait. Till then, you can start. We'll be sharing it soon.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. And first of all, thank you, Sanatan Dharma College, for giving me the opportunity to present the paper on the topic mobile payment with reference to Mumbai City. And as everyone knows that mobile payment is nothing but the e-wallet. E-wallet refers to the paying it from mobile phones. There are various apps available with us for mobile, for paying or settling the transactions, or we can say for transferring the amount without using the cash. This is what is the exact meaning of mobile payment. So my paper is actually all about the various popular apps available with us in order to study what today we are aware of these companies providing such apps. Is it available with you, ma'am? The PPT?
No, ma'am, we haven't received your PPT.
Oh, wait.
Can you WhatsApp it on the group?
Yeah, sure, sir.
Till then?
Yeah.
I would like to call Dr. Anuradha, Assistant Professor and Head Department of English, MDSD Girls College, Ambala City, who will present on the topic Choice-Based Credit System, a Progressive Approach.
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Let me. My screen is visible to you, ma'am?
Not yet, ma'am.
Okay. I hope it is now. My screen is visible to you, ma'am?
Not yet, ma'am, but it is showing that you have started to share. Yes, now it is visible.
Okay. Shall I start?
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity I congratulate IQC cell of SDA College for such a wonderful session. And I'm Dr. Anuradha, Assistant Professor in English at MDSD Girls College. And today's research work is a collaborative work with Dr. Suresh Kumar. Topic of my presentation is choice-based credit system, a progressive approach. As the time is quite less, so I'll just read out the introduction and the analysis of my studies. Choice-based credit system leads to academic flexibility in the curriculum development in higher education of any nation. New Education Policy 2020 aims at the holistic development of the child in both academic as well as non-academic spheres. This can ensue with the help of CBCS. This system aids the learners to choose their learning trajectories as well as curriculum that leads to the path of success according to their capabilities. This system also discards the hypothesis of bright versus non-bright students, as there is no hard separation between arts, commerce, and science subjects. Interdisciplinary and holistic education across the sciences, social sciences, arts, humanities, and sports ensure the unity and integrity of all the knowledge. The major problem faced by higher education system in India is that a rigid separation of disciplines is there, which leads to less emphasis on the development of cognitive skills and learning outcomes. The research questions I have dealt with is that the study aims to answer the following questions: the effect on vocational skills of students after studying interdisciplinary subjects, effect on psychological and individual factors due to choice-based subjects, to find out the constraints experienced by the students due to the lack of choice-based subjects, enhanced learning opportunities. This study was done on the sample size of 250 students from all the states of India. Among these students, 135 were male and 115 were female students. A Google form containing 20 questions was sent to the teachers and students through email and WhatsApp to collect data. Though many students have filled out the form, yet only students from various undergraduate courses were selected randomly. Data were analyzed of those students who have already adopted CBCS system. Methodology applied for research, the research work is analytical as well as descriptive. Though I have analyzed 20 questions, the research is based on 20 questions, but due to a constraint of time, I have discussed 2 questions each criteria. First criteria was effect on vocational skills of students after studying interdisciplinary subjects. And the question asked, has CBCS increased the possibilities of jobs in the current scenario? CBCS system has increased possibilities of job was by 60% students in positive manner, while 33% students felt that no, it doesn't have any effect. And the next question asked was, do you feel that you can become an entrepreneur after having subjects of your own choice? 70% of respondents believed that they can become entrepreneurs as they are studying subjects of their interest, whereas 30% believe that they haven't felt so. The next criteria was effect on psychological and individual factors due to choice-based subjects. And the question was asked, do you think that CBCS is more beneficial for urban students than rural students? And after studying interdisciplinary subjects, students may feel that urban students got more benefit from it. However, results showed that only 25% of students believe so, whereas 75% answered that it makes no difference. The next question was asked, do you feel the more innovative methods can be used in higher education? And the majority of them, that is 70%, felt that more innovative methods can be used, while 30% of the respondents said that the present system needs no change. The next question was asked, have you felt that to find out the constraints experienced by students due to lack of choice-based subjects, And the question was asked, have you felt that compatibility between core subjects and other subjects is difficult to maintain? 75% of respondents answered positively and said that they haven't felt any difficulty in studying both subjects as they have chosen subjects of their own choice, whereas 25% did not believe the same. The next question was asked, have you felt extra burden in your learning? And the 30% of students responded that it is somewhat difficult to cope with the current situation, whereas 70% said it is easy to cope. The next criteria was enhanced learning opportunities, and the question was asked, do you think that CBCS is able to meet scholastic needs and aspirations of students? And the majority of students, that it 80%, believe that CBCS can meet the scholastic needs and aspiration of students. It has created more learning opportunities for them. The last question was asked, do you think that CBCS has improved the quality of education and excellence in higher education? It was specified by students that CBCS has improved the quality of education and excellence in higher education system of India. Thus, to conclude, we can say that choice-based credit system is a reform in higher education of India, as it has increased quality and uniformity in education. CBCS is a progressive approach that has provided students the diversity of learning and enabled them with vocational as well as professional skills. The progressive step of introducing CBCS has modified the education system and it has come at par with excellence. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, ma'am, for such a valuable address. Ms. Geeta, you will be presenting in the second technical session as our resource person is here. I'm privileged to introduce amongst you all a renowned personality, Dr. Piyush Pahade, our resource person for the first technical session. A hardcore teacher with 32 years of experience, he started his career in Fergusson College, Pune in 1989. Currently, Mr. Pahade is an associate professor and head department of zoology at H.V. Desai College, Pune. He was awarded the Best Teacher Award by the Pune Gujarati Kelwani Mandal in 2012. An author of 8 books in zoology, biology, and biotechnology, he is known for his innovative teaching in zoology. He has prepared several interactive modules in zoology. The module on sketching and labeling skills in zoology has been conducted for more than 25 years and in more than 100 colleges all over Maharashtra. He is a soft-skilled corporate trainer and a trainer for Savitribai Phule Pune University HRDC. He has conducted more than 4,000 hours of training in soft skills in the past 10 years, with more than 60 modules. His sessions on 7 habits of highly effective person are greatly acclaimed in the education and corporate fraternity. He has been the course coordinator for NAC related training in the session 17-18 for HRDC Pune, HRDC course designer for NAC and IQSC 2020 for Ramanujan College, New Delhi. He has n number of contributions to the IQSC cluster, in which he is the mentor, founding member, and president. On behalf of IQSC cell of SD College, I welcome you, sir, to please address the gathering on the topic, Preparation by IQSC for Implementation of Academic Bank of Credits.
Thank you, Kavleen ji.
Thank you, sir.
Respected management members of Sanatan Dharma College, respected Principal Dr. Rajinder Singh ji, the coordinator of the activity, Dr. Amandeep Kaur Mehta madam, a very large number of friends who are from Sanatan Dharma College, a large number of participants, some of whom I know, some of whom are new to me. Wishing you all a very happy afternoon. And today we'll try to know something about academic bank of credits, and then how IQS is going to play a big role into it. The course of my presentation will be a small presentation, and I would love a lot of questions. Questions primarily because they relate to us. Something that's going to change in a very short period of time. A lot of changes are going to come very soon. They have started. It is going to affect you and me every day. It's also going to affect our students. It is going to affect the entire education system in the next 5 to 8 years. And I find small changes taking place every day. Those very small news that come somewhere in the corner of the newspaper, they're actually going to impact us tremendously. We have had a lot of webinars and seminars on NEP. But I really doubt if there is any carry home message that has come through it. It has only told this is possibly going to happen. This is what is recommended. This is what is being said. But it is happening, and it is going to affect us. It aims at the student centricity, but it cannot go beyond without it crosses the teachers. And there will be a lot of changes that are to come in the coming few years. Maybe next year onwards, maybe coming academic year onwards. The process has already begun. And therefore, we're going to try to understand what is academic bank of credits. और उसका मेरे साथ क्या संबंध? It is me as a teacher. How does it matter me? What is going to change? Very soon, the process has begun. How is it going to affect us? Keep in mind, another 2 to 3 years down the lane, big changes are coming. Changes are happening. The system is getting geared up. So we'll just try to see. I'll be starting it with my presentation, and you'll be telling me whether you're able to see my presentation. Can you see
Yes,
the
sir.
presentation?
Yes, sir.
it's visible.
Thank you so much. We're going to talk on academic bank of credits first, and then its role with IQAC. Because the concept is totally new, I'll be going with some very day-to-day examples. Please try to understand it. This academic bank of credit starts with a national academic credit bank. There is going to be only one bank. Until this date, there was nothing called as a credit bank. There is a bank that relates to money, and there are many banks of that type. But this bank is going to be of credits of the students. और ये कैसे चलने वाली, इसको हम पहले समझ लेते हैं. I have some questions, and please look at them. The question here is, what makes us proud? Yes, a degree that makes us proud. I completed an XYZ degree that makes me very proud. A car Beautiful big one that makes us proud. A house, a bungalow that makes you proud. We call it credit. It's an achievement. These are our achievements. These add to our credits. Credit means to publicly acknowledge the contributor's role, is what the definition says. Credit has multiple meanings. This is one of them. And therefore, we have started with a system called as the CBCS, choice-based credit system. Credit means something that is earned. Something that we have earned is what a credit is. So when I made a mention that I have a wonderful car, it's to my credit. A wonderful house, it adds to my credit. A big degree, it adds to my credits. And therefore the word credit. I deliberately want to tell you a story, and I want you to please pay attention because it relates to what I'm going to talk in future. I work in a college called HV Desai College, and I joined this college some 30 years ago. Prior to which, I was working in another college called as Ferguson College in Pune. Both the colleges are in Pune itself. And I joined there as a new faculty. And when I joined there as a new faculty, a week later, the principal then called us. And we sat in that room and we saw there was one man who was sitting in that room. We did not know that man. We all were new to the system, but we did not know that man. The principal introduced us to that man. And he was a bank manager of a bank called Sangli Bank. It does not exist now. It has merged with ICICI long time ago. And he said, this is the bank manager of Sangli Bank. And we were wondering what is it to do with us. My subject is zoology, my friend's subject, my new friend's subject is chemistry. Somebody has botany, somebody has something else. And what are we to do with a bank manager? And then the principal said, you know, our bank account is in Sangli Bank. Then this is a story of 1992, 93 I mean to say. Our account is in, that is college account is in Sangli Bank. And so, you know, you need to take your account in Sangli Bank only. Each one had a bank account in some other bank. You must have your account in Sangli Bank only. Why? Because the college bank account is in Sangli Bank. So your bank account should also be in Sangli Bank. And that is very important because we had our account there and then we had our salary over there. So आज account करने के बाद, I'm talking an old story. 1993 is almost 30 years ago. An old story when if the amount is in the same bank, then the transfers within the bank were possible. Now they can take place anywhere in any part of the world. So because college had its account in that bank, and because my account was in that bank, therefore transfer of salary was easy. And so I had an account in Sangli Bank. Otherwise, Sangli Bank in Pune had only 2 or 3 branches. They were quite far away from my house, and there was no chance that I would go and take that bank. Why am I telling you this story? I am telling you this story because There is a link to it, which I am going to tell you very shortly. But I wish to add something more to what I said. Now imagine I have earned about 1 lakh rupees. One, I can keep it in my pocket and I can roam all over the world. रिस्क है पर पैसा तो क्या जेब में रहेगा. Or I may spend it on my family. Or I may spend it on my friends. If I don't want to spend it, or if I want to use it only when I want to use it, I'll keep it in the bank. And if I keep it in the bank, I will be able to use it whenever I need it. In the first case, I told you, my account is in the bank where my college had an account. In the second case, I am telling you, I have kept the money in the bank and I can use it whenever I want. These are the two things that I wish to join together now. On 28th of July, 2021, the second Gazette came into picture, which made a mention saying that academic bank of credits is applied from this date, from this year, July 2021, last year. Now, what is this academic bank of credits? Let's try to understand. Nation has created a bank of credits. मतलब क्या? That bank of credits will be having accounts of the colleges. It would mean that Sanatan Dharma College will be starting its account in academic bank of credits. Then H.V. Desai College from Pune will also be having an account. All the colleges will be having their accounts in academic bank of credits, in the National Bank of Credits. Now, once the college has created its account and the universities have created their accounts in the academic bank of credits, then college will tell its students to fill up a form, which will be a digital form with necessary details, and the student will open an account where that student will be affiliated to that college and that college is affiliated to that bank. इसका मतलब है जिस बैंक में कॉलेज का अकाउंट है उसी बैंक में स्टूडेंट का भी अकाउंट है, पर स्टूडेंट ने जब बैंक का अकाउंट निकाला है तब उसने उसके कॉलेज का नाम बताया है. So he will put the name of his college. Then college will be able to see the student data. The marks that we fill in the mark list, they will still be filled. In the same way, the college will be filling up the credits that the student has earned in his account. The college will fill up the data of the student in his account. उसकी first term हो गई है, first sem हो गई है. He has earned, let us say, for 25 credits. In the second term, he has earned another 25 credits. 50 credits are over. First year is over. In the second year, he has earned another 25 credits. In the third year, he has fourth sem, he has another 30 credits, 25 credits. And every credit that he earns, that will be entered by the college in his account. And when will they enter it in the account? When the student tells that these are my credits. और the college sees that ये पास हो गया, इसको इतने credits मिल गए, उतने भर दो. So a bank of credits is created by the nation. Universities, colleges, educational institutions will be the account holders. In these students' accounts, in these particular college accounts, students will be registering there as member accounts. They will get related, linked to that college. The college is in the bank. The student also has his account in the bank, but it operates through the college. It does not operate anywhere else. इस बच्चे के बारे में जो कुछ भी होना है, whatever is to happen with that particular child's credit, it is going to be done through the college only. Nobody else can do it. He himself can never do it. Whatever credits he earns in the college, उसको जो कुछ मिलता है, whatever he earns he has earned credits. These credits will be recorded by the college in the bank. This will not be recorded by the student. Student को credit भरने के access ही नहीं है. College को है. So the credit that the students has earned, they will be filled up by the college. Now, something very important. For BSc, BA, BCom, the credits are fixed. जितने हो गए उतने भर दिए जाएंगे. पर जैसे जैसे new education policy will start coming in, day before yesterday there was a small news. Most probably today, the 4-year undergraduate course is going to be approved by the government. Currently, it's a 3-year course. It can be BA, BCom, BBA, BCA, BCS, etc., etc., etc. Maybe next year or maybe next to next year, we'll be having a 4-year bachelor's course. Once a 4 years bachelor's course comes into picture, in the next year, we will start filling up the credits in the academic bank of credits. Currently, this right has been given to the universities, to those colleges who have come in rankings, and to some autonomous colleges. The process is yet to begin, but most probably it will begin this year. अब ये तो भर दिए, जितने आ रहे उतने भर रहे. For example, in case of Pune University, the student needs to earn 140 credits in 3 years. तो 140 credits हो गए, इसका मतलब है कि he has completed his graduation. He has been allotted a degree. सारे credits वहां पे भर के रख दिए हैं. पर जैसे ही वो 140 हो जाएंगे, it would be like he has completed his first year. He has completed his 3 years. Maybe his coursework is not completed as yet. But then he has his 140 credits. Now it may so happen that the student may earn 150 credits in 3 years. Short term कोर्स किया, क्रेडिट्स मिल गए, अब बैंक में डाल दिए. Now the student has 150 credits. He needs 140 credits. What to do with the rest of the 10 credits? In our current system, कुछ ज्यादा पढ़ा तो कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता है, पढ़ लिया इतना ही हो गया. Here those 10 credits will remain with him. How many years? 7 years. For the next 7 years, 10 credits will be stored in the bank. Who will take care of those 10 credits? College will take care of the 10 credits. Furthermore, if the student is going to go for his master's degree, I'm going to come slowly into other features also. If he is to go for master's degree, let us say he has done his BSc, now he has gone for MSc. He can redeem those 10 credits. It would mean that for MSc, let us say if 100 credits are needed, he has 10 credits, now he only has to earn 90 credits. This is redeeming the credits. जो है उसको यूज कर लो. So in the previous slide, when I had made a mention saying that I have extra money with me, I can use it whenever I want to use it. It means I have extra credits with me, I can use them whenever I want to use it. बात वही है, फर्क तो नहीं है. Instead of money, it is credits. The student can keep on adding credits when he is learning, and all the extra credits can remain in the bank for 7 years. He can redeem whenever he wants to redeem it. अब बोलोगे ये तो ठीक है, ये तो इस देश की बात है, but my child must learn in Canada. ये पंजाब और हरियाणा में जरा ज्यादा चलता है. Our children must go abroad and they should learn over there. So whatever you have learned over here, वो क्या पानी में जाने वाला है? नहीं. Those credits can be used over there also. So any additional credits that you earn, you can use them anywhere you want to use. So this bank will be in association with that bank in US or Canada. And these 10 extra, 20 extra credits that you have earned over here, they can be used over there. तो हमारा education सस्ता हो जाएगा. Actually क्या हो रहा है? Let's try to understand. I'd like to give you one more example. Our education system currently is a thali system. If I am doing BSc, it has these subjects. These are the options. ये आपको लेने पड़ेंगे. अगर आप कहते हो नहीं वो रोटी हमको पसंद नहीं है, तो ये तो भी रोटी मिलेगी. You cannot do anything other than that. चावल नहीं पसंद, नहीं हमको दे, वो तो इट्स अ पार्ट. अगर आपको चावल नहीं चाहिए तो भी आप मत खाओ. उसके बदले में कुछ नहीं मिलेगा. थाली सिस्टम fixed. And what is coming currently is that it is not thali system. It is an a la carte system. What you want, you take. That is what is going to happen with the students. And therefore, the degree now that we are going to give over a period of time is not going to be Bachelor of Science, Bachelor of Arts, Bachelor of Commerce. It's not going to be BA, BCom, BBA, BCA. No. It is going to be bachelor's degree. It's going to be a 4-year degree. It is going to be at par with the world. And whatever the student has earned is going to be stored into the bank of credits. whatever extra he earns is going to remain with him in the bank of credits. Now let us add one feature of NEP उसको. NEP क्या कहता है कि भैया ये 4 साल का आपका BA बैचलर्स का प्रोग्राम जब शुरू हो जाता है, when it starts, it is quite possible that after the first year the student may say, I am not able to study any further, I want to go and work in the industry. He can leave in between. He has earned some credits there in the bank. After 3 years, he comes and says, "Ki wo barabar hai, I had left it. Now I want to start studying. I want to go ahead." बोल सकते हो, आपके पहले के credits है बैंक में. Let's go ahead. There can be an engineering student who goes for engineering because his papa had said कि बेटा engineering कर, तेरी जिंदगी सुधर जाएगी. उस समय बेटे जी ने कहा था कि पापा मुझे इंजीनियरिंग तो अच्छा लगता है पर मैथमेटिक्स और फिजिक्स बिल्कुल ही अच्छा नहीं लगता है. तो पापा कहते तू कर फिर भी, और वो जाता है पर इंजीनियरिंग में M1, M2, M3 और फिजिक्स और सारा कुछ जो कुछ है, he gets frustrated and he fails over there. He gets a few credits only. After 2 years he says, I cannot continue with engineering, let me go for science. Let me choose my subjects. So जो कुछ credits उसने earn किए हैं, he can use it for the other courses. Because it is no longer going to be science, arts, commerce, engineering, whatever it is. Now he has those extra credits. He can come in at any time in the first year. He can leave at the end of first year. He can come back in second year after 2 years. He can leave second year. He can come in after 3 years, or he can leave after 4 and complete for up to the 4 years. He can earn a certificate, he can earn a diploma, or he can earn a degree. He may work in between, he may leave in between. It's quite possible that the one who has not studied so far, who has completed his, who has retired and now what to do, so he can come in for learning again. और इसी के लिए ये हिसाब रखने वाली जो बात है, ये गवर्नमेंट ने उसको एकेडमिक बैंक ऑफ क्रेडिट्स के लिए. If the student is today working with HV Desai College and tomorrow he wants to go and study with, let us say, Sanatan Dharma College in Haryana, then in that case what to do? The credits will be transferred to that college. The account will be transferred to that college and the account will continue. The account will not be closed. It will be handed over to that college. That college will take it and the student will start working over there. The student says, I am not able to come to the college every day, but I am registered with you. तो कोई बात नहीं, मैं ऑनलाइन कुछ कोर्सेज कर लूंगा. Now, if he is going to do online, those courses are going to be done online. Then in that case, he will get a certificate of that online course, which will be a recognized course. He will take that certificate, go to the college, give it to the college. ये हमारे 2 और credits add कर दो. ऐसे कितने credits बच्चा ले सकता है कि out of, let us say, currently 140 credits, he can take 70 credits from outside. That is 50% of credits can come from outside, 50% of credits will be from inside. इसका मतलब क्या है? आपको जब अंदर आना है तब आओ, आपको जब पढ़ना है तब पढ़ो, आपको जब नहीं पढ़ना है तब मत पढ़ो, आपको जब काम करना है तो you do your work. You can sit at home and study. You can sit in the college and study. You can study whatever you like. You can do a tabla course, though you are studying science. You can do something called as, let us say, some other course that he likes. He has all the choice, whatever he wants to do, he can do with some core subjects that he is going to choose. Now, there will be so much of flexibility that you are able to see. Now, when we are able to see there is so much of flexibility, From where has this idea come? This primarily came from Korea. Now it is being worked with European Union, US and Canada. And that is how it's operating out over there, and therefore it has some roots. Some study has been done as to it is successfully working over there, and then it has come to us. So you're able to see what will happen to the student. Now the graduation degree will be bachelor's degree. The student can take some core subjects, that is important. He may take his core subject as history and English. So 2 subjects are his core subjects. So accordingly, some papers have to be chosen for those subjects. He can choose papers from any subjects, any institute, I'm saying from any institute, whether it is in India or it is outside India. Then something more that is going to happen, graduation is going to be of 4 years, as I made a mention. He can exit in the first year, he can exit after the second year, he can exit after the third year, he can join in the second year, he can join in the third year, he can join in the fourth year. Every credit that he earns, that is going to be recorded. Now years will be for counting. These courses are going to be independent. This is going to start affecting the teacher over here. See, what is going to affect the teacher over here? What is going to affect the teacher over here? We have these courses for first year, these courses for second year, these courses for third year, ऐसा हम कहते हैं. Now we will not be saying these courses are first year or second year or third year. We will be saying these are the courses in English. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. बच्चे तेरे को जो चाहिए उठा. आपका कोर सब्जेक्ट इंग्लिश है ना, आप इंग्लिश लिटरेचर उठा सकते हो, इंग्लिश ग्रामर उठा सकते हो, फंक्शनल इंग्लिश ले सकते हो, verbal English ले सकते हो, whatever you want to take, you can take 2 papers from there. The student may be in the 4th year and he may choose the year, the papers of the currently first year. So there will be no years. There will be 4 years. But it is quite possible that in your classroom there can be 2 students who are from first year after a few years, some of second year, some of 4th year. You are teaching a course, you are not teaching a year. You're teaching a course, you're not teaching a year. सीधी बात है, आप अगर रेस्टोरेंट में जाते हो और अला कार्ट सिस्टम इस्तेमाल करने वाले हो, तो आपको जो डिश चाहिए वो आप उठा रहे हो. मुझे ये पनीर की डिश चाहिए, ये भिंडी की डिश चाहिए, मुझे ये डिश चाहिए. आज हम क्या कहते हो, भाई तुम फर्स्ट ईयर में हो तो तुमको ये खाना मिलेगा, सेकंड ईयर में हो तो तुमको ये खाना मिलेगा, थर्ड ईयर में हो तो तुमको ये खाना मिलेगा. Along with it, you're going to get these vegetables, these materials only. Now all these are going to be independent. These are just going to be the courses. The student has a freedom to choose whichever course he wants to choose. अगर ऐसे होगा तो आपके क्लास में ऐसे हो सकता है कि कोई बच्चे फर्स्ट ईयर के होंगे, कोई बच्चे सेकंड ईयर के होंगे, कोई बच्चे थर्ड ईयर के होंगे, कोई बच्चे फोर्थ ईयर के होंगे, कोई बच्चे आपके होंगे ही नहीं, वो कहीं और से आके आपके पास बैठेंगे. That is also possible. And if this is going to happen, now IQS is coming into picture. So many things are going to change. If this is going to come into picture, then a lot of things are going to change. And why is this happening? It is happening because government feels that student-centric education is more important. Not your timetable, his timetable. He must have a choice, not the teacher. He must be able to choose the departments, institutions that he likes, from that college, from other college, from Sanatan Dharma College. He may be in Pune. He may choose a course from SDC. Now, because he cannot go in Ambala and he's in Pune, therefore he will say, okay, then you give us your videos. He will see the videos that you appear for the course and pass the course. So the student can learn at his own speed. आपके टाइम टेबल के साथ नहीं मैच होता है तो कोई बात नहीं, वीडियो हम देख लेंगे, पढ़ लेंगे, we will give the answers, we will write down the assignments, you check it online, send the marks. So they can study at their pace. Currently college opens at this time, closes at this time. If you don't sit for the lecture, you have missed the lecture. Now it is not so. If you have missed the lecture, no issue, see the recording. So your attendance is not going to matter, but your result is going to matter. Then in that case, he may study this year, he may not study this next year, he may study after 3 years. Now what is going to happen in all this? You all are thinking, I know. कोई टाइम टेबल ही नहीं रहेगा. टाइम टेबल में क्या चेंज होगा? There will be one classroom allotted to that teacher who's going to teach these courses. The student may have taken those courses where the timings are the same. Let us say I am also teaching, and let us say some other teacher is also teaching. The lecture timings are the same. The student is in the same college, but he can sit at only one place. So he may come to me or he may go to someone else. क्योंकि अब थाली सिस्टम नहीं रही है. तो द टाइम टेबल क्लैश होने की कोई बात ही नहीं है. क्लास में जितने आए उस दिन उतने पढ़ाए. This is going to slowly change a lot of things. The student may go for lifelong learning. The student may use formal methods. The student may go for informal modes. और बात है, ये जो टाइप का लर्निंग टीचिंग है, यहाँ पे you are able to see a blended learning coming into picture. The teacher is there and the student is there. The student learns in the whichever way he wants to learn. If he wants to learn physically, he comes into the class. If he wants to learn online, he attends the online. And therefore, you are able to see this becomes a very different task, and this becomes a very challenging task for the teachers. What will academic bank do? It will accumulate the credits. It can transfer the credits. It can redeem the credits. Transfer है ना, इस अकाउंट से उस अकाउंट को जा सकते हैं. अपनी एक कॉलेज अगर बदल देते हैं तो it can redeem the credits, use the credit. It can open the account. It can close the account. It can validate the account. इतनी बातें academic bank कर सकती है. It cannot give credits from its own pockets the way a bank give, our money bank gives something called as ब्याज. ऐसे कुछ दे नहीं सकती. जो है वो संभाल के रखेगी. चलो बेटा तुमने 7 साल तक इतने 50 क्रेडिट रखे तो मैं 1 क्रेडिट और दे देता हूं. ये नहीं होने वाला. There is no interest. The academic bank of credits will not interfere in your academics. It is only for accumulation, transfer, redemption, opening, closure, validation. Nothing more than that. Now, what is the headache to us? And what is going to change with the teachers? उसको पहले समझ लेते हैं. One is who can avail it. Of course, the students can avail it. अभी किसके लिए जाने वाला है 1 साल में या 2 साल में ज्यादा से ज्यादा NIRF जो कॉलेजेस को NIRF रैंकिंग है उनको जाएगा, रजिस्ट्रेशन उनका शुरू हो जाएगा. जिनको A ग्रेड मिली है NAC में या NBA में, they will have to go for this particular part. यूनिवर्सिटीज जिनको मिले, यूनिवर्सिटीज को जाना पड़ेगा इन दिस पर्टिकुलर एकेडमिक बैंक ऑफ क्रेडिट्स. टाइम्स लिस्टेड कॉलेजेस जो है दे विल बी गोइंग QS लिस्टेड, yet another accrediting system. They all will be now immediately within a year's time be a part of the academic bank of credit. These colleges, these universities will start filling up the credits of the students. They will create the accounts of the students. Once they have started filling it up, maybe 21, 22 onward, it will be applicable. How many credits can the student earn from an institution? He can earn 100%, he can earn 50%. He can get 50% of credits from anywhere else. The bank cannot give a degree or diploma. It can only store credits. And what is a credit? Because अभी तक कुछ colleges में credits भी नहीं आए. Total number of 12 to 15 lectures makes it 1 credit. तो इसका मतलब है अगर 15 lectures का कोर्स बन जाता है तो वो 1 credit हो गया. इसका मतलब है 30 lectures का कोर्स बन जाता है तो it becomes 2 credits. These credits will accumulate. These credits can be stored. These credits can be used, and all the institutions in maybe over 2 years of time, they will come under the academic credits bank. Currently, the rest of the institutions are not, but they will be coming very soon. Now, what is it going to impact the teacher? The timetable is going. It would mean that जैसे आज क्लासेस में अपने कॉलेज छोटे छोटे क्लासेस होते हैं, उसमें एक क्लासरूम होता है, उसमें एक टीचर होता है, वो इंग्लिश पढ़ाता है, एक मैथ्स पढ़ाता है, एक और कुछ पढ़ाता है. वो आपको पढ़ना है तो मैथ्स का क्लास में जाना है तो उस क्लास में जाके बैठना है. आपको अंग्रेजी की क्लास में जाना है तो उस अंग्रेजी की क्लास में जाके बैठना है. जैसे ये मैकेनिज्म है वैसे ये मैकेनिज्म कॉलेज में आएगी. एंड देयरफॉर इट विल अफेक्ट आवर timetable. Second part, so many courses are coming on various platforms. All these courses will now be used by our students. This can affect our, what do you say, the survival. This can affect our survival for sure. The framework will change now, और वो 20 lectures को full time teacher ये concept शायद नहीं रहेगा. इसके कारण आने वाली अपॉइंटमेंट जो होने वाली है, नई अपॉइंटमेंट जो आएंगी वो 5 years की आएंगी, 1 year की नहीं आएगी, या कंटिन्यूस अपॉइंटमेंट नहीं रहेगी. This is going to cost the teacher. The courses can be modified as per the wish of the teacher. Now, this is all where you are able to see IQCs coming into picture. How will this be useful? Currently, the industry does not know what courses the student has taken. You will invite him, you will take his interview, you will ask him questions and then go for it. In the future, the university can go to the bank, the industry can go to the bank and say कि AI सीखने वाले कितने बच्चे हैं, उनके मुझे डिटेल्स चाहिए. जो पुणे में है, and you will get those details. And then they can offer, do you wish to do a job with us? And they can pick the students. So the skill sets can be decided well in advance. They will be knowing the skill sets, and therefore that will be helping us, helping the industry in a better way. Which courses go better, which courses don't go better, ये हमको बैंक में से समझ में आ जाएगा नंबर गेम के ऊपर. Then you are able to see all our colleges fill up that iShare record, All India Institute, no, I'm saying All India Survey of Higher Education. It will be able to understand the skill sets that India has currently in a much better way, because it is easily available. That record is available. That is a genuine record. Furthermore, good institutions will try to promote best students, because now, see, with having such kind of, the institutions can go to any extent. A good institution in Pune may float its advertisements and see to it that a student staying in Chennai has applied over here and is a student of Pune University. So he may stay in Chennai, he will learn from there. So good students, they will be, as to how slowly you are able to see, institutions will try to pick up the students from wherever they are, because everything is coming online. Then tracking of performing and non-performing institutions can be done very easily. Where is it that the number of students with the credits are not doing very well? And this can cost the institutions. And there can be many more benefits to come into future that I am able to see. So in this particular case, you are able to see IQSC is going to play a big role. We are talking about the future and we are talking about the quality. Now, if this is the case, what is the IQSC to do today? अभी क्या करेंगे? अभी तक तो NEP आया नहीं है, आने वाला है. अभी तक तो ABCA आया नहीं है, अभी क्या कर सकते हैं? Now, what is it that the IQSC needs to do? Number one, the IQSC needs to understand the process of academic bank of credits, what I have tried to tell you right now. Firstly, IQSC should know it, because IQSC is one of the apex bodies of the institutions. Unless it understands what is the impact, unless it understands what is the process, unless it understands what is going on, keep an eye on what circulars are coming from the government and what news are coming in the newspapers. So we need to understand academic bank of credits. Secondly, we need to understand what is it that NEP has actually said. Try to link it with NEP. All those colleges who have started going for NAC from 1st January 2022, they have to fill up something of 500 words called as 2A in NAC, where there are some questions based on NEP and academic bank of credits. There they ask those questions. There you have to write down, how are you going to implement NEP? How are you going to implement academic bank of credits? What will be your mechanism? Are you clustering with the colleges? There was a circular very recently from UGC which made a mention. You try to see to it that you have a big variety of courses being offered. Not very far off, a month ago. See to it that you are a multi-faculty college. अगर नहीं हो तो आपका कुछ हाइब्रिड बना दिया जाए. What more is going to happen? The affiliation with the university is going to break off. The universities are going to be research bodies. And we could be research plus teaching or just teaching. So then in that case, we need to understand where we stand. We need to see to it that we bring awareness about academic bank of credits and NEP in the college. उसके लिए उसके ऊपर कोई keep a session, ask your teachers to talk about it. Have a meeting on NEP, give the material to them to read, give material on ABC, make them discuss, make them think what is going to come in the future. This is what IQAC can do. IQAC can now promote creation of online courses. जो हम पढ़ा नहीं सकते उनके कोर्सेज बना के रख देंगे, जो 1 क्रेडिट के, 2 क्रेडिट के, 3 क्रेडिट के होंगे. So creation of online courses, having a good digital room, keeping a track of changes that are taking place in the surroundings. What is it that is coming in the news? What is it that is coming in by the UGC? What is it that is coming by the universities? Why are they saying that these changes are being taken place? They possibly are in tune with NEP and the academic bank of credits. So you are able to see it's quite important, and that therefore we need to understand this. And promote something more. Promoting the co-curricular activities, promoting the skill-based activities, promoting soft skills, promoting hard skills, creating our courses that are skill-based. You all recollect 1.1.3 in academics in NAC. What do they make in 1.3.1.2.1 and 1.2.2 1.2.2 and 1.2.3. What do they make a mention of? They make a mention of what kind of 30-hour courses are you giving. See to it that they are soft skills associated with your subject, some subject-based courses which have skills. That is what is expected over there. See criteria 5. There, what are you able to see? Whether you are offering 5.2.1, whether you are offering soft skills courses, whether you are offering communication, whether you are offering computing courses. What skills are you offering? Why is this coming in? Why is NAC saying that? Because they want to bring in academic bank of credits, because they want to link it with NEP. Because it has been proved that many a times the courses that are being taught in traditional colleges and even in engineering and medical colleges, some of them cannot be applied to real life, and therefore skill-based courses need to come. The student must have a skill so that he is able to succeed. IQAC can promote sporting skills. IQAC can promote internal sports and outdoor sports. In your timetable, try to create this so that students play this. Keep in mind, when they play on our grounds, they create that relates to creation of an affiliation with the institution. When ABC gets implemented over a period of time, it is quite possible that the students will go away from the institutions. This concept called Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Dev Maheshwara may not be very useful because the Guru may not be easily available. The student will not be in touch with the Guru. If we want him to be in touch with the Guru, we need to see to it that the current Lord loves the institution. In a variety of ways, the co-curriculars, the extracurriculars, the games, all these need to be promoted where IQAC needs to play a role. Creating this awareness that situations are going to change, otherwise our jobs can go. think that if 50% of students are not going to take your 50% of courses, it would mean that 50% of teachers are going to leave the institution. And therefore, we need to understand this. And we need to come into a closer connect with the students. This is what IQAC can do, and this is what IQAC needs to do. और कुछ आपको पूछना है, आप पूछ सकते हो. Questions, suggestions, additions, welcome. I love to answer all your questions. This is my number, this is my mail ID, and this is me. Your questions are welcome.
If you have any query, you can ask.
Please feel free to ask your questions.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, please.
Yeah, indeed, a very wonderful and eye-opening session, sir. You have given us a lot of inputs and you have prepared us to gear up the things, especially people who are working with IQAC. Thanks a lot, sir. Sir, coming to my question, you are telling that the credits will be in the bank for 7 years. And once after 7 years, what will be the situation, sir?
They will lapse in case they are not used in 7 years. If an account is inactive for 7 years in the bank, it is closed.
Okay.
In the same way, in our normal banking also, in the same way, if it is not going to work over here in 7 years, it will be closed. Then those things are of no use to us.
Oh, with 7 years, the student can avail these credits, and he can as well keep on adding those credits, sir.
He can keep on adding those credits. If he adds credits, then in that case, the bank remains alive. I mean, it continuously goes on. Okay. But if nothing is going to be done for 7 years, then it would close down.
Say he has acquired some 50 credits, and for a period of 7 years, he has not done any additional course. Then what all he has acquired earlier will also be lapsed.
That will lapse. Currently, what is happening? If it is not used, it is gone.
Okay.
So something like that only. But 7 years is a big time.
Really big time. So if he is not updating the credit bank, again, he has to start from zero.
Yes, he has to start from zero.
Okay.
So for example, he has worked for 2 years. He has started his undergraduate course. He has done his 2 years. He can do one thing, that I have done 2 years. Now please give me my diploma.
Okay.
So he has used those credits. But then even then, he has got a diploma that would come into the bank.
Okay.
So he has used those credits over there. And now, after 5 years, he again starts studying out. Though he does not have any extra credit, he is going to start with a diploma towards a degree.
Okay.
So every credit that he earns will remain accounted in the bank.
Okay.
That is what is going to happen. Though he has used it, it will still remain with the bank, that he has used it.
Yes.
Like, from our bank, we have deposited 1 lakh rupees. Now it comes into the account that the 1 lakh has been deposited from 1 lakh, 10,000 have been used, 12,000 have been used, 18,000 have been used, 10,000 have been used. Now it is a zero credit. But in the account, you are able to see 1 lakh was deposited. 15,000 were used. Now in the same way, he has used all his credits, but they were deposited over there. So every credit he earns has to go in the bank.
Bank. Okay.
So, and in other words, what the student is learning, it's an account of what he is learning is being prepared out.
Okay. Right.
Every credit he earns, whether he uses, he does not use, whether he redeems it, whether he he leaves it in between or not, his account has the details.
Correct. Correct.
That is what it is. So even if he is studying, currently he is in his first year, the credits that he has earned at the end of the first year, they will still be they will be recorded by the college.
Correct, sir.
Those credits will be given to him in his account. He can check it out. He can go to the college and say, I have earned 40 credits and you are showing 38 credits. This is what I have earned. These are my proofs. The college will have to keep an account. Whether he has redeemed it or he has not redeemed it, that will also come over there. But he has earned these credits. He has not redeemed them. So they will remain over there. So it is like I have earned 1 lakh rupees. I have not spent it. 1 lakh is still there. That's what it means.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah, fine. Thank you so much. Anything else? Anyone else would like to have any question? Please feel free to ask.
Yes, I have a question.
Yes, please.
Yes, my name is Madam Rachna Khanna. I am from GMN College. Sir, a very wonderful deliberations as usual. It's pleasure. It was indeed a pleasure listening to you. So you have made everything very clear. But what I am afraid in this multiple entry and exit, what about the fees structure? As you said, that credit will shift from one college to another. Suppose a student has got admission in SD college, and the fees he has deposited without thinking that he will be completing his fourth semester or not, but he has deposited the entire fee. But after passing one semester, suddenly he feels like shifting to Bombay. So what would be the fee structure? Won't there be any obstacle?
I was making a mention of a la carte system in the restaurant. So the fee that one student is going to pay and the other one is going to pay is going to be different. The course that he has chosen is the fee that he is going to pay. If he has chosen, let us say, 4 courses from this particular college, he will be paying the fee for 4 courses.
All right.
In that particular term. Or there could be a base level fee plus the fee for 4 courses. So it is quite possible that the fee that I am paying and the fee that you are going to pay, if both of us are students of, let us say, your college, then in that case, we will be having different fees. And they would be there for that particular semester or for those particular courses.
All right. In the other words, yeah. In the other words,
once you have paid the fee for that course, you have paid the fee for that course. You have started attending it and now halfway you want to leave it, you have already paid the fee. You have taken the meal from the hotel and now you are saying, now I don't want to eat it. You have already taken it. So that's how it would work.
Okay. Thank you so much. Excellent.
Thank you. Any other question to come?
I guess there are no more doubts, sir. Thank you so much for enlightening the audience with your worthy words. You have very clearly explained the meaning and process of an academic bank of credit, the freedom the students have for subjects, entry-exit flexibility in the system. Thank you, sir, for clearing all the doubts we had for ABC and the future possible use of this mechanism. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now we'll have a short lunch break of half an hour and we'll get back here at 1:25 for the second technical session.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am, you are audible. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. A very good afternoon to everyone. I, Zinat Madan, member IQAC team SD College, welcome you all to this technical session of National Webinar on Quality Initiatives in Higher Education, organized by IQAC SD College, Ambala, Kent, in collaboration with Department of Higher Education, Haryana. In this technical session, first of all, we will have paper presentations. It is my humble request to the presenters to keep the presentations short and crisp. So, to present the paper, I would like to invite Dr. Puneria Pooja from St. Joseph's Degree and PG College, Hyderabad. And the topic of presentation is Students' Perception on Implementation of TQM in Higher Education Institutions in Hyderabad, Telangana, a diagnostic study. Over to you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, ma'am. I hope I'm audible. Ma'am, one small error was there in my name. I'm not doctor. I'm Ms. Puneria Pooja. I'm a student of my college. Doctor is my little guide who has guided me. So I'm sorry for that, but I'm not the doctor right now. Maybe in future I will be. Good afternoon, everyone. I, Puneria Pooja, and my friend Kitika, we both are the students of MBA, St. Joseph Degree and PG College, Hyderabad. Firstly, I would like to thank the college for giving us this opportunity to present our paper on the title Students' Perception on Implementation of Higher Education Institutions in Hyderabad, Telangana. Kitika, over to you.
Thank you, Pooja. Good afternoon, everyone. Let us start with the abstract. So the main objective of this abstract is to analyze the students' perspective in TQM in higher education and also to understand the satisfaction of education. Its primary data is collected from the undergraduates and postgraduates of twin cities using the questionnaire, and the secondary data is collected from e-journals, web sources, and articles. Introduction. Next, we have introduction. So total quality management is a scientific approach and a methodology that is used by organizations to improve the quality of the output. It is an 100% involvement of the management, employees, and organization so that the delivery of the product or any service is very effective. Then we have higher education in India. So India is ranked the third largest in higher education sector in the world next to US and China. Adopting quality measures in educational institutions improves the quality of education. TQM perspective in education involves not only accomplishing the high quality but also impacting the elements of educational process like human resource, organization, infrastructure, management, etc. Then coming to the SERVQL model, this is also known as GAPS model, which was developed by Parshuraman. So this model identifies the principal dimensions of service quality and the 5 gaps that reflect the poor service quality. So it is used to measure the service quality using 10 components that are responsiveness, reliability, access, courtesy, communication, creditability, security, understanding the customer, tangibles, and competence. So these components were eventually merged now to the SERVQL model deals with the 5 components, that is reliability, assurance, tangibles, empathy, responsiveness. It is also known as the rater model. SERVQL identifies the various gaps and the satisfaction gap, which gives a difference between the perceived service of the customer and experience of the customer with the service and the firm.
Sorry to interrupt you, ma'am. Sorry to interrupt you. Is there any PPT to present, to share?
Yeah, Pooja is sharing the screen, ma'am, actually.
It's not visible. That's why I interrupted you.
Ma'am, I'll stop this sharing of screen and I'll again present it. Once let me know, ma'am, if it is visible or not.
Sure.
I think maybe it got visible. Is it visible now, ma'am?
Yeah, it is clearly visible now. Please continue, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Pooja, come to the literature review. Thank you. So literature review for we totally collected the 9 literature reviews. The first one, Venkateshwara, Meher and Rajeshri. They study on total quality management using a PDCA cycle, that is plan, do, check and action. Next we have Mohammadi Nerath and Amir Hani Al Qasim. They did a study on a review disclosed that total quality management will provide a superior impact on the institution's objective. Then third we have Nagavamsi Krishna Jasti and Venkateshwaran and Srinivasan Kota. In their research paper of total quality management, it's a literature review on barriers and customers and accreditation. Then we have Suman Ghosh, a research paper that studied the strategies adopted by various educational institutions like proper implementation of TQM. Then Sudha T mentioned she mentioned the essence of TQM and explained how higher education institutions can improve the quality of implementing these principles. Then we have Mary Cruikshank, a literature review from an international and an Australian perspective. Then we have Patanjali Mishra. Yes, barriers in implementing the total quality management in higher education. Discuss that need challenges and issues related to it. Then we have Kanwal Naseem. It is a theoretical model and an empirical evidence from Pakistan. It developed a framework for higher education. Then we have Geetanjali, JVR and Sudhakar. Stakeholders' perception on TQM. Over to you, Pooja.
Thank you, Geetika. Moving towards the framework of the research, the main of this paper is to determine the quality of higher education in the Hyderabad and Secunderabad twin cities. We collected, the primary data was collected to the questionnaire. We obtained the questionnaire even from the articles that Geetika discussed above. The questionnaire was circulated among the twin cities. Around 15 colleges took part in this questionnaire, and 29 graduate colleges and 55 postgraduate colleges were there, out of which 84 responses we have received, and 65 females and 19 males were there. Once the data was collected, we even did the reliability test. The reliability test was highly good. So the respondents were actually required to respond with the Likert scale, stating that whether they agree to the statement or not. Then the data analysis was done using the SPSS software 16.0. We used a statistical technical tool, Chi-Square, for analyzing the data. Then moving towards the data analysis part, these are 15 statement questions which we had in the questionnaire. Our null hypothesis was there was no significant difference between the expected and the observed value. When we analyzed the data, we found out that we rejected null hypothesis because there was a significance. We actually rejected null hypothesis because the statement 4 and statement 6, I'm aware of what support network available at the college and the teaching methods used to deliver modules influence how well I am. These two statements, people, they strongly disagree, agree that they are not aware of these statements. Then coming towards the findings, we rejected the null hypothesis, and students are totally not aware what support networks that they can opt from the college or to improve their performance or for the career guidance. Only 67% of the students agree that education is given to them, and 55% of them agree that they're satisfied with the amount of contract they have with the facilities. Coming towards the conclusion of the paper, we conclude that the quality of a higher education needs improvement to come up with the expectations of the stakeholders. Not only this, as earlier stated in the data analysis, that the students are not aware what the opportunities or what is the network that they can go through in the college or management. So the colleges should support and they should provide the network so that the students can have the network among themselves and opportunities in the career guide. And also they suggested that students also suggested that they also needed one mentor for them to guide them properly throughout their career guidance in exceptional learning to enhance the employability skills. And also it was observed that the students feel that they are having only the theoretical view of studies. They don't have the practical exposure. So they even wanted to experience how it can be done in practical manner. The future research scope of the study, we did the study on based of only the students' perspective. So we can also follow the same study and we can follow further with the same topic from the perspective of the stakeholders, from the perspective of the faculty or the management or the higher authority of the college and parents. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pooja and Gitika, for nice presentation of your study. Now I invite Ms. Seema Daya, Assistant Professor, Tikaram College of Education, Sonipat, for her presentation. And the topic of presentation is ICT-based learning schedule. Over to you, ma'am.
Hello. Ma'am, 1 second, I'll just stop sharing the screen.
Ma'am, am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, you are clearly audible.
Okay, I'm just sharing my screen.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
I got it. Actually, I was stuck on my laptop to just stop sharing it. So I wanted to help.
Okay, sharing content. I'm not able.
Ma'am, have you sent your PPT to us?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I have sent it yesterday night, ma'am.
Okay, just wait. I'll just.
Ma'am, I have shared now on. Is it visible?
No, ma'am, it is not visible yet.
Ma'am, there is some issue. I have sent it yesterday. मैंने कल भी भेजा था मैम वो आप अपने technical.
Okay, ma'am, we are sharing at our side.
Seema ma'am, I have got your PDF, not the PPT.
Okay.
Ma'am, you can call Geeta ma'am. Meanwhile, we'll sort out her problem.
Geeta ma'am.
Now,
Yes, ma'am. Zinat ma'am.
Now I invite Geeta Bhatia ma'am for her presentation. Geeta ma'am.
Ma'am, I just now sent you a WhatsApp number. Kindly share the PPT. Till then, I start my PPT.
You can start.
Good
Aman
afternoon,
ma'am, can you
everyone.
please give me the sharing rights?
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Sanatan Dharma College, for giving me the opportunity to present my paper. And as my topic is related to the mobile payment with reference to Mumbai City. As I belong from Mumbai City, my respondents are from the district Thane. So, mobile payment is nothing but an e-wallet. E-wallets is when you use your mobile phones and when you download mobile apps, such as the popular apps I have considered in my research paper is Google Pay, Paytm, and we have PayPal and Reliance Jio. So such mobile apps, when we use it for settling the transactions, we are getting various benefits out of it. So my paper is related to the research that what are the advantages and features they provide us. If I state some of the advantages, I would say that those advantages include it is easy to use. Then we have, yes ma'am, this is my video. It is easy to use. Then there is no need to carry cash as we have a easy payment method. With the help of security PIN and OTP provided by these companies, one can start the transaction of paying core utilities and transferring the funds safely from one mobile to another mobile. And this does not require any cash, it is all through the virtual transaction, you can see. So popular apps are Google Pay, PayPal, Paytm. These apps I have considered in my research. Next, please. Next, I would say that As you can see the icons, these are popular apps or popular icons you can easily see in the stores, in general stores, grocery stores, or any other stores where they provide you this facility. Next, ma'am. Okay, after studying all the mobile payment world, which we are already aware how the transaction takes place, there is some future realized in it. That is the NFC technology, which refers to the near field communication. This is the next generation idea which has come in the world of digital wallets, where two portable devices are connected, but only just by handling and does not require any manual connection. So this is the advantage, this is the foremost advantage we are going to get receive when Indian companies are not using yet, but they will start this kind of facility. So this is something a new technology in my research. Next, ma'am. The next slide. Literature review I have taken is 4 literature reviews we have from the starting 2003 to 2018. And if I talk about the research methodology, the next, ma'am, please. Before going to the research methodology, there are 3 main popular objectives of the study. First is to study the concept of mobile payment system, as I have already given in the introduction. Second is the various popular apps, which is seen in the icons. And third is to find out the popularity of mobile payment uses among smartphone users, which is the data interpretation part, which are taken from with the help of Google Forms and the set of structured questionnaires. Next. The research methodology consists of the primary data as well as secondary data. Primary data is with the help of actually structured questionnaire and Google Forms. And secondary data, we are aware newspaper updates we have, mobile updates we have, websites we have, where we can get the information, second-hand information we get. Sampling size, if we say, is 120 respondents, which includes some businessmen, some part-time employed, full-time employed, and then we students, youth, personality. All this consists 120 in number. And the method used in my research is convenience sampling. Next, ma'am. As I told you, data analysis and interpretation part consists of the popular apps used by the smartphone users or iPhone users. The popular company is the Google Pay. 24% of respondents uses Google Pay as mobile wallet. Then we have 18% who uses PayPal, 16% uses PhonePe, 15% uses Paytm, and the least is the 12% who uses WhatsApp Pay, which is the new feature added by the WhatsApp company for settling the transaction via digital method. Next, ma'am. Conclusion, I would like to conclude that as the data interpretation and the findings suggest that the Google Pay is the most popular app we are having, mobile payment app we are having in the district of Thane, the survey being taken by me. And also, the mobile payment is considered to be the easy, safe, and secure way of paying bills and other transactions. So, non-portability of cash is something a huge advantage giving us. Thank you, ma'am, for giving the opportunity. Thank you very much.
Nice presentation, ma'am, on mobile payment and digital world. We will have the rest presentations later on as a resource person has joined. So at the outset of this plenary session, I would like to tender my pleasantries to everybody present in this webinar of high cognitive value. I, Zinat Madan, member IQAC team, not only exert reverence for the person I am supposed to introduce for this session, but it also make me feel nostalgic when I was told to introduce to this plenum this person of high reverend personage, charismatic and amiable personality, Professor A.K. Bakshi, who is founding Vice Chancellor of PDM University, Bahadurgarh, Haryana. Sir, I, on behalf of IQAC team, Sanatan Dharma College, Ambala, Kent, extend a cordial and warm welcome to you. I feel elated and honored to introduce Professor A.K. Bakshi ji, whose eloquence has always been inspiring and admirable. Although the time doesn't allow me to read his accomplishments achieved through the hard work of ages, yet certainly I would try to take you peep through some of his achievements. A double gold medalist and PhD from Delhi University, Professor A.K. Bakshi is the founding Vice Chancellor of PDM University, Bahadurgarh, Haryana. He has been Executive Director of Tertiary Education Commission, Mauritius. Dr. Bakshi did his postdoctoral training at Germany. Prior to this appointment at Bahadurgarh, he had been the Vice Chancellor of UP Rajrishi Tandon Open University, Allahabad for more than 2 long years. Professor Bakshi presently is Chairman of National Resource Center of Chemistry of MHRD, Guru Angad Dev Teaching Learning Center of MHRD and Center for Learning, SGTB Khalsa College, University of Delhi. He has been one of the strongest pillars and stalwarts of GAD TLC team. He has also been the member of the Standing Committee of the National Mission on Education through ICT of the Government of India from 2009 to 2011. He also held the position of the Chairman of National Science Digital Library Projects of CSIR in both chemistry and polymer science. He had been the Chairman of Content Advisory Committee for Chemistry for Sakshat Portal of MHRD. He was elected as the President of the Section of Chemical Sciences of Indian Science Congress Association for the year 2011 and 12. He had been the member of editorial boards of various journals, professional academic bodies, committees of MHRD, UGC, NAC, DST, CBSE, NCRT, and of various universities and colleges. He has been the author or co-author of more than 180 research papers of national and international repute and has to his credit 51 ebooks and books. He also is credited for 63 modules as author or co-author for PG chemistry courses and ARPIT programs for MHRD. His hard and diligent work got him appreciation and acknowledgement in form of various prestigious awards and academic honors. I would name some of them, though the list is very long. His Excellence Education Award 2021, International Public Figure Award 2020, Acharya Chanakya Shikshavid Samman 2020, World Education Award 2017, Haryana Ratan Award 2016, Bharat Jyoti Award 2016. He has been bestowed upon with many fellowships in and outside the country. Indian Research Expedition to Antarctica in 1984. Professor Bakshi has also been felicitated for his contribution to education by the former President of India, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, in September 2009. I am apologetic that I didn't name all the awards and felicitations gotten by Professor Bakshi, but these are sufficient to ignite the lust and light for knowledge in us. Professor Bakshi added another feather to his cap by getting him selected as the member scientist of the third. I don't exaggerate when I say that this all is not enough about Professor Bakshi. This is just a glimpse of what he has achieved in his glorious career. Sir, I would like to quote here that when I was told to welcome and introduce you, I was suddenly reminded of the newly propagated online programs which GAD TLC pioneered in introducing a new platform to reimburse the temporarily suspended offline mode of teaching and learning. Every alternate day, we listen to you either for opening remarks or delivering expert talks in one or the other webinar. And believe me, sir, it has always been a pleasure listening to you. Undoubtedly, you are an individual of exceptional knowledge, understanding, crystallized viewpoint, a compassionate educator who carries the ability to gorgonize the audience with his subtle intelligence. Not standing much between the participants and the repertoire of knowledge, I would like to call upon you, sir, to take over from here. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, madam, for your very, very kind words of introduction. I am indeed overwhelmed by what you said, and I wish all this must have raised the expectations of the participants, and I sincerely hope and wish that I could come up to their expectations. Thanks a lot, madam. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank Professor Rajinder Singh, principal of the college, and Dr. Girdhar Gopalji for inviting me to be a part of this very important national webinar on quality initiatives in higher education. You know, there were many options open to me as to the topic on which I should speak. But then I have chosen a topic on empowering teachers because I believe that teacher is the pivot of the education system. And if any quality education initiatives are to be started, it must be with the help of the teacher. So let me first of all share my screen. Would you please confirm, is my screen visible and am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are clearly audible and your screen is clearly visible.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. So for this webinar, the title of my talk is Empowering Teachers for Quality Higher Education in India in the 21st Century, Challenges and Opportunities. So basically this talk is on teachers empowerment, because I believe that the quality of an educational system cannot exceed the quality of its teachers. So if you want to enhance the quality of an educational system, you must raise the competence level of its teachers. And once the teachers are empowered, they in turn will empower their students. Because teaching is one profession which creates all other professions. Our greatest natural resource is the minds of our children. You know, India is one of the youngest nations of the world. 50% of India's population is less than 25 years. And 65% population is below 35 years. So it's a very big responsibility on our shoulders to ready our children for future. Because a child miseducated is a child lost. So we would not like to miseducate our children. And in that, the role of a teacher becomes very, very important. If we look at the traditional roles of a teacher, they have been to disseminate knowledge, create knowledge, guide research, and then academic administration and management. If you want to be an outstanding teacher or a researcher, you need to have a sound and deep knowledge of your subject. You should be proficient in the practical skills. You should have the clarity of concepts, and you should have done a lot of thinking on the subject. And that should be reflected in your teaching. And then you should have a great passion, because nothing great in this world has ever been achieved without passion. And if you want to be an outstanding researcher, you need to be an out-of-box thinker, innovative and creative. And then 4 C's, as I have written. 4 C's means curiosity, creativity, courage, and commitment. All these qualities should be there in you. And one more thing, for both an outstanding teacher and researcher, you need to have excellent communication and presentation skills. They can do wonders wherever you go. But please remember, even if you are not, you should make efforts in that direction. Please remember, all the great speakers were bad speakers at first, but then they worked hard and came to the top. The next point which I want to say is that we need quality teachers for quality education. And the quality of a teacher is linked to the method of recruitment. If you look at the present system of recruitment, you need UG degree, PG degree, NET, PhD, and even now PhD is also being, not mandatory, especially in central universities. But all these test only the domain knowledge. Is that enough for a teacher? Certainly not, because you should also test how good the person is in pedagogical training, in the art of teaching. That is why, these days there is a talk that we should need teacher education for teachers before they start teaching in a university or college. Because the fear is that qualified teachers may not always be quality teachers. So we need to focus on all this. This is what has been the recent report, that PhD is now not a must to teach in central universities. But we need good teachers altogether, because good teachers are the reason why ordinary teachers dream to do extraordinary things. They are the role model for the students. Having said that, now the question comes, what are going to be the challenges before the teachers in higher education in the 21st century? First is the challenges of the present information age. We are living in an information age. This is an age of uncertainty. As per this report, one is not sure where our students will be employed. Maybe those jobs still do not exist right now. So that way it is an age of uncertainty. Then this is also an age of artificial intelligence. This is an age where artificial intelligence will equal the intelligence of the students by the time they finish education. So if I can have machines with the same intelligence as you, then why do I need you? That could be another question. And then this is also an age of massification of higher education. This is an age where more students over the next 30 years will graduate than since the beginning of the recorded history. So there will be very few traditional jobs, but many takers. The competition is going to be very, very tough. So these are the three major challenges. And as a teacher, the challenge before you is going to be how to teach the child to succeed in a future which is so uncertain. So that's going to be a big problem in this information age. The second challenge is that there is an urgent need to nurture 21st century skills for success in our students. It is said that if you want to excel in the 21st century, you need to be very good in the subject, you need rigorous academic content, but at the same time, you also need 21st century skills. These two taken together will lead to deeper learning. And all this is a must for the students to succeed in the 21st century jobs and civic life. Now, what are 21st century skills? These are a set of abilities which students need to develop in order to succeed in this information age. These are the must. And these 21st century skills, as you can see on the screen, come under 3 headings: learning skills, literacy skills, and life skills. Learning skills means critical thinking, creativity, collaboration, and communication. We call it 4 C's. These are the must. And then literacy skills means information literacy, then media literacy, and technology literacy. And then in life skills, you need flexibility, leadership, initiative, productivity, and social skills. So taken together, as you can see, there are 12 skills which students must possess. They will help students to remain competitive in the changing job market. Now, why these skills have suddenly become so important? This is because you cannot have machines with the same skills. So those students or those who have these skills, they will be better placed, or these skills are going to be the deciding factor in this information age. Look at this. These are some of the companies which are now hiring people without degrees. Why? Because they look for the skill set. And if you have those skills, they will hire you. Another point which I want you have to keep it in mind is you need to acquire competence for excellence in the 21st century. See, quality education in the 21st century is going to be on 3 aspects. Knowledge, you should have disciplinary knowledge, interdisciplinary knowledge, and practical knowledge. And then you need 21st century skills, which I just mentioned. And then you also need values, attitude, traits, disposition, etc. That means your personality should be proactive. So these 3 constitute quality education in the 21st century. There is also the Future of Education and Skills report of OECD, where it talks about this knowledge, skills, attitudes, and values, and they define the competence. So competence is determined by knowledge, skills, and proactive personality. So one should basically be empowered on all the 3 fronts. So focus needs to be on acquiring competence, because personality in the competence plays a very, very important role in the success. There is a report that 87% of all people fail in life, especially in professional life, not because of capability, but because of personality. And it is felt that personality development is often neglected in our education system. Nobody bothers. That is why, we are having the problems. So this is something which one needs to keep it in mind. And you will now agree that ensuring quality higher education is one of the most important things we can do for future generations. And I have told you what we mean by quality higher education. Another challenge before us in India is we need to produce creative and innovative minds so that they can provide innovative solutions to the various problems. Unfortunately, in India, there is a crisis of creativity. Look at the fact, no Indian scientist working in India has been able to get a Nobel Prize after 1930. Almost more than 90 years have passed. C.V. Raman got it. But after that, nobody working in India. These people got. but then they were non-resident Indians. Even Amartya Sen, who got it in economics, he's been staying most of the time for decades abroad. Even Abhijit Banerjee is an American citizen. Please note down that Nobel Prize is not a lifetime achievement award. For excellence in research at that level, you need perseverance and resilience. You know, we in India sometimes want immediate gains. That's not possible. I remember a year before last, the person who got Nobel Prize in chemistry was 97-year-old. Then you need enormous amount of creativity and open-mindedness. This is missing. This is never nurtured in our students. And then we need willingness to collaborate. We sometimes prefer to work in isolation. So on all the three fronts, we need to improve. Because if you look at our research programs, they are not very excited. That is the reason why in world university rankings, we hardly stand anywhere. Even in Global Talent Competitiveness Index, which measures and ranks countries based on their ability to grow, attract, and retain talent, India is just number 72. So the main reason for poor world ranking is poor quality of our research programs. But why do we lack in quality research? You may ask the question. This is because of our education system. And there is a fundamental flaw in our education system. You just watch this video. This explains clearly the fundamental flaw in our education system.
For decades, people have been finding hundreds of flaws in the education system. No conceptual understanding, no creativity, children are stressed, and the list goes on. All these are symptoms. But what is the root cause to all this? What is the fundamental flaw in the education system? Let us play a rapid-fire game. You have 1 second to answer every question. Let's start. First question, A4? Okay, no more questions. Did you think Apple first? 98% of people are most likely to think so. Because that was what we were told in our kindergarten. Imagine that this was done differently. Say we had asked you for all the words starting with A. Ant, ace, April, apt. Different answers would have popped out of everyone's head. Do you see where the problem is? Before children start going to school, every child is unique. Every child thinks different. But the education system makes every child think the same. This is the fundamental flaw in the education system. Why did this start? During the Industrial Revolution in the 18th century, the education system was designed to make children ready to work in factories. The factories did not require people to think, but to only work like robots. So, the education system stripped children of their freedom to think and destroyed their true potential. The same education system continues even today. Only the industries have changed. A study by NASA shows that 98% of children think different before they start going to school. As they go through this education system, at 25 years of age, only 2% think different, and 98% think the same. So how does the education system make every child the same? Let's go back to the apple example. Kindergarten lessons told us that A is for apple. We asked you for words that start with A. Our education system gave us the answers. We asked you a question. Answers make you the same. Questions make you different. Right from kindergarten, the education system keeps giving answers. Instead of asking children how plants make food, the science teacher gives you the definition of photosynthesis. Instead of asking them to describe the sun, the teacher tells them that the sun is a ball of fire at the center of the solar system. Through their years in school, children lose the capability to think on their own. Whether it is their choice of career or their relationship or any situation in life, they become.
So you can very well see how our education system strips the children of their ability to think on their own. That's why, we are not able to do very well in research. Our education system needs to shift focus to encouraging thinking, innovation, and creativity amongst students. Because without creativity, there can be no progress and we would be forever repeating the same pattern. So creativity is the basis. And once you are creative, then you can become innovative, then you can start an enterprise, and you can become a successful entrepreneur. This was my article about the creativity crisis in the Indian education system. Another challenge before the teachers is the growth of knowledge. The knowledge in all disciplines is growing very, very fast. So fast that the doubling time of growth of knowledge has shrunk considerably. There was a time when knowledge was getting doubled in 150 years, but now it has come down to 73 days. That means very soon our knowledge is getting outdated. So we need to modernize it. In any discipline, what we know is a drop and what we do not know is an ocean. That is why, the new education policy clearly mentions that we need to revise syllabi more frequently. We need to have a modern syllabi, but at the same time light, so that there is more time for thinking. If we do not do this, there is going to be a gap between what is learned and what should be learned, and this will affect the quality of research. See, the problem in India's education system is our students are of the 21st century, but the content which we teach is 19th century, outdated. Courses architecture is 19th century and the methods of teaching are 20th century. So there is a mismatch. We need to change with the changing times. Then we also need to transform the system of assessment, the culture of assessment. Because assessment drives learning. The way you will assess your students will learn in that way. It can be a good way to enhance the quality of education. We need to make assessment process more scientific to encourage multiple skills of the students. Our assessment should not be merely rote-based. Learning is a 6-level hierarchy. Anything you learn, it takes you from remembering, understanding, application up to creativity. So cognitive learning should take you from lower order thinking skill to higher order thinking skill. And our assessment should also test higher order thinking skill, not merely lower order thinking skill. That is the problem with our education system. Questions in exams need to be on concepts, critical thinking, analytical thinking, and various ways of looking at the avenues of knowledge. And not emphasis on merely, speedy reproduction of information. That is something like kaun banega crorepati. That's not the purpose of education. Then another challenge for the teachers is that there is an urgent need to embrace technology and become tech savvy. According to new education policy, the relationship between technology and education at all levels is bidirectional. Technology helps in enhancing the quality of education, and enhanced quality of education further helps in improving the technology. So they feed on each other. See how much we are dependent on technology. In just one internet minute, 500 hours of YouTube content is uploaded. Just an example, 21.1 million texts are sent and 1.4 million scrolling on Facebook just in 1 minute. So you can see how much we are dependent on technology. As a matter of fact, it's very difficult to imagine education without technology in the 21st century. But technology needs to be used strategically to benefit the students. Because, excessive use of technology is doing a damage. It is impacting adversely the generation of original ideas and hence creativity. So we need to be careful on that. We already know that ICT is impacting all areas of higher education. Look at this. The way teaching learning is done, it has changed. E-learning and MOOCs have come. Experimental work in scientific discipline is through virtual labs. You can revise syllabi more frequently through email, discussion forum, video conferencing. In research, growing literature is there, but then electronic databases are there to help you do the literature survey. Then in assessment, online examination is there. In professional development, refresher courses, ARPIT programs are there. And then new methods of teaching have come. ICT empowered pedagogies have. So teachers need to become tech savvy. And then another challenge is teachers need to embrace new teaching methods. We still continue to teach by talk and chalk method. This traditional method of teaching is learner-centric. It is not learner-centric, it is teacher-centric. Because teacher is the controller of the learning environment. So this method, teachers regard students as having knowledge holes that need to be filled with information. That's what is happening. Lessons, content, and delivery are considered to be most important, and students master knowledge through drill and practice, rote learning. So this method focuses more on examination, rote learning, and scoring high marks. There is a rat race in India for scoring 90% plus marks. This is today's reality in every discipline. Nobody wants to learn the concepts. A student's mark sheet has become a prestige sheet for the family, but a pressure sheet for the child. Very unfortunate. That is why, teachers need to follow new methods of teaching. They need to be empowered on that. There is a need of learner-centric education. The basic idea is that students learn best when they are engaged or when they are engrossed in the topic, motivated to seek out new knowledge and skills because they need them in order to solve the problems at hand. And this is possible. Any information you can get. The goal of learner-centric education is to produce students who are good critical thinkers, problem solvers, and creative thinkers. There is an explosion of information. Anything you can get just by a click of mouse. But students must learn how to make sense of that information, not memorize it. So all this is possible by improving student engagement. Please remember, learner-centric education does not imply one method. We need to follow an integrated approach to teaching and learning. We should not teach subjects in isolation. It would, establish the connections. It would help in interdisciplinary approach. That would help in research also. Look at these universities of the world. In most of them, the focus is on case studies, project-based and problem-based learning, and very little on lecture-based learning. Whereas in India, it's always more or less lecture-based learning. Or project-based learning we should have. Collaborative learning environment is required. I have some idea, you have some idea, we share our idea, the best idea comes up. This is the meaning of collaborative learning. Sharing ideas, or you do collaboration, discussion, community, brainstorming, and interaction. And now a new concept which is coming very popular is TPS, collaborative learning strategy. It is think, pair and share. Suppose there is some question given to you. Let a student think whatsoever he or she can do, what is required. Then after thinking, you pair that student with another student. Then they together listen to each other's ideas, share ideas, and create new ideas. That is pair. And then those pairs then further combine, then the whole class shares. They listen to each other, they share ideas, they create new ideas. So it is called TPS, think, pair, share, collaborative learning strategy. Especially it is very useful for higher order thinking skills. It promotes participation, focuses attention, and engages students. That is how it works. From individual student, you form a small group or pairs, then the whole class. So in this, ultimately, the entire class benefits. It's something like turning your classroom into a collaborative learning community. Then our teachers also need to design activities and assignments which challenge the student's mind, which enhance creative thinking ability, improve analytical skills, give students more control. Here teachers have to take leads. That is why I have put it that empowerment of the teachers is a must. If teachers cannot set such questions, everything will be just theoretical. And now flipped classroom model is becoming very, very popular, developed by these two teachers. What is there in flipped classroom model? Teacher will create a video lecture and share it with the students. Students will watch the video lecture at home, and then after watching it 1, 2, 3 times, they will prepare questions for the teacher. So they will come to know a lot when they prepare questions. And then in the school, teacher will facilitate discussion and answer student questions. And student will ask questions and they will participate in learning activities. So this is called flipped teaching. This is my article about flipped classroom. Another challenge for which teachers need to be empowered is preparing teachers for new roles. Because the roles of the teachers are now going to change significantly. Teachers need to become tech-savvy teachers in ICT skills. This is a must. They should learn how to manage virtual classroom and discussion forum, because if students are enrolled in MOOCs and if they have some queries, who will answer that? It is the teachers only. So teachers also need to engage students by learner-centric pedagogies. Teachers will now become more or less coaches, mentors, rather than merely knowledge providers. And then teachers also need to be proficient in the development of e-content and MOOCs. Who is developing MOOCs? It is the teacher. So you need to know the subject very well, and then you should have excellent writing skills. So these are the new roles of a teacher. Teacher of the 21st century has to be an adapter, leader, learner, communicator, risk taker, collaborator, and visionary. Another challenge in the 21st century is that we need to empower teachers for education 4.0. India is very soon going to enter an era of education 4.0, which is the total technology mediated education. So world is presently witnessing 4th industrial revolution. 3 are already over. So education 4.0 is aligned with the needs of industrial revolution 4. What type of workforce is coming out of education system for IR4 is the need. These are going to be the technologies of the future. These all technologies are going to play a very important role in future. And what is more going to happen in future is, from chalk and talk to e-learning to blended learning, we are going to have personalized learning. Why need a personalized learning? Because every learner is unique. Every learner has a different comprehension rate, different learning capacity, and different method of gathering information. So once you know the strengths and weaknesses of individual learners using learning analytics, you can propose a curriculum for him or her. So that is the meaning of personalized learning. Gamification is coming in a very big way. E-learning games are coming. Gamification is basically based on gaming concepts. What are the gaming concepts? Competition, incentives, and goal attainment. Then artificial intelligence is going to come in a very big way in examination. Adaptive assessments would be there. Then algorithms will replace mentors. Exams tomorrow may be at your doorsteps. Digital invigilation will replace physical invigilation, remote proctoring, and then digital attendance. This was an interesting article which came. Tomorrow exams may move to your bedroom, but still invigilator would be watching. Because there is an artificial intelligence proctor, which will keep a watch on your every movement. And image recognition technique will ensure that the right person is appearing in the examination. This was my article for Education 4.0. So in this entire process, there is a apprehension that perhaps technology will replace teachers. No. Technology is not going to replace teachers, but teachers who use technology will probably replace those who do not. So this was my article in Times of India about technology not replacing teachers. So the message for all of you is never stop learning. The education scenario is very, very fluid. Things are changing very, very fast. If you really want to provide quality education to your students, you need to be empowered. Education in future is going to be an amalgamation of the transformations driven by Education 4.0, NEP 2020, present pandemic, emerging student needs, and new technologies. Having said all that, I would also like to share some life-changing tips for building personality, because the personality of the teacher plays a very important role in the education system. He or she is the role model for the students. And as I said it earlier, knowledge, skills, and personality taken together determine the competence of an individual. Personality refers to a set of traits and behaviors that characterize an individual. Personality doesn't mean your looks only. Don't think that. You should also learn the art of living. Art of living means you should have the capability to draw pleasure from life and to succeed in the greatest test called life. Life itself is a test. So be proactive in life. If you are proactive, you focus on preparing. If you are reactive, you focus on repairing. Proactive people don't wait for the ship to come in, they swim out to it. So proactive personality will always identify opportunities, shows initiative, take action and perseverance until meaningful change occurs. A proactive personality will create positive change in the environment, regardless or even in spite of constraints or obstacles. You should be very clear about your priorities in life. Decide your priorities. And then try to achieve them using time management. Manage your time. This is the most important tip. Everybody gets 24 hours a day. The secret to your success is how you manage those 24 hours. Maximize your performance in the shortest time. Please remember, today is the tomorrow you worried about yesterday. Time management is ultimately life management. Every day is once in a lifetime. Don't forget that. So realize the importance of each day. And then, live in the moment. This is very important. The present moment is the only moment available to us. And it is the door to all the moments. So live in that. Make the best use of this. Life becomes more meaningful when you realize the simple fact that you will never get the same moment twice. So live in the moment. And one thing more I would like to share with you, world only respects your position. Try to enhance your intrinsic value. Watch this. This is very good. No, it's not working. Anyway, another quality which is a must for you is self-belief. If you want to be successful in life, you must believe that you can be. Always believe in yourself. A bird sitting on a tree is never afraid of the branch breaking because her trust is not in the branch but in her own will. So believe in yourself. Whatever line you are, try to excel. A penguin can never be a giraffe, so try to be the best penguin you can be. Another quality which I recommend is self-discipline. Self-discipline basically means mastery over your thoughts. If you don't control what you think, you can't control what you do. And there is nothing in this world that can trouble you more than your own thoughts. Cages are not made of iron, they are made of thoughts. So you have to have self-control. And if you can learn self-control, you can in principle master anything. Start practicing self-control. That's the message which I would like to give to you. Then work hard sensibly. Many people are very hardworking, but without any strategy. You should choose your direction very carefully. Direction is more important than speed. So plan your, strategy after thinking over all aspects. And one more thing which I would like to say is, you need to come out of your comfort zone. Life begins at the end of your comfort zone. Many of us are in comfort zone. That's why they are not able to make big. People think, oh, I get good salary, my wife or husband gets good salary, children are well set. Why should I work? So that won't help. It's only after you have stepped out of your comfort zone that you begin to change, grow, and transform. Then be positive and honest. Positive thinking is a must. Positive thinkers have a solution for every problem. Negative thinkers have a problem for every solution. You know that. Stay positive. The less you respond to negative people, the more peaceful your life will become. And you will agree that a negative mind will never give you a positive life. So change your mindset. There's right attitude never takes you to wrong direction. Then one more thing which I would like to mention is overcome the fear of failure. There is a quote, जब तक तुम डरते रहोगे तुम्हारी जिंदगी के फैसले कोई और लेता रहे. Embrace your failure. Many successful people, now they keep a failure resume on their web page, where they write about the jobs they could not get or the awards they could not win. They keep on reading it again and again so that they don't make the mistakes again and they improve. Failures can be the pillars of success, depending upon how you take it. Your attitude towards failure determines your altitude after failure. And one more thing which really bothers many of us is worrying. Worry is a misuse of your imagination. We suffer more in imagination than in reality. One day, you will look back and realize that you worried too much about things that don't really matter. But by that time would have gone. You can't do anything. And one more quality which is very, very important is you should have empathy. It is one of the most important interpersonal skills. Empathy means seeing with the eyes of another, or listening with the ears of another, and feeling with the heart of another. That means you put yourself into another's shoes and then see the world. Just watch this.
I recently came across this image and story and had to share it with you. The man in this picture doesn't know that there is a snake underneath. The woman doesn't know that there is a stone crushing the man. The woman thinks, I am going to fall, and I can't climb because the snake is going to bite me. Why can't he use a little more strength and pull me up? The man thinks, I am in so much pain, yet I'm still pulling you as much as I can. Why doesn't she try and climb a little harder? The moral is, you can never see the pressure the other person is under, and the other person can't see the pain you're in. This is life. Whether it's with work, family, feelings, or friends, we should try to understand each other a little more. Try to see the situation from the other person's point of view. Put yourself in their shoes. Learn to think differently. Be more open to other perspectives and opinions. A little kindness and patience goes a long way. Everyone we meet is fighting their own battle. Some you will never hear about. You may wish other people would be more understanding and compassionate and helpful to you. So be all those things for other people. Laurie Deschênes once gave some priceless advice. She said, practice the pause. Pause before assuming. Pause before accusing. And pause whenever you're about to react harshly. You might avoid saying things you'll later regret. Be kind to each other.
You know, when you see yourself in others, it is impossible to hurt anyone. That's basically what empathy is. And then, you know, IQ and EQ we come across, and recent research has shown that IQ can help you to be successful to the extent of 20% only in life. Whereas 80% success depends on EQ, emotional quotient, how you manage your emotions. So this is very, very important. Look at these people were having very high IQs. Albert Einstein had 160, Bill Gates, Steve Jobs, and all these Zuckerberg, they have all having very high. But EQ plays a very important role. Then you know you should learn to say no and choose your words carefully. Learn the art of saying no in life. Don't lie, don't make excuses, don't over-explain yourself, just simply decline. You can be a good person with a kind heart and still say no. You know, this is a very golden rule. If you practice in your day-to-day life, people will take you seriously. Before you speak, let your words pass through 3 gates. Is it true? Is it necessary? Or is it kind? If it is yes, only then you should speak. Then control anger also. Never say mean words out of anger. Your anger will pass, but it can scare a person for life. So use either kind words or be silent. Never reply when you are angry. Never make a promise when you are happy, and never make a decision when you are sad. In all the 3 cases, you will have to repent. And note down, beneath every anger, there is always some fear. And then arrogance you should avoid. Arrogance comes out of ego. You know, there is a quote, कभी किसी चीज का घमंड आ जाए तो शमशान का एक चक्कर लगा ना, तुमसे बेहतरीन लोग राख बने पड़े हैं. Remember that you are dust and to dust you shall return. Keep this reality of life always in mind. Don't procrastinate things in life. You don't know how much time you are left with. One day you will wake up and there won't be any more time to do the things you have always wanted. Do it now. Don't procrastinate. Win over the people in a society, it's a must. Don't criticize, condemn, or complain. Give honest and sincere appreciation. Show respect for other person's opinions. Become genuinely interested in other people. Be a good listener. Never say you are wrong. Call attention to other person's mistakes indirectly. And then have a high opinion of yourself. Having a low opinion is not modesty, it is self-destruction, I would put it. Holding your uniqueness in high regard is not egotism, it is a necessary precondition for happiness and success. So have a high opinion of yourself. These are the habits of the successful people in the world. Strategic planning and deliverance, laser sharp focus, then risk-taking ability, courageous, health and fitness, and then hard work and consistency, never give up. These are the habits of the most successful people in the world. Try to acquire. So why I'm telling you, as a teacher, you are a role model. You need to be having knowledge, skills, aware of all the challenges, and then your personality should have all these, what I have told you. So ultimate, at the end of the day, your biggest competition is you. You have to win over yourself. That's the important thing. You don't have the problem, you are the problem. So you win over yourself. It's very rightly said, स्वर्ग भी तू है, नर्क भी तू है. इन दोनों का फर्क भी तू. जिंदगी छोटी नहीं होती है, लोग जीना ही देरी से शुरू करते हैं. जब तक रास्ते समझ में आते हैं, तब तक लौटने का वक्त. Don't let it happen. Realize the importance of what I am telling you, and it can change your life any day. It's never too late to be what you might have been. Nothing can stop you once you have decided to grow. The secret of your future is hidden in your daily routine. So change your daily habits. And I will close by saying that challenges keep us fresh. There is a quote that a ship is safe in harbor, but that's not what ships are built for. Similarly, humans are not designed to be happy in status quo. So continue to remain dissatisfied so that you can get better and better. Challenges are what keep us fresh. A good principle you should have both at work and in life. Don't take every challenge as a problem. Take every problem as a challenge. Thanks a lot. I think I have taken already a lot of time, but I will close and let me have your feedback in the chat box. You can share your views. And there is one message I want to give. There is a book which has come that is Die Empty. This was by Todd Henry. People asked him what prompted you to write this book. He says that he was attending a business meeting where the director asked the question, which is the richest land in the world? Some said oil-rich Gulf states, others said diamond mines in Africa. Then the director said, no, it is the cemetery, it is the burial ground, which is the richest land in the world, because millions of people have died and departed, and they carried with them many valuable ideas which could never come to light. They remain buried with them. So from there, he got an idea and wrote a book, Die Empty. The message is live full, but die empty. Don't die old, die empty. That's the goal of life. Go to the cemetery and disappoint the graveyard. And this is more relevant for teachers who are always for giving and giving and giving. No one has ever become poor by giving. Please remember that. Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much once again, and all the best for this webinar. And I once again thank the organizers for inviting me to share some of my thoughts on how teachers need to be empowered for quality higher education in India in the light of the challenges of the 21st century. Thank you very much. Thank you.
you so much, sir. The session is open for queries. If the participants have any doubts or queries, you can ask from sir. If you have any query, you can drop your query in chat box also.
If no question means nothing clear.
That means it is crystal clear, sir.
जीनत मैम,
हाँ जी मैम, हाँ जी।
नमस्कार सर।
वीडियो
सर
वीडियो करके
नमस्कार।
आ जाइए, वीडियो करिए।
जी सर जी।
हाँ बोलिए, अपना इंट्रोडक्शन दे दीजिए प्लीज।
सर मैं डॉक्टर अनीता बोल रही हूँ। मेरी तो कोई नहीं है, लेकिन आपका जो ये सेशन है बहुत ही अच्छा लगा, बहुत ही प्रैक्टिकल है और मैं आशा रखती हूँ कि मुझे और ज्यादा प्रेरणा इससे मिली है। मैं इस पथ पे तो चली आ रही हूँ, लेकिन आप जैसे अनुभवी लोगों से और इस रास्ते पे जाने में हमें सहायता होगी और एजुकेशन जो डिपार्टमेंट है उसमें भी हम इसमें बखूबी इसका यूज करेंगे सर। थैंक यू सर।
थैंक यू वेरी मच।
थैंक यू डॉक्टर अनीता। सर एक क्वेरी है चैट बॉक्स में बाय डॉक्टर प्रेम सिंह। ही इज आस्किंग सर व्हाट इज द बेस्ट वे टू मोटिवेट स्टूडेंट्स टू फोकस ऑन बुक स्टडी।
टू फोकस ऑन
बुक स्टडी, बुक
No, I could not get.
Sir, what is the best way to motivate students to focus on book study?
बुक स्टडी मोटिवेट करने, ये तो कुछ क्वेश्चन नहीं बना, उनको कहिए बात करें। अगर बात कर
सर मैं पूछना चाह रहा हूँ कि स्टूडेंट्स बुक में कैसे फोकस करें, मोबाइल की दुनिया से बाहर कैसे आए?
नहीं देखिए, आप जिस सेंचुरी में रह रहे हो उसमें तो टेक्नोलॉजी के बिना तो रहना या लाइफ पॉसिबल ही नहीं है। लेकिन टेक्नोलॉजी का, जैसा मैंने कहा कि एक्सेसिव यूज बहुत हार्मफुल हो रहा है। हर छोटी मोटी चीज के लिए लोग टेक्नोलॉजी में, गूगल में वहां चले जाते हैं, यूट्यूब में चले गए, तो उनकी अपनी थिंकिंग ही खत्म हो गई है। तो इसलिए उनको वहां से हटाने के लिए और अपने आप सोचने के लिए मजबूर करने के लिए टीचर का रोल बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट है। आप पढ़ाएं, वैसे जैसे मैंने कहा प्रॉब्लम बेस्ड लर्निंग कराइए, प्रोजेक्ट बेस्ड लर्निंग कराइए, कोलैबोरेटिव लर्निंग कराइए, ऐसे क्वेश्चन एग्जाम में सेट करिए जो कि उनको रेडीमेड आंसर गूगल वगैरह से ना मिले, तो फिर वो अपने आप सोचने पे मजबूर हो जाएंगे। और आजकल देखिए एक और आज प्रॉब्लम हो गया है कि लर्निंग बाय जो हैंड से लिखने का परंपरा ही खत्म हो गया है। लोग लिखते ही नहीं अपने हाथ से, वो बस पेन ड्राइव है या ये आपके पास सब कुछ है, उसी से ही लिखने की आदत खत्म होने से भी एक बहुत बड़ा डैमेज बच्चों को हो रहा है। तो ये सारा चीजें धीरे धीरे आप अपने टीचिंग लर्निंग और असेसमेंट से कर सकते हैं। अगर आप प्रॉब्लम बेस्ड लर्निंग करें, कोई प्रॉब्लम उनको दें, बच्चे अपने आप सोचें कि इसको सॉल्व करने के लिए हमें क्या क्या चाहिए, फिर उसकी सर्च चाहे गूगल पे करें, यूट्यूब पे करें, कहीं भी करें, फिर उसको अप्लाई करें, तो इससे उनकी एबिलिटी बढ़ेगी। तो ये जरूरी है, लेकिन टेक्नोलॉजी को ऑल टुगेदर छोड़ा तो नहीं जा सकता। दैट इज व्हाट आई फील। Yes, anybody else?
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for such a wonderful discourse. Your talk has worked as a starting point to resolve important issues in the area and inspired many to take individual initiatives. Yes, you very rightly said that to excel, one should have deeper learning, hard work, but 21st century skills are essential to work smart. The concepts of 4 C's, learning skills, literary skills, life skills, think, pair, and share are really thought-provoking. You, during your lecture, rightly justified the changing role of a teacher in the highly competent environment. You also did not panic us by quoting some out of the assess examples. Rather, you aptly said that ordinary teachers can provide extraordinary students, but the teachers must keep harnessing and updating their skills and knowledge in order to produce them. Your years of experience, depth of understanding, and ability to present the subject in such an interesting way are really appreciable. And that is very much clear from the wonderful comments by participants in the chat box. Many thanks to you, sir, for sparing your valuable time for such an enlightening and motivating lecture, invigorating all our spirits. I owe gratitude for your ceremonial talk and looking forward for more associations. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Now I invite Amandeep ma'am for the next technical session. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are clearly audible.
Thank you, ma'am. So to improve the golden moment of opportunity and catch the good that is in our reach is the great art of life. With this quote, a very warm good evening, galaxy of intellectuals, worthy resource person, Mr. S. Chand Rakesh Roshan, invited guests, students, and ladies and gentlemen. It is a matter of immense pride to be here before all of you this evening. On behalf of the institution, we are delighted to offer a gracious welcome to all of you once again in the valedictory session. To begin with, I am profusely elated to take an opportunity to introduce our resource person of the day, Mr. S. Chand Rakesh Roshan, who is multi-talented. He is Microsoft Innovator Educator Expert 2021-22, Adobe Creative Educator, Head of the Department Physics at Rajiv Gandhi University of Knowledge Technologies, Faculty in Charge Training and Placements, Swayam Naptal University Coordinator. His research domains are Monte Carlo simulations, first principle calculations, nuclear structure studies. He has presented many talks in national and international conferences. He has been awarded with Best Faculty Award, Bharat Excellence Award 2018 in the field of education, Young Leader in Science Award on 6 Jan 2018. He is member of University Digital Initiatives Committee July 2017, member of Board of Studies and co-convener Board of Studies Department of Physics RGU KT Bursar 2018, and member of many committees and boards. The pandemic has shifted all our teachers to move to online mode of teaching. The urge to help out follow teaching fraternity in this transition and to help them adapt themselves to this online mode, he has made available a few resources which are highly beneficial to the teaching fraternity. On behalf of the Sanathan College, I thank him for providing his gracious presence to join us today to enhance our knowledge. So now I invite our worthy resource person, Mr. S. Chand Rakesh Roshan, to share with us his presentation on low-cost ICT setup for teachers adapting to the new normal. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am, for the nice words. So good afternoon, everyone. Can you please allow me to share my screen?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, you have been given the rights to share the screen.
Yeah, yes. Just give me a minute. Let me just share my screen. Yeah.
Sure, sir.
All right. Yeah. So I hope you can see my screen, ma'am, and I hope you can hear me. Right? Can you please confirm?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are clearly audible.
Right. So at the outset, let me thank the administration of Sanathan Dharma College, Sanathan Dharma College, Ambala Cantonment, the IQAC team, administration, Dr. Rajendra Singh ji, convener, co-convener, Dr. Sushil Kumar ji, and Ms. Amandeep Kaur ji, the organizing secretaries, and the entire organizing team for having me here today on the occasion of National Webinar on Quality Initiatives in Higher Education in collaboration with the Department of Higher Education, Haryana. I guess I have 40 minutes with me, so I'll try my best to take the audience through, the ICT tools which are very essential for us because of this pandemic and then updating ourselves. So I'll be talking about low-cost ICT setup for teachers. How do we adapt to the new normal? So first few slides, I'll just give you a brief introduction of what are the type of teaching learning mechanisms that prevail and how do we move about in this new normal. Right. So basically the learning mechanisms are traditional learning, blended or hybrid learning, and online learning. So the last 2 years, when we did not have any classes or this thing, there was complete online learning phenomena that were happening. Generally, people have blended learning. It's a common thing that was there. So traditional learning, what does that mean? So traditional learning basically happens at one place. It's like you come to school, you come to college, teacher is there, it's a typical chalk and talk method. So he'll be explaining the things and you will have any queries, you will ask him, you interact. And basically it's a teacher driven mode of mechanism. Hybrid learning is where you need to have a mix of direct face-to-face interaction as well as make use of technology. So we need to blend the technology, with the face-to-face teaching. So what are the considerations for blended learning? What do we need to keep in mind, right, when we are talking about blended learning? So first thing is, how do we use multiple technologies and media to deliver the content? So ultimately, teachers deliver the content and that needs to be understood by the students. So how effectively will you be able to deliver the content? So how do you use multiple technologies and different types of media to deliver the content? That's most important. And then at the same time, you also need to provide social as well as emotional support to the students. And how do you engage the students? The questioning activities. This is very, very important. See, if it is face-to-face learning, you can see the students, you can get to know as a teacher, you can get to know who is following, who's not able to follow what you have said. But when you talk about online, mechanism, this becomes a tougher question, which you need to crack. And you need to engage the students, and have various questioning activities. And you need to incorporate different activities which would actually reflect on their learning. So they learn something and you should be able to check how the progress of their learning. And in a class, if you talk about traditional mechanism, students will interact, students will, clarify their doubts amongst each other. So there's a collaboration that is happening. There is a work that is given, they share the work among themselves and they discuss. So collaboration is possible. So online also we should have, a mechanism so that collaborative learning can happen. So we should see that the students engage themselves in collaborative learning. And most importantly, at the end of it, if we talk about from education point of view, we need to see, see whether the student had got the concepts or not. So you need to have proper evaluating mechanisms and you need to assess the students carefully, right, whether they have got the concepts or not. So majorly, blended learning has three components. The first one being in-person classroom teaching. As I said, this is blended. It's a mix of traditional face-to-face as well as the online. So online learning material, you should also have a structured independent study time. So basically, blended learning is a fusion of online and face-to-face contact time between the teacher and the students. On the contrary, there is the mechanism called as flipped learning, which is used most widely in the Western side. So here, basically, it's not sit and listen. It is like do and learn. So how does that happen? So typically, the materials, the content are shared beforehand itself. The student will go through the content and material that you share at his home, at his free time. So tomorrow when he comes to class, what happens there is a active discussion. It's active engagement between the teacher and the students. So such that the time can be utilized productively rather than teaching happening over there. So this makes the class time more enjoyable and productive for the students as well as the teachers. And some people have this notion of thinking that flipped classroom means we can replace the teacher with the technology and other things. No, the aim of flipped classroom is not at all to replace the teacher with some good looking videos, awesome videos. It is not just about creating an online course, nor it is about leaving the students to their own devices. No, this is not at all flipped learning. Now we have moved on to completely online learning mechanism. So there are a few terminologies that needs to be known by all of us. So blended learning, something like LMS, educational resources, video conferencing, assessment, exit slip, whiteboards, polls, to name a few. So when we say now we are having an online mechanism, we are completely moving to an online mechanism. So what are the tools that are required for a comprehensive ICT setup, low cost ICT setup? I'll talk more about it a little later. So in the class, you teach him right on the board. So basically, same thing should happen online, which means you should have some video conferencing mechanism. So it could be either live or it could be a recorded one. And your presentation, right? So your presentation should be very appealing. You know, it should, students should be able to focus on it. They should be able to follow it. And at the end of it, you also should be able to share with the students the notes or materials or handouts regarding whatever subject you are teaching. And it's not just about teaching, you know, you need to understand whether the students are following the concepts or not. So you should have some mechanism where you can have some poll kind of things, right? Anonymous poll. I would prefer anonymous poll, right? So to get the feedback from the students. And at the end of it, there should be assessments, grading, you know, it could be objective or subjective. And report generation should happen. You know, you should not waste your time, keep on evaluating them. They submit it and the mark should come. So assessment mechanism should be there. And when you talk about assessment, it should not be boring. So you should make the assessments, you know, interesting and interactive. Sir was talking about gamification. So we can have the assessments, you know, in the form of gamification. And you should also get to know the feedback from the students. And all of this, whatever you have mentioned just now, it should all be available preferably at one good place. That's what we call it LMS. So I'll just try to give you the available, you know, ICT tools and overview of ICT tools. First and foremost, the important thing is presentation tools. So why presentation is important? Because that is what you will be presenting to the students. So you should make sure that the presentation looks more enriching, more dynamic, right, and more engaging. You should present the matter in different ways. You should represent the information in different ways, richer ways, engaging ways, so that students will appreciate it. And this also, if you see something, the students' retention of material, you know, becomes more. Seeing something is more, you know, important. Seeing something is more valuable than reading something. So you should also know how to simplify the complex lessons. And one should use graphics and other multimedia. And most importantly, it should be eye-catching, it should be appealing. And this can happen online or offline or collaboration. So you should have a mechanism. When I say online or offline, I mean to say you're not doing it live, you're doing a recording. So when you're doing a recording, you know, what are the tools that are available? When I say online, you're doing a live class. So how should your presentation be? And at the same time, you should also have a mechanism for collaboration with the students, which means if it is in a class, you write some question on the board and then ask the students, can someone please come and then solve this problem for us? So someone will come, take a chalk, and then he'll try to solve. Similar mechanisms also, will you be able to do it online? Yes, absolutely, you can do it. So there are tools and techniques where collaboration with the students is absolutely possible. A few of the presentation tools I'm just mentioning here. As I said, since we have only 40 minutes, I'll give you an overview of the available tools, right? And then at the end of it, I'll show you, you know, where are these available, most of them rather. So I'll try my best to, you know, put them. I'll try to show one or two also, you know, in today's session. So Prezi is one presentation tool, ClearSlide, video, SlideBean, Canva. These are the few presentation tools. Of course, Microsoft PPT is there, right? That's also a beautiful one. So what I would prefer to do now is, so now I'm just comparing the different tools here, Prezi, PowerPoint, and Canva. So free or premium means it is free. I mean, you can access it freely, and premium version is also available, right? So Prezi is free. You also have a premium version. Same is the case with PowerPoint and Canva. And what are the advantages? So Prezi, you have readily available templates. I'll show you Prezi today, I mean, right now after 2-3 minutes. And PowerPoint, the advantages are, you know, you can annotate, you can write as you present. You can also have what is called as a presenter view. As I said, I'll not go into greater details, but most of these I have already made individual videos, and I'll share you the resource, the YouTube channel. You can please go through it. right? My intent is to just tell you that these are the ones that are available and you can utilize them, right? You can just go through them. You need not subscribe, not required at all. Just go through them and I'm sure it will be helpful to you. So Canva, you can download your presentation as a PDF or JPG or PNG, different mechanisms. So the disadvantages of Prezi is it becomes public. So what do you mean by it becomes public? Whatever presentation you make, it has to be available for everyone in the world. So at a teaching level, it's okay. It doesn't matter for us much, but yeah, if you want to use it for professional purposes, then this would be a negative thing. So PowerPoint, 50 to 70% functionalities are free, right? But if you want to have the 100% functionalities, you have to buy it. I mean, go for a premium one. Similarly, Canva, you have different some features as premium. So the good features overall in presentation tools is that you can have an online presentation, you can do an online collaboration. PowerPoint, as most of us use it, we are used to it, right? So offline or online offline is possible, and you can also do a collaboration. And in Canva, there are beautiful templates, that are available, for us to use. So let me just stop sharing my screen here for a moment, and let me share something else. Just give me a minute. I wanted to. Yeah, I hope you can see my screen now. Can someone please confirm?
Yes, sir, it is visible.
All right. So yeah, I hope you can see my. I have opened the Chrome browser over here. So now I just wanted to show you Prezi. Yeah, please. Yeah, I just wanted to show you Prezi. So first thing is just Google Prezi.com. So just say Prezi, and it will the first hit will take you there. You can see Prezi presentations and videos with engaging visuals. You can just log in there, right? I've already logged in, so it will take me to my dashboard. If you're a first-time user, please log in. It's free of cost, as I told you. You have different types of licenses. Basic license is enough for us as a teacher. That's what I feel. And there are different things here. You can do a video. Prezi video is available. Prezi designs are available. Right now, my focus is on presentation. So like PPT, how do you present your content? So Prezi is a dynamic way, and it's a very catchy way of presenting your things, your content. So let me just show you one example so that you'll understand rather than me telling it, how does it look like. So I already have one presentation. Let me just share it here. So now the concept is, once again, it's the new normal in teaching. We are talking about ICT tools in education. So I'm not going to discuss this, but I just want to show you, the presentation. So just see. So this is the, overall idea. So we want to talk about hybrid learning, online learning, good ICT setup, and then at the end of it, once you have all of these, you become an updated teacher, right? So now we go deeper into it. So blended learning, what does that mean? So you have a traditional learning, and then you have online tools. Now then you go deeper, much deeper into it. We have classroom teaching, right? That's what is meant by traditional teaching. And then what are online tools? We have online tools which complement, right, the traditional teaching, and that is where you have the blended learning. And then you come back and then focus more on the online mechanism, and you have a lot of tools that are available for you to make use of. And then you come back and then you talk about the ICT setup. So what do you mean by a good ICT setup? And you talk about what are the tools that are there and how do you make them inclusive in your setup. And then you, at the end of it, now that you are updated with the technology, you know what are the tools available, you know how to use them. So now you are all set and you are ready to deliver to your students. So basically, this is how you can make the presentation more appealing, I would say. So now here, so that is how we can make use of Prezi. So you can see there are a lot of templates. You can also search for templates. You can see here all projects, all owners. As I told you, whatever presentation you make, if you are having a basic license, free license, it will become public. Okay, this is the only thing. Please keep it in mind. If you want to make it confidential, other things, you need to go for a premium one. I don't prefer it at all. Right? What all tools I'm trying to tell you, they are all free of cost, right? That's why my topic of my title is low cost ICT setup. So now here you can search for whatever you wish. So you want to know about heart or something, anything that you are looking at, or any project, specific project. So ICT tools. It is showing my project, so you just have to go to the library, and it will show you what all things are there. You can see presentations with recommended frames, recommended videos, and hand-picked reusable presentations. So you can go through the presentation like this, go to any of the presentation, go through it. You like the way of presentation, what you need to do is just click here, 3 dots, open presentation. We'll just open presentation for you. You make a copy. Right, you make a copy, which means you can start editing that particular presentation, like how I have done. I have taken some random presentation and I have put my content there, which I have shown you some time back. So like that, you can choose this presentation. So this is a presentation which is already existing, right? So now you can go to each slide. You can go to each slide and then you can modify. So I can just show you that, now you can see that I'm modifying the presentation, right? I can put a lot of things there. You can just modify the matter. You can add figures. You can do a lot of things. Here you can see you can save. You can copy paste figures and all of that. So, and then at the end of it, you can save your presentation and it will be saved in your projects and you can use it. So this is all about Prezi. Okay. Let me now go back to the presentation. So Prezi is one tool which is very dynamic and which is very appealing. And the next one, which I personally feel is very important, in online content delivery, is whiteboard tool, because it's very difficult to explain something, right? I mean, you can simply read from whatever is there, but if you have to explain, draw something, and obviously you need a whiteboard. So how do you do it? In the case of online mechanism, you should be able to draw, you should be able to explain, you should be able to annotate something, highlight something. You should also be able to incorporate the pictures and then talk more about it. And you should be able to save whatever you have drawn during the course of the class, during the live class. You want to save that, you want to download it, and you want to give it to the students as a handout or notes. All of this is possible free of cost. You also want to do the collaboration. I told you some time back, you ask the student to solve a problem. Student will come online and he will start solving on your screen, I mean your whiteboard. All that is feasible. A few tools that are available are whiteboard.fi, Jamboard by Google, Ziteboard, Conceptboard, Miro. I've already done videos on Miro, Jamboard, and one more thing which I have not mentioned, but which I like the most is OneNote. OneNote by Microsoft. I feel that's the best whiteboard that you can have. Jamboard is really good. Miro is really good. You can go through it later. Right now, I wish to show you the Jamboard. Jamboard. How do I use Jamboard as a whiteboard tool? So for that, just say jamboard.google.com. You just need to sign in. I mean your Gmail or any mail, and then you can see Google Jamboard. On the right corner, you have plus symbol, new jam. So click on the new jam. It will open a new jam. I mean, basically, it's a board for us. In our context, as a teacher, it's a whiteboard for me, right? You can now see. You can see this is all plain whiteboard, and you can see there are different frames. I don't have one board only. I don't have two boards only. I have 20 such boards. You can see. If you go on, you'll have 20 of them, right? So right now, let me just show you. So this is a whiteboard. You're not happy, you want to make it a blackboard. Yes, you feel free. You can make it a blackboard like this. You can change the background. If you have a good pen tab and you want to write something on it properly, you can put it becomes a ruled book, something like that. Or you want to draw them, you want to draw a plot, it becomes a graph book like this. So you can set the background, that's okay. Now here I have different tools. I have different pens. I have pen. I have a marker. So pen, for example. So now see, I'm just trying to write it. I'm using my mouse, by the way. I'm not using any pen tab or anything like that. I'm just using my mouse. And you have a marker, and you also have a highlighter. You have something you want to highlight. You can highlight that, right? And you have this brush tool. And you want to erase something, and you can simply erase. Or you want to clear the entire board, simply click on clear frame, everything goes off. Right? So now you can choose a pen, and let us say you are teaching some subject and you want to draw some circuit. So you can draw that, and whatever, let's say 5 volts, 2 ohms, whatever. I mean, you can draw it, you can explain it, you can solve, right? And you can also put a sticky note, whatever you want to write it, highlight it, you can put it there, right? You can type in, or you want to explain something, you have a heart, or let us say let me just take any example. So let me just do a Google search. You can upload the images from your desktop or camera, Google image search. So let me just pick up anything. I mean, so let's say I want to I want to talk about elephant. Okay, let's pick up anything. I mean, so yeah, let's pick up this particular figure. Say insert, right? And then it will be inserted there. I mean, you can make it big, you can make it small, enlarge it. So now, so once it is there, now what you do, and now you can start explaining. So let's now let me pick up this one and then say, yeah. So these are the tusks of an elephant. Now this is a baby elephant. This is the tail of the elephant, right? Whatever you want to explain, you can draw, you can write. So whatever you want to do it, you want to explain, you can do it here, right? And then this is a magic pointer. I mean, you don't want the marks to be left there. So which means I'm ticking there, right? It is very much there. You don't want that to happen. You just want to highlight that. So you can now say, okay, so you can see this. This is the eye of an elephant. So this is the 2 ohms that we are talking about. Or you can say, yeah, these are the ICT tools. Now you can see as I do it, it is not leaving any mark on the board. So this is a magic pointer that is there, right? So this is how you can use it as a whiteboard, right? And you can see share here. Can you see share here? You click on the share and you share it with your students, right? And you can do online collaboration, live collaboration. You send it by email, or you can get the link, you copy the link, share it to them. They can start, you ask a question, they can solve on the board. And most importantly, you can download, you can save each image as a frame. For example, this image entirely you want to save it. You can see just now I have saved it, and it is an image over there. So, right? You can save this image, or you want to I write something and the entire thing you want to save. You can download the entire content, whatever you have written, as a PDF. Now you can see this is the first slide, this is the second slide, and this is the third slide. So whatever you write, right, you can save it, all of it, during your class as a PDF or images. So like that, I have 20 such frames available to me in one jam. If 20 gets filled, nothing to worry, move to the next jam, create a new jam. That's all, as simple as that. So now you can clear the entire frame. So this is how I can make use of Google Jamboard as a whiteboard for my students, right? Where I can also do a live collaboration, right? All right, let me just go back. Yes, so Miro is also good. As I said, I prefer OneNote for a whiteboard. I have explained Miro and OneNote in the YouTube, right? So yeah, so Jamboard, Miro, OneNote. In Jamboard, it's completely free. 20 boards are there. Miro, there are only 3 free boards. You have to erase the old boards to get a new one. OneNote is also free. Pros, advantages, you have seen Jamboard just now. It is very simple, easy to insert. You can put images from online or offline. Miro, also you can save it as a JPG, PDF, and you can take online pics, all of that. I mean, you can have the data, insert the data online. And OneNote is beautiful, I would say. I mean, all formats you can put it, you can work on it offline as well as online. Cons, Jamboard, no text, no PDF. It was earlier. Now, as I have shown you, you can put text. You can also save it as a PDF. When I say no PDF, I'm sorry. Here you cannot insert a PDF. In OneNote, you can insert a PDF. That's the difference. In OneNote, I can take a PDF file, insert it, and then I can start explaining it. I can annotate it in OneNote. It's not possible in Jamboard. I can only insert figures. That's important. I can put text though. Miro, the negative point is there are only 3 boards. And OneNote, it's available freely only over Windows 7 and later versions. Before that, it's not available as a part of your Windows, right? But online app, OneNote app, you can get it free of cost. This also I have done a video how we can get Microsoft tools, not just OneNote, Microsoft PPT, Microsoft Word, completely, online. How do we get it free of cost? That also I have made a video. You can just please go through it if you find it interesting. So good features, collaboration. Collaboration is possible in all of these. And OneNote, more importantly, you can do it. You can have it for offline as well as online. And another important thing is the video conferencing tools. So how do you deliver? I mean, so you should have a mechanism, of delivering. So you should be able to engage the students with a live lecture. So it's not that always you record something and then you upload it. Generally, whenever the net is not good, you don't have good speed internet, high bandwidth internet, what do? Then you do recording and then you upload the whatever MP4 file or whatever, right? But nowadays, it's better that you do a live lecture over Zoom or over Google Meet or WebEx as we are doing right now. So you should engage the students with live lecture. So what are the features? You should be able to share your screen. Right now I'm sharing my screen. That's how you're seeing. You should be able to annotate. You should be able to highlight. You should have a control over participants. When the speaker is speaking, no other disturbance should be there. So there should be an option that when the speaker is speaking, everyone else should be unmuted. You should be able to record the second sessions. Right now, IQAC people, they are recording this entire thing from the morning. So recording is available in WebEx, and Zoom and other whatever video conferencing tools should be able to allow you to record. And the time of engagement is also important. How long can you engage? For example, Zoom, as 40 minutes you can engage. Google Meet, 1 hour you can engage, right? Free of cost. I'm talking about free setup. Of course, when you go from premium, that's a different story. As I said, my main focus is low cost or zero cost, I would say. Chat with participants. It should allow you to chat with the participants. So a lot of tools available: Zoom, Google Meet, Cisco WebEx, Skype, GoToMeeting, Jitsi Meet, GeoMeet. In greater detail, I have discussed Zoom, Google Meet, WebEx. I think these 3 I have discussed in greater detail in the YouTube channel. So free version, 40 minutes, 60 minutes. WebEx is also 60 minutes, I guess. Yeah. So advantages, you can record in Zoom. That's a beauty, you can record. And you can also, participants are visible at a time. What do you call them? You call them tiles, right? A large number of participants are, visible to you on the screen. If it's a class, you should be able to see your students. You tell them, switch on your videos. You should be able to see them whether that fellow is visiting or not, right? So the tiles, the number of candidates that you can see at one shot on the screen, that varies from 1 to 1. So cons, disadvantages: Zoom, if it is an app, you're talking about phone, no, you cannot record it. Similarly, Google Meet, you cannot record it. So same is the case with the WebEx app. If you're talking about over phone, in desktop, yes, you can do it. The good features: screen share is there, annotation is there, you can record it. And Google Meet, you can share your screen, calendar, you can schedule meetings and all of that, right? Same is the case with WebEx, where you can share your screen, you can annotate, you can also record. And another important thing is, as I told you, if you do not have a high bandwidth, you cannot do a live class. It's very difficult, So you should be able to make a PPT, explain the PPT. Only thing is you record it, right? And then you upload it later to your students. So good video recording tools should be available. And what do you prefer? I prefer a video recording tool which gives me unlimited time. There should not be any watermark. It should not say recorded with XXX. It completely covers your screen. That shouldn't happen. And that tool should allow you to save it to either your system or to the cloud automatically. You should be able to do it online. The recording should happen either online or offline. Now, this offline recording is very crucial and very helpful to most of us. OBS. OBS is beautiful tool. I'll show it. Presenter options. So you should have presenter options. So what do you mean by presenter options? So for example, Microsoft PPT, there's a mode called as presenter mode, where you have some notes when you are sharing your PPT. What is seen by the candidates audience is only the PPT, but you have some notes at the bottom, right, which will help you to explain it better or further. That notes is not visible to the candidates, to the audience. This is called as presenter mode. So there should be such options. It's not mandatory for everyone, but it differs from person to person. Capturing, sharing option should be available. So video making or video editing, I have put both of them together. So Prezi Video, OBS, Loom Recorder, PowerSoft Recorder, Animoto, VVideo, Movely. So out of all these, I like OBS. I mean, easy, straightforward. You can record it. You can live stream. If you're talking about online thing, you can also live stream it freely to your YouTube or Facebook or whatever. You can record it offline. Similarly, Loom is good. PowerSoft is also good. So I have discussed all of these in greater detail. PowerSoft, Loom Recorder, and OBS in the YouTube. So once again, see, my intention is not to tell you, that you have to visit the YouTube and then go through it. Since we have only 40 minutes, I'm just trying to present to you what all things are there. I'm just trying to summarize. And if you feel it interesting, please do visit, and then I'm sure it will be beneficial. So OBS, it's completely free of cost. PowerSoft tool, browser-based thing is free. Loom Recorder, there is a Chrome extension to it, and the desktop app is there. That is also free. So advantage of OBS is offline, online, unlimited time you can do it, and live streaming you can do it. PowerSoft, unlimited time you can do it, and there is no watermark. Loom, the advantages is the screen presenter mode is there, unlimited options are there. Disadvantages, OBS is not Windows XP. It's not Windows XP compatible. Windows 7, Windows 10, it's compatible with that. But Windows XP version, if you have, OBS is not compatible. And PowerSoft, if you download the desktop version, they will have limitations. So go ahead with browser-based one. Loom, the disadvantage is you have Chrome extension. And good features, you can record in OBS, you can stream it to YouTube, Facebook, and all of that. PowerSoft, no watermark. See, why am I specifically mentioning about watermark? There are a lot of tools that are available. It will allow you to record it, but then they will say created with something. It will come on the screen. It doesn't look good, right? If you're teaching. So yeah, Loom, unlimited time, and you can also trim your videos, like edit your videos. Once you upload, generally in YouTube, right? You have the option of trimming it. That option is available in Loom. And if you have a domain mail ID, like for example, mine is .ac.in, right? Not Gmail. If you have a domain mail ID, Loom will give you the premium free of cost. It used to give you premium free of cost. I have not checked it today though, but please check it. If it is available, I think it should be good. And as I told you, all of this, whatever we are talking, it should all be available at one place. It's called the learning management system, LMS. We talk about, there are different things. Edmodo is there, right? I'll show you. So you should be able to, what should I be able to do over here? I should be able to upload my learning content, share the study material. I should put my assessments there. I should be able to deliver lessons to my students. I should monitor the students' progress. I should track the students. It should also enable collaboration. And basically, LMS should be a centralized source of learning. Right? Different tools are available: Google Classroom, Edmodo, Canvas, Classflow, Microsoft Teams, Moodle, right? So I personally believe, I feel Edmodo is very good. Right? There are a lot of features in Edmodo which are not there in few others. Google Classroom is also good. Moodle, you can customize it, but I feel Edmodo is really good. I have discussed Google Classroom, Edmodo in greater detail. So yeah, so there is a parental, thing that's available in Edmodo, which is not available. Parents will have a login. They'll get information whether the student is following lectures or not. All that information will be going to the parents. They have the login through which they can check whether their wards, their kids are submitting assignments on time or not. Okay. A drawback in Edmodo is if a single file exceeds 100 MB, you cannot upload it at one shot. Right. That's the only drawback. And a recording feature is not there for Google Classroom if it's the basic version, and same is the case with Microsoft Teams. And Edmodo, the good features are you can give quizzes over there, and Google Classroom, it's like all at one place. You can also take the attendance and all of that in Microsoft Teams also. And coming to the end of it, I mean, so we have taught them, they have followed whatever mechanism, whatever presentation tools, whatever mode of delivery you have done. Now you want to see whether whatever you have taught them, they have understood or not. So you should have assessment tools. So there should be a variety of questions. It should have an option for choose what do you say, multiple choice. It should also short answer questions, long answer questions. It should be auto graded and manual. And the tests that you give, there should be timed tests. There should be a due date. 11 o'clock it opens, 12 o'clock it should end. You should have tools such like that. Microsoft Forms is one such good tool where you have timing, time test, due date should be there. It should also incorporate equations and mathematics, math equations. It should limit the student responses, which means once I submit the exam, I should not be able to submit it again. You should limit the responses. Report generation and sharing, all this should be feasible. A couple of assessment tools are there. BookWidgets, Wiser.me, Go for Matthew, EducaPlay, Testmos, Google Forms, Microsoft Forms. I have discussed in greater detail Testmos, Google Forms, Microsoft Forms. I feel all the three are equally good. Testmos, Google Forms, and Microsoft Forms, though they have their own limitations. For example, Microsoft Forms, the limitation is you cannot restrict the candidate to one response. You can submit it again unless you have a premium version, which I don't want. I want to look at free versions that are available, which will cater to my needs. Right? So Google Forms, you can restrict to one response. Right? Like that, you can generate a summary link. So your boss, your HOD will ask you, did you give assignment to your students? I want to see their performance. You just send him one summary link. Once he clicks, he gets the details of all the students, their marks, etc., etc. That's available in Microsoft Forms. Similarly, Testmos, right? You can only drawback is you can give only 50 questions and you can have only 100 test takers at one shot. It's very simple. It's auto graded. So all these are good and available ones. And assessment, students should not be scared. When you say assessment, the moment we say we have an exam, students will tend to get scared, worried, right? So assessment should be fun. It should be like a game. So now it should give them a feeling of fun. It should give them some enthusiasm, curiosity, and they should engage, right? In more actively. It's like fastest fingers first. You answer it quickly, you get more points compared to others. So they should involve themselves in this assessment process, and they should enjoy the process of learning and then giving the exam. So a few of the gaming assessment tools that are available are Quizalize, Kahoot, Quizlet, Mentimeter, Jeopardy Labs, Nearpod. I think I've discussed in greater detail Mentimeter and Quizalize. So I'll just skip this. We're running out of time, I guess. So yeah, there are some productivity tools like Google Docs, Edpuzzle, Slido poll. I told you should take feedback from the students from time to time whether they're following it or not. Slido poll is one such tool, where you can take their feedback anonymously also. Edpuzzle is another beautiful tool, where you can simply take a lecture from YouTube. Someone has explained it beautifully, but it is in some other language. You use the same lecture, whatever mechanism he has used, you can use the same thing and give your voice over for that officially, legally, whatever. Educational perspective, that's possible in Edpuzzle. And also you give questions in the middle of the whatever lecture. After 10 minutes you can give a question there, it will pause there. Unless the candidate answers that, he cannot move ahead. All this is possible in Edpuzzle. And Google Docs, you have variety of them, spreadsheets and documents and all of that. And apart from it, digital notes, OneNote. Digital notes is basically where you can keep your content at one place. Right? Evernote is one, OneNote is one, Google Keep is one. And at the end of it, there are if you explain the concepts, to the students in a simplified manner, engaging manner, students should be able to remember it carefully. So graphical representations is very important. And once he sees something, he should be able to get the complete picture or a big picture of the entire concept. And the flow of ideas should be very clear and more organized. And all of this is possible in mind map tool. So for example, this I'll show you again. This is a mind map. So the central theme is something, and there are different branches, right? I'll show that a little while later. So ICT tools in education are for our teaching faculty. They are not that scary. They are not that difficult. They are simple and straightforward, and it is for a better teaching and a better society. So let's not just witness the digital transformation that is happening around us. We should all come and be a part of this digital transformation, and we should take this digital transformation forward. So thanks for your time. I'll just stop here and I'll show you one more thing, and with that I think I should be able to be done with whatever I wanted to convey. Okay, I think I wanted to show you this. Yeah, right. All right, so I was telling you about the mind map, right? So this is the PDF resource that I have made, readily available, completely free of cost. So this, first let me tell you about mind map thing. So this is the central theme. ICT tools in education is the central theme, and then you have corresponding different things like assessment tools, LMS tools, video conferencing, quizzes, vocabulary, infographics, digital notes, and video recording, online whiteboards, presentation tools, productivity tools, mind maps. So this overall picture is a mind map. Okay. Now, so what is the beauty or what is the advantage of this PDF? So now here there are different things, assessment and the tools, and here you can see FR is written, F is written. So FR means freemium, means free is there and premium is also there. And there are two symbols here, phone symbol and the laptop symbol. So phone symbol means app is available for that particular tool. Laptop means it's only available, the web version is available, right? And you click on this here, you can see a symbol there, right? The www, like you click on that, it will directly take you to that particular tool. So that's the beauty of it. Now you can get to know what all are there and whether app is available, mobile app or web version is there, and you can directly go there and then you start logging in and then start using them, right? So there are a couple of them, and I also summarized what all I have mentioned here. I have just summarized another 14-page document is there, where all the things that are mentioned there are summarized here. What do they do? What does that tool do? Right? You can of course Google more for what exactly does that mean. So this will just take you. I'll just show you one if you wish. So Prezi, for example, now I just click there. It will directly take me to the Prezi homepage. All right. So this is just to show you. So yeah, like that, it will take you to each and every tool that is listed over there. So this is a resource that I have made. I can share it with the organizers and they can share it back to you. And one more thing I just wanted to show you is this. I was talking about this YouTube channel. So its name is Help Ever ICT Tools in Education. This is the name. You can just Google for it, or yeah. So you can see it. As I told you, I'm not interested in subscribers on numbers. I have made almost, I think, 25 videos plus. Whatever I have discussed, I have told you that in greater detail. So please go through it. It's completely free of cost, and I'm sure you will be beneficial after going through this. So I just repeat the name. The name of the channel is Help Our ICT Tools in Education. You need not subscribe it. Just go through it, and you find it interesting. Please follow it, and then become a better teacher. That's what I would say. So once again, so let me stop here. So I would like to thank the organizers once again of the Sanatan Dham College IQAC team for giving me this opportunity, and thanks to everyone for your time and keen enthusiasm. If there are any questions, I'll be happy to take. Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am. I think I'm done. Yeah.
If you have any question, you can ask, sir. I didn't find any query in the chat box, sir. So proceeding further, thank you, sir. Most interesting and inspiring presentation in this digital era. We didn't only enjoy, but also practice tools side by side. You begin with a brief introduction of traditional learning, hybrid learning, online learning, and then consideration for blended learning like sharing multiple technologies, providing social and emotional support, engaging students, questioning activities that require students to reflect on their learning, engaging in collaborative learning, synthesizing, evaluating, and assessing learning shared by you were really interesting and thought-provoking. The comparison shown by you for presentations tools like Prezi, PowerPoint, Canva, whiteboard tools like Jamboard, OneNote, and Miro, and video conferencing tools like Google Meet, Zoom, WebEx, and video recording tools, Loom, OBS, PowerSoft, LMS tools like Google Classroom, Admodi, Microsoft Teams, assessment tools, Testmos, Google Form, Microsoft Forms, MindMap tool would be really helpful to the teacher participants. Students were also not left out. Gaming tools shared by you were really amazing. We are all inspired by your presentation. Thanks a lot, sir. Proceeding further, now I invite Ms. Kavleen Bharet for reading the report of the webinar. Over to you, Madam Kavleen.
Thank you, ma'am. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
On 26th of March 2022, the Internal Quality Assurance Cell of the college, in collaboration with Directorate of Higher Education, Haryana, organized a one-day online national webinar on quality initiatives in higher education. The event was hosted on Cisco WebEx. The event started with the inaugural session in the online presence of eminent personalities from the field. The webinar was declared open by Digital Lamp Lightning and Ms. Amandeep Mehta, Assistant Professor, Department of Computer Science, co-convener of IQAC, by welcoming the guests and delegates. Later, Dr. Rajendra Singh, principal of our college, extended a very warm welcome to the chief guest, Dr. Christian Kant, principal, Agarwal PG College, Ballabgarh, and all the participants from India. He discussed the real meaning of quality in higher education and that it is a continuous process which all the stakeholders have to achieve collectively. Further, Dr. Sushil Kumar, convener IQAC Cell, introduced the theme of the seminar by putting light on the higher education of India to be the third largest in the world. Higher education quality pedagogies have changed from teacher-centric to student-centric. UGC scheme, college with potential for excellence, choice-based credit system, central government initiatives, global initiatives of academic networks, national digital library, etc. Next, Ms. Amandeep Kaur formally introduced the chief guest to the audience by reading out his profile. She also narrated the journey of Dr. Christian Kant, principal, a renowned academician, and his achievements. Dr. Christian Kant addressed the participants and highlighted the pathways of quality assurance and control system in HEIs. The quality initiatives cannot work without control system. The mindset is what separates the best from the rest, which should be the aim of higher ed institutions. He expressed his thoughts on the outcome of teaching learning, which has shifted to marks-centric and lack of social awareness, creativity, innovation, soft skill, etc., doesn't test the intelligence of the students. The rote learning loop should be broken through quality initiatives. He told us about CUCET and CUET entrance test, the qualities a teacher should possess, a transition from knowledge hub to facilitator. He also discussed about the new education policy 2020. The session was formally concluded with a vote of thanks by Ms. Amandeep Kaur, co-convener of the webinar. Then we had the first technical session, which was hosted by Ms. Kavleen Bharet, member IQAC Cell. She motivated the participants by her beautiful words. Dr. H. Akhtar Banu, Assistant Professor of English from Silver Jubilee Government College, Kurnool, presented on the topic, Undergraduate Research Curriculum Framework, How Will It Help in Higher Education? In which she highlighted the framework for undergraduate students due to lack of research in their curriculum. Dr. Jimmy Sharma, Assistant Professor English, presented on digital media relevance in English classroom, in which she spoke about the online lecture recording tools, blogging, the student-centric methodology, which can be used for literature students. Then we had Mr. Sri Raj, who presented on cluster schools for NSQF sector courses, a skill initiative, in which he highlighted the vocationalization of education along with general education, the shortfalls and the solutions to be cluster school concept. Then we had Ms. Geeta, a student of MCOM, SST College of Arts and Commerce. She talked about e-wallet payment apps available and the most popular amongst them being Google Pay, according to her study. We had Dr. Anuradha, Assistant Professor and Head Department of English, MDST Girls College, Ambala City, presented on Choice-Based Credit System, a Progressive Approach. Ms. Kavleen Parich welcomed the resource person and introduced to the audience the eminent speaker, Mr. Piyush Pahade, President, IQSC, Cluster India and Head Department of Zoology, H.V. Desai College, Pune. The resource person enlightened the audience on the topic, preparation by IQSC for implementation of Academic Bank of Credit, in which he explained the meaning of credit, to publicly acknowledge the contributor's role. He explained the meaning and process of Academic Bank of Credit, in which the universities, college, and educational institution will have an account in academic credits, and further students will open the account. The college will fill the credits of the students, which can be visible to them, and so on. He explained the freedom the students will have for choice of subjects, entry-exit flexibility in this system. A formal vote of thanks was presented by Kavleen Parich. Then we had the second technical session, which was preceded by a lunch break, and the second technical session was hosted by Ms. Zeenat Madan, Assistant Professor, Department of Zoology. Second technical session was started with the paper presentation of Ms. Puneria Pooja, student, St. Joseph College of Hyderabad, presented on students' perspective on implementation of TQM in higher education institutions in Hyderabad, in which she explained the meaning of total quality management and its need in higher education with the help of mentorship system. Further, Ms. Zeenat introduced and invited the resource person, Dr. A.K. Bakshi, founder, Vice Chancellor of PDM University, Ballabgarh. She narrated the journey of Ms. Dr. Bakshi from an academician to an administrator and invited him to share his views with the audience on the topic, Quality Higher Education in India in the 21st Century, Challenges and Opportunities. He explained the jewels of becoming an outstanding teacher and researcher and the need for quality education. He mentioned the challenges of 21st century for the education system, like tough competition, artificial intelligence, and nurturing of the 21st century skills in students, namely learning skills, literacy skills, and life skills. There is a great gap in creativity amongst Indians as per the Nobel Prize list achievers, which should be a driving force for students to achieve. The session was formally summed up with beautiful words of thanks by Ms. Zeenat Madan, Assistant Professor Zoology and member IQSC. Then we had our valedictory session, which was hosted by Ms. Amandeep Kaur, co-convener of IQSC. She welcomed the resource person, Dr. S. Chand Rakesh Roshan, Microsoft Innovative Educator, Expert 2122, Adobe Creative Educator, and Rajiv Gandhi University of Knowledge Technologies, New Delhi, presented his views on low-cost ICT setup for teachers adapting to the new normal, in which he explained the blended mode of learning and the tools that are required for a comprehensive ICT setup, namely video conferencing, quiz, polls, etc. In all, 141 participants registered and attended the webinar from more than states other than Haryana. After my report presentation, Ms. Amandeep Kaur will formally conclude the session and also the webinar by presenting vote of thanks to the chief guest, resource persons, and the participants. Thank you so much. Have a nice day. Over to you, Aman ma'am.
Thank you, Kavleen ma'am, for consolidating the activities of today's webinar so beautifully. Proceeding further, as all good things come to an end in life, so is the seminar. Thank you is such a prayer that cannot be seen or touched. It must be felt by heart. I feel honored and privileged to get the opportunity to propose a vote of thanks on this special occasion. On behalf of Sanatana Dharma College, I take this opportunity to propose vote of thanks to those who have directly and indirectly contributed to this seminar on quality initiatives in higher education organized by Internal Quality Assurance Cell of our institution. At the outset, I thank our chief guest and resource person, Dr. Christian Kant, Principal, Agarwal College, Ballabgarh, for setting up the tone of this webinar. We are really enlightened with his knowledge and presence. I must mention our deep sense of appreciation for his wonderful explanation of transformation of learning from rote learning to skill learning. I may like to express our sincere thanks to Mr. Piyush Pahade, Head Department of Geology, HV Desai College, Pune President, IQAC Cluster India, for giving an excellent coverage to preparation by IQAC for implementation of Academic Bank of Credits. I also wish to express my gratitude to Professor Dr. A.K. Bakshi, Founder Vice Chancellor of PDM University Bahadurgarh, Haryana, for demonstrating on empowering teachers for quality higher education in India. I have made a note of quote mentioned by him, "Stop worrying and start living," and will follow his Guru Mantra throughout my life. My heartiest gratitude to Mr. S. Chand Rakesh Roshan for sharing with us ICT tools for educators. Finally, I would like to take this opportunity to place on record our hearty thanks to Principal Dr. Rajinder Singh, our dynamic leader, for his enthusiastic support and guidance he extended to us, starting from writing the proposal to the conduct of the seminar. I also extend my thanks to Dr. Sushil Goswami, convener of the IQAC, for his enormous cooperation in the organization of the event. Well, ladies and gentlemen, an event like this cannot happen overnight. The wheels start rolling weeks ago. It requires planning and a bird's eye for details. We have been fortunate enough to be backed by a team of very motivated and dedicated colleagues of Sanatana Dharma College and members of IQAC who know the job and are result oriented. I would like to mention their names: Ms. Kavleen Bharaj, Ms. Zeenat Madan for wonderfully performing the job of state secretaries, Dr. Gulshan Singh, Dr. Girdhar Gopal, Dr. Aarti Arora, Ms. Chavi Kiran, Dr. Prem Singh, Dr. Satinder Verma, Dr. Satbir for their unflinching support and coordination. Our heartfelt thanks to our students and participants for the active participation. With this note, I say goodbye and thanks to all. Have a nice evening. But before going, please fill in the feedback form, which is being shared in the chat box. Thank you all. Please fill in the feedback form positively, because certificates will be issued to only those who will fill the feedback form.